Good morning and welcome, SCCA fans, to the 2025 Central Florida Region SCCA Cabin Fever Cure here at the beautiful Sebring International Raceway. It's a lovely morning. A little bit foggy, as we can see on the map there of the track, nested right up against an old bombing runway back in the World War II days. 3.7 miles, 17 turns, a combination of asphalt and concrete. Provides a lot of different scenarios in some corners for our drivers. But we have an action-packed day today, 8 groups of racing across all classes in the SCCA. My name is John Davison, and I am joined by my fellow Spec Miata racer and friend, Nick Soriano. Nick, I'm excited to share the action today with everyone. How about you?
I'm very excited. I think yesterday we had a great race in that split enduro, the 2 and 4 hour, and tomorrow or today, I should say, with the sprint racing is going to be a completely different experience, but equally as exciting. We saw last night the races came down to 2 seconds in the classes for the 4 hour. I think we're going to see a lot more of those close finishes today, John.
Yeah, I mean, it was an exciting finish to quite a long race last night. You know, after 4 hours, we had a lead change with 15 minutes remaining and a 2-3 lap battle at the end. I mean, we were standing out of our seats.
Yeah, absolutely. We both had to stand up for that. We paid for the whole seat. We only used the edge of it for most of the race, and it was really a great night. And I can't wait for this morning. It looks like the fog is clearing out pretty quickly, so we're going to have cars on track very soon. And this first session, I think, is actually going to be a pretty good one, John.
Yes, it will. And we are under the 5, about to get the 1 minute go ahead on the grid. So the fog did clear up rather quickly once the sun peeked up over the side. We can see a car doing a hardship lap there. But yeah, we have 20-minute races to start the day for all the groups. We've already had group 1 and 2 race yesterday before the Enduro. So 3 through 7 will go, 20-minute races, and then followed up by 30-minute races for each group that are awarded SARRC points. But first up, we have quite a big field, 36 cars in group 3 as a mix between the production cars, STL, B-Spec, IT7, T4, etc. A nice variety of cars here, Nick. You have your pole time at 2:29, and the spread goes back just over 3 minutes. So quite some different speed varieties here on the track. What can we expect for this race?
Yeah, there is a big spread, but specifically looking at that starting grid sheet, the first thing that caught my eye is that STL race. John Rodat and Nick Leverone sitting second and first respectively, qualified within a couple tenths of each other near the top there. So even though we have so many different classes, I think we're still going to get a great race out of this field, and we've got something to watch for sure. So yeah, keep an eye on those two. I think that's going to be a big one. The cars in the back, though, I mean, we look at these FP and EP cars, they're still racing for positions back there. They are qualified close together. And with smaller fields per class, with lots of classes in the group, there's a possibility that some of these guys at the bottom of the list still end up on a podium.
Yeah, I mean, you have your pole sitter for GTL starting in 21st overall, and that's Steve Holly at a 245. His next closest competition, though, 254. So he might have that one in the bag, but we'll see, Nick. A lot could have happened in qualifying as Rick James and Ken Taylor tried to work their way through the field up to and Lou Ann Capson to get up to Steve Howley.
Yeah, we saw a couple of those drivers last night in the Enduro. So hopefully all the cars are good to go from that battle they went through last night. 4 hours on this track is not easy on anything, the car, the driver, the team, you name it. So hopefully if you were one of those drivers that ran last night, you are well rested, the car is ready to go, and bring our A game today.
You know, you did mention the STL battle between Nick Leverone and John Rodat, and I just wanted to point that out. They're both from the Northeast. Nick Leverone from Massachusetts and John Rodat from Chester, Connecticut. And it just shows you how beautiful the weather is down here at this time of year, that people from up north make this trip every single year to race with us in February, which I would encourage everyone out there to come join us this time for the Cabin Fever Cure.
Yeah, it is beautiful this morning. Other than the fog, there is really nothing else you could ask for. The track is dry. We didn't get any rain, even condensation last night to wet the track. So conditions are perfect. It's going to be a beautiful day, and we are excited to go racing. As we're hearing the cars are starting to move off the grid, so hopefully we will see them pull out onto the front stretch very soon. But yeah, we've got a 20-minute sprint race here. John, what is your mindset when you go into a 20-minute sprint race like this compared to the Enduro we did last night?
Elbows out, Nick. You know, you don't really have a lot of time, but you still have to make it around turn one. You know, it can get a little dicey, and we look at the camera on screen now. Quite some fog. Yeah. But it seems to be that we have enough visibility to get the race going, but that where in turn one it fans out kind of pretty wide, 4 or 5 cars, and it narrows down into 2 to 3 wide going into turn 3. It can get a little dicey there, Nick. You got to be careful, but it's also a great opportunity to pick off some cars. And we're going to stay right here on this camera. We'll see some cars rolling off the grid as our volunteer splitter out there. Going to put them into position. We want to thank our workers and all of the volunteers. We have over 100 volunteers that allow this race to happen, as our pace car, supplied by Mazda Motorsports and Classic Mazda of Orlando, CX-50, Nick. They're pretty nice.
Very nice.
Yeah,
yeah, we were standing around this morning, tried to peek inside a little bit. We didn't have the driver there with us, but from the outside, that's a good-looking car. So we are very thankful here at CFR to have that available to us. And yeah, it's nice to see a Mazda lead the field, no matter how we do it.
Well, I do notice one thing, Nick. Our pole sitter, Paul Mavoli, and a Nissan Sentra, I didn't see him out there.
Very interesting.
So it looked like Nick Leverone will be taking the pole, followed up by Chris Clark in a Mazda MX-5 Cup car, running an EP, E-Prod for this race. Then we have John Rodat, 4th, Morn Hobson in 5th. Going down the list, Sean Sagassi, Von Mishko, John Bell, and Matthew Gallup running out the top 10. But one thing that's fun about this group is the variety of cars that we can see. Nick, we see everything from Miatas, of course, to MG Midgets, to Mazda 2s.
Yeah.
The Acura Integras. Mini Cooper just drove by. What do you expect to see from some of this mixed class racing?
I think the mixed class racing brings an extra challenge because there are cars that are going to excel in different areas. Some are going to be great on the brakes, maybe handle really well, but a little underpowered. Some of them going to have a little bit bigger engines, but heavier, and a little bit slower in the corners. So we're expecting them to do all that work that they can, the exit of the corners and down those straights. So we'll have to see how the drivers adapt and make their moves as they pick and choose spots to pass, and see how patient they're willing to be to get that exact right pass.
It is fun in what I like to see in the mixed car groups. At the start, you can see which cars have the most horsepower. As you can see, you know, someone from maybe 4 rows back, maybe pretty close to the front by turn 1, just due to the acceleration they have over some of the other cars that are maybe more competitive in the corners.
Yeah, it's a great point. The mixed races always tend to see something like that, so we'll keep our eyes out for it as we've got a great view of the starting line here in the tower and see what cars jump out, and if they can hold on to those positions they gain at the start. That could, they get their elbows out, start blocking a little and holding those spots, could shake up this order.
You are encouraging to block, are you?
I'd never encourage, but if the situation calls for it, you know, if I'm on the last lap, I may make the stewards make a call.
Okay. Well, you know, not always a good idea to leave it up to stewards to win the race there, Nick. But you can see a beautiful shot going into now 13. And this is turn 10 on your screen right now. If that fog looks a little eerie, but it provides a little element of surprise.
It does. It gives it a very movie cinematic effect.
That's the word I was looking for, Nick.
Yeah, it's really cool. I'm like, wow, okay, we've got the trailer for Gran Turismo 2 playing right now. This is very exciting. I'm happy that Sony's here filming with us this weekend. That's going to be great. So, well, stay tuned for that, all you watchers out there.
We want to thank everybody for joining us today on YouTube, the Sports Car Club of America YouTube channel. Let us know in the comments where you're from, where you're watching from. We definitely like to see how broad the fan base is.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had somebody from Germany watching the 4-hour, which I don't know what time it was in Germany at that time. Oh, Nick, it looks like we have somebody pulling off there.
That's right.
In turn 16. But we're still on the pace lap. Looks to be John Bell, I believe, the 62 Mazda RX-7. So that is not a good start.
Yeah. Don't like to see that, and I believe that's just after, or just in Bishop Bend there. Is that the spot we were looking at?
Yeah, and hopefully that car is just enough. Yep, that is on the right side, driver's right side of the track at 14. But it looks like we may go green here. We might just be covered by a local yellow there as we get a safety vehicle to that car.
Yeah, they are. They're in an okay spot. So let's see if this goes green, John.
Yeah, and we do have a couple cars starting from pit road, and as you see on the screen, we're working our way around turn 17. The pace car has come into the pits, awaiting the green flag, and we have a green flag, Nick. The Datsun around the outside from 2 rows back.
Yeah, exactly what we talked about. The car with a little more power may have gotten a good jump. You see him coming around the outside there, and he's going to clear it for the lead. That car all the way from 3rd place makes his way into the lead in turn 1.
Nice. All clean so far going through turn 1. As we work our way down into turn 3, but it looks like Nick Leverone really wants to get back in the lead of that race.
Yeah, he the Miatas definitely came charging through on that left-hand side, the inside into turn 3. They were able to get things slowed down, make it to the apex, and I think they're going to really start to step away from them. And
yeah, we do have quite a lead already forming from, I believe, Nick Leverone and John Rodat.
Yeah.
Going into the hairpin, you're too wide. John Rodat making a lead on the inside. I do know John Rodat personally, and he definitely wants to lead every second he can.
Yeah, he is happy to lead. He is not afraid to be the car setting the pace. But Nick Leverone, he is a competitive driver, and just like we talked about, this is I think this is going to be a race we watch for quite a bit here.
Yeah, and also kudos to them. They're from up north, and they're leading a lot of Central Florida Region drivers here.
Yeah, they are holding their own at a very tricky track down here in the south. And, oh, a little bit of a collision going into turn 10 there. I think someone was trying to make a pass and just ran out of room.
It's the 115 car. I believe they added an extra 1 on there, Nick. I don't see them on the grid sheet. Maybe they disqualifying.
They might have. But yeah, it looks like they got into a place we like to call the cone of vortex, or the vortex of danger, sorry. And the vortex of danger is definitely not where you want to be going into turn 10.
That was our original pole sitter, actually.
Oh.
15 of Paul Mavoli. So must have maybe been late to the grid.
Possibly, yeah. They were
or
trying
elected
to, work their way
to start
through the
in the
field.
back. And unfortunately, got himself into some danger working his way through the field.
Yeah, looks like they were able to continue, though, so hopefully that car is not too beat up. Would be fun to watch them run back through the field and try to make their way closer to that podium.
Yep, and we have a lead change here. John Rodat in first place. Taking us through one lap of mostly clean racing, it appears. Followed by Chris Clark. in the Mazda MX-5 car. I do see timing and scoring showing a... Oh, no, it did correct itself.
Yeah.
Showing a B-spec there up in the second overall. I don't think that would happen.
No, not in this group. The B-specs fall a little bit further back in the field, but the B-spec race is pretty competitive still. We just watched our 2 B-specs come by in the Mazda 2 and the Mini Cooper.
And I'm not seeing Nick Leverone's car come up on the live scoring, Nick, so I'm not sure if something's going on with the transponder there. Usually you're supposed to charge those overnight, so maybe Nick Leverone didn't get that done.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to get that sorted out in timing and scoring, and we can keep an eye on that. Take a look here. So our B-spec competitors, we've got the number 95 from James Kohler, and just behind them in the number 4 is Paul Ogborn. Looking at my list here, John, Paul may have been the driver that came from the furthest to race with us here, all the way over from England.
Wow.
And they are competing here at Sebring for the Cabin Fever Cure. Only their second time ever being at Sebring, which is definitely tough. They were here for the event last year. That was their first time. So they must have come, realized how great it was last year, and said, hey, I'm coming back.
Yeah. And they brought some great weather with them.
They sure did.
I don't know if they brought it from England, actually, but we welcome them anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. Very cool to see SCCA members from around the world showing up here to race this weekend.
I also did see someone enter from South Africa as well. Oh, so quite the reach the Sports Car Club of America has.
Very cool to see all those international drivers. All right, as we're looking here on the screen, we're seeing cars making their way through turn 16 onto the backstretch. And our leaders coming through.
Yep, I am not seeing Nick Leverone's timing come up, but he is that second car in the pack here on your screen. John Rodat, followed closely by Nick Leverone and Chris Clark. So if you are following along online, Paul Ogborn is not in second place overall.
Yeah, but that race is staying very close as we're peeking out our window, trying to get a glimpse of them coming out of the carousel. Here they are. Looks like it is still John Rodat as they exit the carousel, head towards turn number 7.
Yeah, they ran their best lap time there. The second lap, of course, 2:30s, and the top 3 cars ran 7 seconds faster. Wow, than the next few cars.
Yeah, you can see the Datsun that jumped out nice and early at the start with that extra horsepower has fallen back pretty considerably. And the 3 Mazdas are leading this Group 3 field of production cars, STLs, B-specs, and more.
This is also one of those groups that has a lot of cars where it really requires lots of tinkering and engineering to get the most out of these cars. It's not a spec class for most of them besides B-spec. So can you talk about kind of the efforts that the drivers and car builders have to put in order to remain competitive in classes like these?
Yeah, the production classes and the super touring classes are always a challenge for drivers and builders alike. There are rules to be interpreted about how you can put parts on the car, how you can modify the bodies, how you can really tweak the suspension setups and things like that. So it's more than just, you slap these parts on from the catalog. It's picking and choosing what you like best and finding what makes that car go the best every lap. Because as we know, sometimes you get parts that are great for a lap, but heat starts to set in, you start having some issues, and you can actually lose some time over the course of a race as the car wears. So yeah, builders, competitors in the production ST classes, things like that, are really challenged to make their cars the best possible.
That is true, Nick. And our closest classes right now, besides the top 3 that we have, are our B-spec cars. And they had about a second gap difference after lap 2. All of the other groups seem to have a leader in their class that have broken out away from their competition by about 10 seconds or so after a couple laps. So that maybe goes to show you maybe the car is more developed than their competitors.
Yeah, that absolutely could be the case. But one thing I think about when I think B-Spec is those cars are kind of underpowered, but they punch a large hole in the air, being small hatchbacks. And as they work through traffic, as the race continues, I'm wondering if maybe, a second gap, if you get a good draft from another car, if you're that second place car, I think you could make up a second with the draft around this track pretty quickly. So we'll have to see how the B-Spec cars navigate traffic and how everything works out for them, because right now, your STL cars out front are really checking out. And everyone else is just along for the ride, John.
Yeah, we do have some close, a couple big gaps. F-Prod, there's a 29-second gap from Matthew Gallup down to Pedro Rivera. And E-Production, Chris Clark, puts in third overall, 17 seconds ahead of second place Sean Tagasi in his Mazda RX-7. In SPU, Warren Hobson, 32 seconds over Carlos Ramirez. In T4, Von Mishko, 9.5 seconds over Grant Partain. MX-5 versus Porsche Boxster there. So also quite a different vehicle. GT Light, Steve Howley with a 17-second lead over Liam Capson as we run out for 3 laps. Frank Schwartz, 11-second lead in H-Production. I do see on the results here, Kelsey Pinkowski and Spec Miata. I don't know if that's the correct group, Nick. Maybe I'm not sure what class she actually fits in, but not a Spec Miata right now, at least.
No, we wouldn't be seeing them in this group right now. Those are coming up in Group 6 later today. We're very excited to see them. But right now, we're focusing on production cars, ST cars, and the likes of the rest of this field.
I do think that maybe someone in the Flat Out Motorsports paddock of Nick Leverone may have switched around some transponders.
Yeah, it certainly is possible.
And keeps showing Paul Ogborn beep across the line as Nick Leverone drives across it before correcting itself on the results. But there's a 2/10 gap in B-Spec, so we have quite the race there for our two competitors.
It sure is shaping up. We're going to try and get a look at them as they come by this time. The race for STL at the front, John Rodat has opened up the lead, and Chris Clark in that Global MX-5 Cup car has actually gotten in front of Nick Leverone. So, if Nick Leverone wants to come back and get into this race, he's not only got to pass John Rodat, he's got to pass Chris Clark just to get back to the action.
That is correct, Nick. And they have a 13-second gap back to the 4th place overall car of Von Mishko in his 2014 Mazda MX-5. So they have a comfortable window there where they can have a little fun and dice it up.
Yeah, I think they're going to take advantage of it. I know Chris, and I know he knows both of them. Probably talked on the grid before the race and said, hey guys, I know I'm not involved in your race directly, but let's have a little fun out there. Let's race it up. Let's enjoy ourselves. So I think all 3 of them had an agreement that they may not be in the same class, but they're going to race it out no matter what.
Absolutely. What a nice shot here in turn 3. Cars coming out of turn 1 in the top of your screen, making their way down. Oh, a little bit of a slide entrance there. Possibly didn't get down on the braking good enough. We saw that Mazda RX-7 miss the apex quite a bit.
Yeah, they're working their way through. That we talked about that. That's a tricky spot. You're going pretty fast into turn 3 after coming out of turn 1. And now we're watching the cars as they come down into turn 7, the heaviest braking zone we have here at Sebring. We talked about it last night. There is a pavement change that happens right here. Hard to see with the sun right now, but hopefully we'll see it later. That pavement change is real tricky. If you miss your braking spot, it's easy to lock up there.
I've never locked up there once, Nick.
That's because you don't brake hard enough.
Yeah.
The turn 9 here, though, We call it a turn, really just a big straightaway. It is very fast as you come through here, but this is a great shot to see the cars weaving back and forth from the exit of 7 through turn 8 into turn 9 here. And this is also the pit entry for our short course here.
Yes, that is
Green
right.
Park.
We do have a couple different configurations here at Sebring International Raceway. I do love the long course, as we would call it, the course that we're running today, 3.7 miles. But we also have the club circuit, which is just the Green Park side, which is the side that your camera's looking at. And that is an action-packed course with not a lot of time to recover between corners.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a tricky section of the track when it's the full lap, but when it's your only section of the track, it definitely.
Yes, and we do have to clarify, red car we did call it Datsun is a Ford Escort Mach 1. I believe that is the one from South Africa, if I believe.
Oh, is that our South African drivers? We have 2 of our international drivers here.
Yep, Moore and Hobson. On the results here, it says living in Sarasota, but I do believe, looking at the driver bio, originally from South Africa, raced this car in South Africa, and I believe we're also told it's a right-hand driver.
Yeah, we did hear that last night when we were talking to some of the drivers at the podium for the Enduro. It was pretty cool. So glad we got to see that car right out the gate. First group of the day. The car we had talked about last night.
We have just 5 minutes remaining in the first race of our action-packed day here at Sebring International Raceway, CFR SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. Been a clean race. We did have that one spin and continue by our pole sitter, Paul Mavoli, but I do not see that he completed a lap mix, so he must have come in.
Yeah, maybe that car was a little too dinged up after that, and they wanted to come in, make sure. It's pretty easy to knock the toe out on Miata, so
and it could be
that's what happened.
We did qualify on pole, according to our grid sheet. So it could be that maybe going back to the from the back of the pack to the front may not be what Paul wanted to do.
Yeah, we're seeing our leaders come by right now, and the gap has widened significantly. John Rodat still leading the way. Nick Leverone now about 10 seconds behind, I would have to say.
Yeah, and if you do know John Rodat, he's got a famous saying, "Get that money," and he is getting that money right now.
He is. I hear they have a very large prize pool this weekend for all of these drivers and all the classes. So, yeah, I expect that there could be maybe dozens, maybe hundreds of cents available for some of these drivers' winnings. I think if you were to recycle some of these trophies, that's about what you get out of them.
You know, but that is the fun of the grassroots motorsports experience. We're not just racing for trophies, also for competition and getting a race with friends and family alike in a nice, competitive, but friendly atmosphere. Mostly friendly.
Mostly friendly. We have seen members flair before the track, but I'd say that's a rarity compared to the camaraderie that we get with our racing family here. But, you know, sometimes racing gets the best of us.
Yep, and we have just 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes remaining on the clock, so we will be winding down the race here in this 20-minute sprint race. But we have more action to come. Group 4 up next will be the Spec Racer Fords, which is always going to be exciting.
Yeah, the Spec Racer race is going to be, I think, a really good one to watch. Very excited to see that. I'm hearing them call the leader around the track right now from corner to corner. So there is a possibility we're going to see a white flag this time by. Yep, they're in 16 right now and running a 2-minute 30-second lap. So I think there's a good possibility that they end up waving this white flag. We'll let you know.
How about this camera shot going into turn 17? That is the fastest part of the course that we're looking at right now, going into 17. Yep, 37. Yeah. John Rodat just received the white flag at the start-finish line, so we are working our last lap right now. John Rodat with a couple second lead over his Northeastern friend.
We did just watch the B-Specs come by, another race to watch, and I'd say they're about a second and a half apart, so I would not call that race decided yet.
Absolutely not.
We're going to see if we can follow them around the track here a little bit, call out that race for you.
Yeah, as we can see the B-Specs work their way around turn 1 on the screen. Not too big of a gap there, Nick. Yeah, we see our leader in B-Spec drive through right there.
Yes,
that is
green
James,
and orange
that
car.
is James Kohler leading Paul Ogborn by 1.7 seconds. And they do punch a big hole in the air. So if you get within striking distance and get in a draft on the backstretch, you can make some moves into turn 17.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely can make up a lot of time in B-Spec by using those other classes draft, trying to pull forward. Watching them into turn 7. Looks like the gap's remaining about the same. I think we're going to see them pop up on screen here any second as they exit turn 7.
And here they come working their way down what does not look like a straight, but really is completely full throttle through this section of the race course.
Yeah, I do love the paint job on this green and orange Mazda. It reminds me of the old 787 Le Mans car.
Yes, very nostalgic. Yep, there's our leader in B-Spec right there, James Kohler in the 95 machine, followed by Paul Ogborn in the Mini Cooper. And Paul Ogborn is from Bristol, UK.
Yes. Yep, he is our UK driver. So it is exciting to see them duking it out right now as they come through turn 13.
Oh, and we have an off there.
We
in
sure
13.
do, yeah.
Yeah, I believe that was the MG that went off. Just missed the apex there by zip code or 2, but looks to be okay, as didn't look like it collected a wall or anything.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to continue. But it looks like James is really keeping that lead big. We've got a checkered flag is waving.
Yep. Checker flag is waving for John Rodat to take the win here overall in the first sprint race group of the day. So John Rodat takes overall and the STL win, followed by Nick Leverone, who's not on our timing sheet here.
Yeah, weren't able to see that, but now we are looking out our window to see the finish of this B-Spec race. Is the gap going to close up? Was James able to hang on in that number 95 car?
We will see. I'm on the edge of my seat. It does look like James Kohler will take it. The 95 machine, the Mazda 2, just over Paul Ogborn in the Mini Cooper.
Pretty close finish, though.
Yeah, just 1.6 seconds of a gap there, Nick, as we see them go through turn 1 on the cooldown lap. Nice close finish after 20 minutes.
Yeah, that was great. And, we see cars continue to cross the line. And WP cars, another Global MX-5 car. What a good variety in this race. There was some beautiful cars. Obviously, guys spending some time on these. And
yeah, we had 33 cars turn a lap time, Nick, of all different varieties. Unfortunately, our pole sitter appears to have not made the start or the grid on time. And if you're not on the grid on time, they're going without you, Nick.
They are, yeah. It's a very time-sensitive issue. The stewards set a schedule for the weekend, and they expect everyone to abide by that. So when you hear those calls to grid, make sure you're there. Get there. Don't be the last one, because you don't want to have to start from pit road.
No.
That is not what you want to do.
They will leave without you. Unfortunately, we did have some people not turn a lap time. May have had some issues in the Enduro last night. Looking at Mary Roney, Dan Kite, Steve Shelton Jr., we do know lost an engine in the endurance race last night. And John Bell in his Mazda RX-7. I believe that was the car that pulled off on the outlap.
Yes, that was that black and yellow RX-7. Unfortunately, did not make it.
Yeah, we are wrapping up this first race folks. But we will take a quick commercial break here in between groups, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot of action to come at the CFR SCCA Cabin Fever Cure as we get to 5 minutes for Group 3, Group 4, which will be the Spec Race Forts. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Racecar Engineering, 800-882-7231.
Welcome back to our next 20-minute sprint race of Sunday's action here at the 2025 CFR SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. Nick, we have a good one coming up. Spec Racer Ford Group.
We sure do, yeah. The Spec Racer Fords are here. We watched them last night in the Enduro. So looking at this grid sheet, I see a lot of familiar names. And one of the names I don't see, though, is a little bit further down the list. I was expecting to be a little higher up. Craig Wheatley. That was our winner from the 4-hour last
Yes, it
night.
was.
And I was expecting to see it a little higher up on the grid sheet. So I wonder if that confidence from last night is going to help him charge through this field. It's always tough in a spec class because it is all about the driver. But I'll tell you what, confidence is one of the strongest performance-enhancing drugs I think anyone can have.
That is true, Nick. And our grid sheet tells us that Lee Hill was supposed to start on pole with a 2:25.0. But as we also learned, right after a last lap pass for the 2-hour in Spec Racer Ford 3 last night, lost an engine on the cooldown lap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
that was a kind of a wild one as he was on his way in. So unfortunate that he is not going to be leading the field.
So we are leading we're the leader of this race, Gian Bustamante, taking the pole instead, who did win the 2-hour Enduro last night from basically start to finish.
Yeah, he was running very well. So it's going to be exciting to see how he takes that into today's sprint race. He's very familiar with the track. If you can run it fast in the evening hours, these morning hours with what are now great conditions now that the fog is cleared, that's going to be a piece of cake for him.
Yes, and we are working our way on the pace lap, followed by the pace car supplied by Mazda Motorsports, the classic Mazda of Orlando, and that beautiful soul red Mazda CX-50. We have 27 cars, well, maybe 26 minus Lee Hill. So 26 cars of Spec Racer Fords. There are two different classes. There is one sole Lone Ranger of Kurt Negron from Kissimmee, Florida, in the Gen 2 Spec Racer Ford cars. So I believe he does wrap up that win nicely just by entering.
He does. Let's say an early congratulations to him if he's the Spec Racer Ford Gen 2. But the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race is far from over. You can see a long trail of those SCCA Enterprises Spec Racer Fords coming down the line. These are a very cool car, John. They are custom-built race cars that use many different off-the-shelf parts that make it very affordable for drivers to get into a somewhat open-top, lightweight spec level of racing that is what we saw from last night. Pretty quick. Their lap times over the evolution of this chassis have gotten pretty substantial. These third gens are fast cars.
And Nick, one thing I am noticing, our top Devon cars are all within a second in the qualifying time.
That's very exciting. I think that's going to make for some great racing. Don, for a sprint race like this, when you've got a spec field, are you willing to play buddy-buddy for a couple of laps to try and break away and make the race a little closer, or are you elbows out from the drop of the green flag?
I am more of a team player, especially for the first part of the race, and then I always like to think, I took this from Jim Drago, Spec Miata national champion. You start to work your competition down. You start with maybe 5 or 6 cars, try to push maybe a guy away. Maybe you work down to 4 cars, and then ideally, you want a mano-a-mano shootout at the end, where even if I'm with the teammate, maybe the last lap is every man for himself.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think it's easy for us to get caught up in the idea that we've got to start blocking right away and defending those positions. We don't want to move backwards in the race, but sometimes going backwards is a way to go forwards. If you can find yourself with a teammate, work together and not fight each other. I mean, going side by side through a corner is about the worst thing you can do when you're trying to make it to the front of the field. So we'll see how well these Spec Racer Fords cooperate at the start of this race here and how this pattern works itself out.
Yep, so Our top 10 includes Gian Buffamante, Dave Spitzer, Tim Preble, Doug Mead, DJ Preble, maybe a father-son or brother duo there, Mike Baconowski, Connor Grant, Gregory Falcone, and rounding out the top 10, Stuart Molan. As we work our way down, following the pace car, lights are still on, but expected to go off here. Heading into turn 17, and it looks like the pace lights have gone out, so we will be taking a green flag here for the first 20-minute race of the Spec Racer 4 group. I'm expecting a handful of cars out front drafting away.
I think so too. We'll see how cleanly they make it through turn 1. That is always the tricky one because I'm expecting us to be 3-4 wide, even by the time we get to the stripe here.
They are bunched up quite a bit, and we do have a green flag. Quick early jump there from Gian Buffamante, taking the lead as they fan out 4-5 wide. You can see on the screen. We'll see how they go into turn 3 as it does get really tight there in that the funnel, as I would say.
Yeah, they're going to have to have some cooperation to make sure everyone can make it through, but it looks clean so far, and it looks like the top 3 are going to be nose to tail, top 5 nose to tail.
A few people locking up in the mid-pack there as they dice for those very coveted positions of 11th and 12th, it appeared.
Yeah, and here we go, exiting the carousel. A couple of people dropping wheels, we see. But as they make the run down to turn 7, it looks like everyone is pretty nose to tail here. I don't see too many cars stepping out of line. Could make for a very interesting race. Oh, no, we do have a car step out as we get to the braking zone. Almost 3 wide. Fighting for that 4th position, looks like.
Yeah, and a late send there towards the back of the field. Make a 3 wide going into the hairpin, but it does appear that everyone got through there cleanly. And now we're starting to see this line begin to form. So we'll see some teammates possibly draft together and work together in order to maybe fight some other teams.
Yeah, this is the part we'll see who comes together for partnerships, who's willing to work together. Any mistakes here are going to be huge. I mean, all the cars are the same. So if the drivers make a mistake, that's the difference maker there. Everyone's got to drive really well, and as you see him coming through turn 13, towards Bishop's Bend there, looking pretty orderly. Nothing too out of line.
Yeah, we are seeing the top 2 cars maybe start to break away from that lead pack. But as they go on to the backstretch here, you can make up almost a second of time in the draft. Though I wouldn't expect the top 2 to really get away very easily.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see, especially it looks like third, fourth, fifth, really. Probably going to be able to work together as they come down. Yeah, you can see, some elbows out. We did have a pass there at about 5th position. So as they come around towards start-finish line here for the first time.
Yeah, we have Gian Buffamante leading the field with somewhat of a sizable gap. So maybe taking advantage of some of the cars behind him, racing and jockeying for position as he builds a 1.3-second lead over the first lap. But 3rd through 7th are all pretty tight within half of a second.
They are, yeah. I was watching that as they came by. 1st and 2nd were nose to tail, and even 3rd seemed to have a decent gap. But 4th, 5th, and 6th about came by side. So maybe some argy-bargy to try and get onto the podium. I don't know what's going to happen there, but it's only the first lap. We've still got 18 minutes, 17 minutes to go, so anything can happen.
Yeah, and here we have Gian Buffamante leading Dave Spitzer and Tim Preble in 3rd place, leading the next group of cars. But, I mean, pretty close competition here for the top, I would say 15 cars or so, all within just a few seconds of each other. That's one of the beautiful things about the Spec Racing Series is how close the cars can stay all throughout the field.
Yeah, it does make the racing very exciting as we watch them all come down through turn 9. You can see some of these cars nose to tail, practically touching each other. So it's going to stay close throughout the race, and hopefully we see some good action. But as we see here, the
Some of the back markers here going through
the
turn
back
10.
markers are starting to spread out.
But also one thing, we look at some of the back markers here. There's a race going on at the back, and it's just as close as the one up front.
It is, maybe even closer.
And it could even be more exciting as potentially more mistakes happen at the back of the field, making that race more interesting.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that and see how those guys shake it out, because they, like you said, more mistakes keeps things closer. You never know what happens.
All right, so we'll see here. Vickers and Fords now going down the back straightaway, going into turn 17. We'll see if Gian Buffamante can maintain that lead. And it does appear that Gian Buffamante seems to be gapping the entire rest of the field. Now 1.8 seconds of a lead over Dave Spitzer. Definitely taking advantage of some of the jockeying that was happening behind him. Putting his nose down and getting after it.
Yeah, first and second definitely feeling pretty comfortable right now. Third place, though, really close. Third and fourth, they are...
Tim Preble and Connor Grant, TJ Preble and Mike Baconowski, all within relatively short distance of each other.
Yeah, as we take a peek outside there, we're seeing the gaps on our straightaway under the walkover bridge towards the hairpin. Yeah, the second group pretty close, John. It looks like the first two might have broken away, but that second group, I think anyone's game still, as long as they can keep their head in it and reduce the amount of mistakes they make.
Yeah, it does. If I'm in that second group of cars, Preble, Grant, etc., I maybe think about working together here and try to pick off Dave Spitzer and then Buffamante, working together as a team, pushing down the back, pushing down all the straightaways, not racing each other into the corners, because we have 13 minutes left. So if we can take a lap here where we can work together and catch the next car in front of us, maybe now instead of racing for third, we're racing for second, and then moving on up to the first place spot.
Yeah, we've definitely got to do that. But while we are here, we want to make our first call to grid. First call to grid for Group 5. Group 5.
All right, here. Thanks for that call to the grid, Nick. We have 13 minutes remaining here in the Group 4 sprint race at the 2025 Central Florida Region SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. And it's been a great start to this race. Been clean racing. I don't think we've even had one off. I have not seen, Nick.
Yeah, no, a couple of lockups early on, but other than that, it seems like everyone is driving pretty cleanly. So we are going to keep things rolling there.
Yep, and we do have, it looks like Preble, the two Preble family members, I don't know if it's father, son, or brothers, seem to be working together now to reel in Dave Spitzer. They're about 6/10 back from second place Dave Spitzer, who's maintaining the gap of 1.8 seconds behind Buffamante. But if I'm the Prebles, I'm going to work together, get around Spitzer on maybe on one of these long straightaways, and try to catch Buffamante. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they need to do. They were about a tenth faster than Spitzer last lap, so if they can keep knocking it off, we've got probably 3 or 4 more laps in this race, if not more. So they could do it. They could close that gap of 6/10 pretty easily.
Yeah, and it appears
they stay together.
Going into turn 7, they've certainly closed the gap there. As you can see, that third place car in the Gulf color car is Tim Preble, the number 20 machine, right on the back bumper of Dave Spitzer. So now Spitzer has, to keep his eyes behind him as well, not just trying to track down Buffamante.
Yeah, look at him running through turn number 9 there. That is a close field. And yeah, I think the family members working together is going to make a big difference. There was some side-by-side action in turn 10, so.
And if I'm Buffamante, I'm hoping that they really race each other so I can get an even bigger gap.
Yeah, when you're out in front, you're just praying everyone else behind decides to race each other rather than try and come and race me. So, yeah, Gian is definitely checking those mirrors, hoping he sees a lot of side-by-side action, all the cars behind him.
Well, hopefully he doesn't check the mirrors too much and miss an apex or two, so he can maintain that lead. But we're definitely getting a close race here for that 2nd through 5th, 6th position. They're going down into the backstretch on the way down to turn 17.
All right. Yeah, making their way through turn 16 here. We're seeing some of the middle of the pack here. Turn 16, a very important corner leading onto one of the longest straightaways. So you want to make sure you get a good exit there as we watch. Yeah, it looks like,
I don't know.
The battle for 3rd is on right now.
The Prebbles side by side right now going through start-finish line. I'm not sure if that's what they want to be doing, as the gap did get bigger from Spitzer down to the Prebbles, sitting in 3rd and 4th. They were right on their tails by the hairpin in turn 10, if you remember correctly, and now they're a solid 1.3 seconds back from Spitzer, who's sitting in 2nd.
Yeah, they were about 4.5 tenths slower than Spitzer last time by, but it could open the door for Connor Grant now to sneak in and get a podium. So maybe 3rd, 4th, and 5th is the group to watch. See who is going to end up on that last step of the podium.
Well, I will say Spitzer did run a little bit faster of a time compared to Buffamonte, making up just over 2/10 of a second, possibly getting into that draft, essentially, of Gian Buffamonte. If you get the sniff of a draft, that can make up several tenths of a second down the straightaway.
Yeah, it sure can. And I think that we will find out during this lap when they come to the line just how much of a difference that couple of tenths made in the drafting, and see if it's going to close the gap or if the gap's going to remain the same like we've seen for these last 9 minutes or so.
However, as a fan, I would like to see the Prebbles work together and try to catch Spitzer and Buffamonte and make this instead of a battle for 2nd to 3rd, make it a battle for the win.
Yeah, agreed. I would love to see TJ and Tim work together, really spice things up. If we could see them work their way back in these last 8 minutes, we would be very happy with a close finish.
And it looks like Connor Grant in the 5th position has run the best time of the race so far, with the 2:24.7. The 2nd fastest time would be Dave Spitzer last lap, 2:24.8. So we have some speed down into that 2nd group still. So
yeah,
they have the pace in order to catch them. Are they willing to work together?
Agreed. That is the big question on everyone's mind, and we're going to have to figure that out pretty soon here as the race is winding down.
There is quite a gap now from 1st and 2nd all the way back down to the Prebbles. Something must have happened. Something must have gotten racy, because Tim Preble now with about a 1.5 seconds of a gap back to the 4th place car, Mike Bekanowski. Something happened to TJ Preble and Connor Grant, Nick, as they're falling down the order.
They are, yeah. I wonder if they got a little tangled up somewhere.
I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
see any safety vehicles out on track from our angle.
Yeah, but now Dave Spitzer again with a 4/10 of a second gain there in that last lap. He's now just 1.1 seconds off of Buffamonte's rear bumper. So we might have a good race for the lead. I do see the number 16 of TJ Preble coming to pit road. I'm not really seeing a lot of damage on the car, but has pulled into, I guess, the penalty box. It looks like he's definitely waving his hands at a steward complaining about somebody, possibly Connor Grant, I would say, in the 79 machine, as they were running together and now they're out of the race.
Yeah, he did not seem happy with those hand signals, and the steward appears to be checking the car, looking for damages, but from our angle, it looks like it made it out pretty unscathed. So we always love to see cars surviving and
But unfortunately, not the race that he would have wanted.
No, not how you want your race to end.
Yes, as he was making some progress up into potentially the second or first spot. But Dave Spitzer with a great last lap time of 2:24.1 seconds.
Yeah, is that our fastest lap of the race, John?
That is our fastest lap of the race. Gian Buffamante with a 2:24.5. So also running the second fastest lap of the race, but still,
yeah,
a 4/10 of a second time
That's
made up there.
That's a big gain. Yeah, we're seeing them just over a second.
And here we go,
time.
going into turn 17. Spitzer close behind Buffamante. Definitely now getting close enough to start to feel the effects of that draft. If I'm Buffamante, I'm going to put my head down and try to hit every single mark in order to keep Spitzer at bay. 1/10 of a second gained on that lap, Nick. So now almost just under 1 second back for a second place driver. But that gap, due to the maybe some issues we had in that second group of cars for third place, that gap's 7.8 seconds now.
Yeah, the gap back to third has really climbed, but the front two is getting closer and closer, which is very exciting. And we will see. I mean, it's been about 1/10 of a second every lap for the past 3 or 4 laps, just closing on the gap, the 127 to the 17.
Yeah, and we have just under 5 minutes remaining. So you think about 2 laps left, Nick. At some point, Spitzer's going to need to close that gap just a little bit more. Hopefully on this lap, he can create a little, a much bigger chunk out of the gap there to be able to get sucked into the draft in the back straightaway.
Yeah, that's going to be key to closing things up for the last lap, I think, is the draft and how close Spitzer can get to make total use of it.
Yeah.
The group we're seeing on screen right now, I believe, is our third place group. That's third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, all fighting to try and get a spot on the podium.
Yeah, they're not separated by very much time, Nick. About 2 seconds split up all of those cars from third back down into sixth, seventh. The last time they came by the stripe, it appears to be they're all in that same group now going into 14.
Yeah, but here is your battle for the lead. You can see how far ahead those two are. It looks like the gap is closed a little bit, John.
I don't know, Nick. I would say that's about 6 seconds, 7 seconds.
Oh, I meant the lead for first and second.
Oh, yes, the lead for first and second.
The lead for first second. I think it's under a second now. So, providing all things go well in turn 17, I think that we will see that gap come down even more. And but I do not see a white flag in our.
I would expect.
Hand.
Yeah. Well,
So
I mean, we might have 2 more laps remaining, which is exactly what Dave Spitzer would want. Buffamante maybe not, but appears to be maintaining the gap. Maybe something happened there in 17 as Buffamante did gain 3/10 of a second and ran the fastest race, the fastest lap of the race with a 2:23.9. So Spitzer really only 1/10 off of his best time. So that just tells me Buffamante just really laid it down.
Yeah, he is coming alive at the right time. This is when you want to run your best laps, when you're leading, is as close to the end as possible. That is exactly what you want, and it looks like he might even be pulling away on this lap as well as they exit the carousel. They head down to turn number 7.
Buffamante is for sure, does appear to be very focused and putting his best lap times in at the very end where they matter most.
Yeah, looking down here though, the battle for third, some of these cars, I think we're going to see a car try to make a move into turn number 7. They do go side by side, and I want to say there was a pass there. That was a good pass.
That was successful, I believe. That was Gregory Falcone passing Rich Stanley for the 5th position.
Yeah, we could see, you know, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th are all very tight still. So that battle for 3rd, still wide open. Anyone makes a mistake there, can work together with these last lap and a half or so. We could see some changes on the podium.
Yeah, and if the race continues with this result here, Buffamante, I mean, how about a weekend? Led almost every single lap of the 2-hour enduro last night, and now leading every lap from start to finish in the sprint race. Can he do it again in the future? That would be the question.
Yeah, that would be the question for sure. A little bit longer race to feature, but the way Dion's been able to really peak and do their best near the end, 20 minutes into this race, that takes a lot of focus and determination. So I think he'd fare well in the 30-minute feature.
Yeah, he is. But it seems to be that gap is maintaining there. It is not over yet. There's just one mistake by Bufamonte. And Spitzer can really take advantage as they throw out the white flag for Bufamonte. With a 1.8 second gap there. Bufamonte, again, putting down another best lap time, Nick.
Yeah.
23.8.
Absolutely in the zone, and they're doing great. Hopefully they're not pushing too hard, and they push themselves to the edge on this one, chasing a lap time. I know that's happened to us before. We start seeing those numbers creep down on the lap timer, and we think, just another 10th here, another 10th here. And next thing you know, you're 2 off, sliding around, and you've got a ruined lap. So let's see if that focus can be maintained for one more lap here at Sebring.
Yeah, Bufamonte definitely finding his form in the later stages of this race as we see him going into turn 17. Dave Spitzer also very consistent. The last few laps have only been really a delta of 1/10 of a second within each other. So Spitzer definitely showing he has great form as well and being consistent. But Bufamonte maybe just a little bit too much for him in this sprint race.
Yeah, but the third and fourth, Bakanowski and Stanley, they look to be pretty close as I was peering out the window watching them through the green part. So
just 700th of a second of a variance there as they cross the start-finish line with 1 lap to go. So we could have a nice battle for third place.
Yeah, I think that is the closest we have for a spot at the moment. Maybe back in the field we've got some other close positions, but I'm hoping we can sneak a peek at them there as we see first and second go through turn 15.
And here's our battle for
and
third place.
Third, yeah. Yeah, they are close.
I mean, and a little bit of a wobble there going into 15 on the brake zone by Mike Bakanowski. Maybe Rich Stanley can take advantage of that and get a nice run out of 16.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that shakes up here because it looks like first and second are going to be decided. But, I see some weaving on the backstretch between third and fourth.
Oh, you love to see
trying to break the draft. They are really fighting after it here. Let's see how they make it into turn 17.
Yep, Gian Bufamonte takes the win, leading from start to finish with Dave Spitzer finishing in second. We have a close finish here, but a commanding third place taken by Rich Stanley with a last lap pass.
He was able to make a pass happen there going into 17. And, wow.
You love to see it.
That's great. A last lap pass for the podium. Congrats to Rich Stanley.
There's nothing sweeter than getting a pass in 17 coming to the checker flag, Nick.
There really isn't. That is such a nice spot to have that pass made. Once you know you've made it, it's really tough for them to come back at you before the start-finish line here at Sebring.
Yep, and our winner of the 4-hour race last night, Craig Wheatley, rounding out in 9th position, where he raced against Raymond Moser, finishing 15th in this race. He was racing Moser all the way into 8 p.m. last night, just a 2-second difference at the end of 4 hours between those two. So 9th place by Craig Wheatley, 15th by Raymond Moser. But a pretty clean race here, Nick. We had some excitement there at the front and all throughout the field. I just want to go through the top 10 results here. Gian Bufamonte takes the commanding lead, leading every lap. Dave Spitzer in second. Rich Stanley in third. Mike Bakanowski in fourth. Michael Green rounds out the top 5. Stuart Mullon, 6th. Gregory Falcone in 7th. Adam Wright finishes in 8th spot. Craig Wheatley, as we just talked about, in 9th. And the top 10 rounded out by Steve Nelson from Roseland, New Jersey. So welcome to Florida, Steve Nelson. Congrats on your top 10.
Yeah, that was a very good race, John. I was happy to see the top groups stay together. There wasn't anything too crazy.
We did have some contact, it appears, between TJ Preble and Connor Grant as they were fighting for the third position.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly what transpired on the racehorse, but they were not happy when talking to stewards on pit road.
Yeah, they were not. But other than that, I think it was a pretty clean race. Yeah, loved seeing that pass for third right at the end, watching them come down the backstretch, weaving, trying to break the draft, and defend those positions was really exciting. So
yeah,
hopefully we will have another one coming up next.
We do, Nick. We have Group 5 coming up next, which is the IT category. So don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Race Car Engineering, 800-882-7231.
Welcome back to Group 5 here, our third race of the day. Here on Sunday, as we see some cars pulling out of the grid for our 2025 CFR SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. This is a SARRC race. Well, this race does not count towards SARRC points, but the races in the afternoon will. And we have a good one here for you folks. 52 cars in the ITA through EZ, ITEZ, so
Yeah.
ITA, RS, Q, you name it. STU, R1 and 2, SMX, and T3, all in this field. And quite the range of cars. I mean, even going from the back of the pack, we have 3 ITC cars in 50 through 52nd, Nick. And some close times there, 309 and 311 qualifying times. So we could see a battle all the way in the back of the pack for Mickey Morwald and the Larson family. But if we look at the front of the field, Kip Van Steenberg, a multi-national champion winning driver, you can pretty much always see Kip Van Steenberg at the top of a chart.
Yeah, been around the sport for a long time and very, very knowledgeable racer. Not only how to drive the car, but how to work on cars, how to build them. That's an all-around shop right there, from the craftsmanship to the racing side of things.
Yep, and his brother Mike Van Steenberg as well is also in the field down in the 25th spot in an ITA car. So a little bit slow over car compared to an STU Porsche 944.
Yeah.
So to lead the field here, Kip Van Steenberg, our first 3 cars are all in the STU category. So Kip Van Steenberg in a Porsche 944, Max Schweed in a Toyota GR Cup. I do believe that he does have plans to run the full season this year. So, and he has been a good Spec Miata racer in the CFR region as well as nationally, doing pretty well in Spec Miata, and now trying to transition into the pro scene. You know, getting a solid base foundation here at the grassroots level. And then the third car in that group of STU cars, Skylar McKnight in a 1996 BMW, would hope to make that a 3-car battle, Nick.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a fun group to watch there at the front, the pointy end of the field. They shouldn't have too much traffic to deal with until, the middle of the race when they come back around to some of the back markers. And I think it's going to be really fun. That GR Cup car is such a good-looking car.
It really is.
And I think it's a great stepping stone into pro, similar to an MX-5 Cup car. Those spec pro series really are cool. It'll be interesting to see how they fare against some 90s sports cars, though. A Porsche 944
we'll
and
see.
a BMW 325. That is quite the departure from a recently built Toyota.
Yep.
But
and then
that's the beauty of these classes.
Yeah, in the 4th spot, Timothy Mincy out of Port St. Lucie in an R2 in the R2 category. It appears to be the only R2 in the field, so I believe he just has to finish to get that win there. Then we have a few SMX cars, so that's your not the global MX-5 Cup, but the spec MX-5 series, the NC years for the Mazda MX-5s. So we have several right in a row with Mary Roney and an ITR car in the middle of them. But we have Jason Fichter, Von Mishko, and Weston Duchak, 3 SMX cars pretty close together. So, I mean, at the top end of the field, we can have some good racing here. Robert Rosa Jr. in T3 will start 9th. Then we have a couple more STU, Jorge Ortiz and Juan Fuentes, both from Puerto Rico. So we have three drivers in a row, Robert Rosa Jr., Jorge Ortiz, and Juan Fuentes, hailing from Puerto Rico. So it's nice to see that that group of drivers come from Puerto Rico and come race with us. And they do it quite so often.
Yeah, that's awesome to see. And I wonder if that bond is going to have them work together, or if it's going to push the elbows out even further. It could go either way. So I look forward to seeing how this start shapes out with those couple of groups at the front there that we're going to be watching for.
Yep, and we couldn't get to all the names here throughout the very lengthy grid sheet of 52 cars as they make their way down to turn 17. But some battles in ITS will be expected as well. Celine Royan, the pole sitter for ITS, Papa Celine.
That is, yeah.
Yes. As his son was racing the Global MX5 Cup for a while before retiring to be a commercial pilot, Nick.
He is. He is left the racetrack to take to the skies, and we're very proud of him. What a great CFR alumni we have.
Yes, exactly. Denny Hightower in that mix, Brian Bennett, Matthew Fritz, and Keith Golden. Golden has been around racing, especially ITS RX-7s, for a very long time with quite the experience. So look for that ITS battle in around the 15th spot overall. And we're about to go green here as the leaders make their way towards the start. And we do have a green flag. Kip Van Steenberg off to a good start. The Volkswagen. Oh, look at that. Look at that start line right there. Great work by DriversEye Live to give us a nice view of the start-finish line.
There was a little 4 wide action there, middle of the pack. That was exciting to see.
Yeah, the Volkswagen GTI there, Tim Mincy, all the way up into the second position, passing Max Schweid and Skylar McKnight at the start.
Yeah, looking at them go. Look at that funnel down into turn number 3. Hopefully everybody keeps it clean. I see some 2 wides and 3 wides. That is a tricky one there as you work through the 3-4-5 complex to get out of that. And it looks like that STU battle at the front already stretching their legs.
Yes, Kip Van Steenberg with a nice lead going into the hairpin.
Yeah, I do have to say, though, Lon Carey in that IT, oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong sheet here.
The Volkswagen.
Yeah, that Volkswagen really jumping out into that mix that we had talked about. We thought those two were going to be the ones to break away, but...
yeah, the Volkswagen jumped from 4th to 2nd right at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Laying the power down. And, you know, it's interesting to see that car with how big and tall it is. I'm sure it punches quite the big hole for some of the Miatas behind him in the GR Cup.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. The GR Cup, you know, a pretty big car itself. It is bigger than a lot of the older sports cars that we're used to seeing in these, you know, IT fields. So, yeah, I'm sure it's happy to have another bigger car that it can use for some drafting and help it out.
Yeah, I mean, if I was behind that car, I would definitely take advantage of the hole that it punches in the air, Nick.
Absolutely. You've got to. It's a big, big hole. So, you know, when you're driving a small Miata, it's the perfect time to gain a couple mile an hour because we all know the Miatas have almost no horsepower.
Yes, wow. But they are quite fun and they sound very nice. But marking our way through turn 16 here, you can see tight battles all throughout the field, all the way to the back of the field. I am interested to see what's going to happen to ITC group class in the back of the field as all 3 of them are together on the grid sheet. So that could make for some excitement, not only at the front of the field, but also the back of the field, as Kip Van Steenberg crosses the start-finish line shortly with a sizable early lead. It appears that Skylar McKnight has worked his way around the Volkswagen there of Tim Mincy.
Yeah, right behind that group though, we do have Jason Fichter and Von Mishko. They are.
Something looks like to happen to Mishko.
Oh yeah, Mishko is not there anymore. So that's Jason Fichter and maybe Max Schweid in the
4th and 5th spot.
4th and 5th spot. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Mishko. Did not post a lap time, so maybe he did not start the race, Nick.
Yeah, we'll have to double check on that and see. But there are 2 Spec MX cars that I can see nose to tail going into turn 7. So we're gonna have to figure out which 2 those
It looks like
are.
Jason Fichter and Weston Duchak going into the hairpin right now. That 4th and 5th car in a row in our view there. Jason
Yeah, that
Fichter
might be
in
who it is.
the black and green number 70 machine, followed very closely by Weston Duchak in the 40 machine.
Yeah, those cars make their way into turn 7 and around the corner to turn number 9 that we see here on screen. We are seeing things starting to spread out a little bit, but there are still some nose-to-tail battles going on for overall position. We don't know if they're necessarily class positions, but not going to stop some of these guys from racing if they're in the mood, right, John?
That is correct. And, Kip Van Steenberg with a blistering first lap time of 2:27. That puts him 7.5 seconds gap in just one lap, Nick.
Wow. Yeah.
He might just lap the whole field. You never know.
He might. We thought that it was going to be a closer race with lap times being only about 3 seconds apart for qualifying, but a 7-second gap on the first lap.
Anything can happen, Nick.
Is quite a big margin. We'll see if it continues, but wow.
Yeah.
What a start for Kip. He was on it right out the gate.
Celine Royan, senior, up into the 9th spot. I believe he started in the 12th position. So making some ground there in his ITS Miata. Over some faster ITR cars, Matt Fritz fell back down into the 11th spot. No, Matt Fritz started in 15th as well, so also making up some ground. But Celine Royan surrounded by ITR cars, some BMWs. So we'll see if he can try to stay in front of them, even with a lower horsepower car.
Yeah.
It appears that Jason Fichter has gapped Weston Dushak a little bit, as it's quite some gap. I'm trying to pull up the timing here.
I think that's Von Mishko, and I think we're having another transponder issue, because I did see a 9 on that car.
Yeah, I believe you are correct, Nick.
So I think that's Jason and Vaughn working together still. We'll have to pay a little more attention next time by, but now that we know there's a 9 on it, gives us some idea of what car that could be.
Yeah, 79 of Von Mishko, it appears, was tucked in behind Fichter there.
Yeah.
Yeah, as they head into turn 7, we can see that. So several transponder issues here, Nick. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I think all you racers out there need to make sure you're checking your transponder numbers when you're registering on Motorsports Reg. You know, that's
maybe remembering to charge them the night before.
And remembering to charge them, yeah, absolutely. But it's that's your responsibility to make sure you're getting your lap times in there, guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
And as we look through the field here, ITS with 17 cars entered for the race, 15 pulling lap times. Spread about a 43-second gap between the first place driver, Celine Royan, back to Steph Vasquez. The Keith Golden in second position. Again, very accomplished racer for a very long time in the ITS category. Followed by Denny Hightower and Alan Boschel. And Jonathan Patterson in fifth spot in ITS. ITA, another competitive class here in the group with 12 entries. Garrett Richardson with a 0.8 of a second lead over Mike Van Steenberg in the second spot there. Mike Van Steenberg, the brother of Kip Van Steenberg, the overall leader. And in ITC, which we talked about before, Nick, Mickey Morwald with quite the lead. But I believe we're already seeing some lap traffic here, Nick.
We are, and because Kip is flying, he just put down a 2:25.8, which is pretty quick. But the second and third place battle is getting very competitive. The two STU cars that we had talked about,
Skylar McKnight and Max Schweid.
Yeah, just a 1/10 of a second apart as they cross start finish this time by, and we'll see. However, Max considerably faster, 2 seconds faster that lap. So we'll see if they stay close together, or if Max just goes jogging by. We're going to keep an eye out under the bridge here, see if there's any shifts.
But Kip Van Steenberg with a 14-second lead after just 3 laps. I mean, if I'm McKnight and Schweid, I'm just praying for a miracle.
Yeah, you're with times like that, it's going to be really tough for them to catch back up. But we are seeing the Max out in front of Skylar McKnight now after the bridge into turn 7. So we'll see if that's the way things stay or if we get some more battles going on. I'm seeing them.
I do see a number 1 finger salute by a Miata going down the front straightaway, Nick. I'm not sure which number that was, but somebody was letting the BMW behind him know that he was the number 1 driver on track.
It's good to see that companionship and that competitiveness between competitors. So that's very cool to see. The
camaraderie that we see on track.
Yeah, I think Lewis Hamilton really famous for giving number ones like that. So mostly a podium thing. You don't see that in races often.
No. But we have quite the action here in SMX. Weston Dushak, it does appear that Timing has found his transponder after all. And he is just 3 seconds behind Jason Fichter. Oh, wait, no. We have not found the transponder by Von Mishko, who's actually trailing Jason Fichter by just a couple tenths.
Correct, yep. Still watching that battle. We will keep you updated on it because that is a close one. They are nose to tail every time we see them on screen or out the window. So it will be exciting to see that black and green Miata of Jason Fichter coming across our finish line next time by to see if that gap has changed.
Yep, and that ITC battle I was watching in the back. Mickey Morwald with a best lap time of 3:16. The next closest car, 3:28 lap time, so 34-second gap. I was expecting a little closer in the back of the field there.
Yeah, we were excited about that race, but unfortunately it seems they are splitting up a little bit. And as we look out the window, we're expecting to see those 2 SMX cars come by. And it looks like we do have a lead change there in SMX. So
yeah. So Jason Fichter getting passed on the backstretch by Von Mishko in the 79 machine. You can't see on your live timing, but he is there.
He is, yes. He is leading the SMX field, even though he's not in live timing. But 3 SMX cars nose to tail right now is the current race to watch on track. Max Schweid has stepped away and pulled away from Skylar McKnight in the STU battle. So not quite as close there anymore, almost 2 seconds apart.
We also have a lead change in ITA. Mike Van Steenberg getting around Garrett Richardson. Now a 6-second gap. Mike Van Steenberg has pulled away. So maybe a mistake there from Garrett Richardson in the 130 machine, Mazda Miata. But now you have 2 Van Steenbergs leading their classes. As we see, I thought that was Kip Van Steenberg down the front straightaway, but 2 Van Steenbergs, I guess, synonymous with winning.
Yeah, they really are. It's like we talked about. It's a shop that knows their way, not just how to drive a car, but how to build a car, work on a car. And yeah, both the brothers proven it today.
And Mike Van Steenberg, if you've never met him in person, you can hear his laugh from a mile away, actually.
You can. He is very distinctive laugh and not afraid to let it out. He's a happy guy when he's at the racetrack.
Yes, that is true, as we all are for the most part. But as we go down into turn 7 there, that is Garrett Richardson turning in the hairpin. I didn't see Mike Van Steenberg right around him, I guess, because he has a 6-second lead.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit up the road from him, but yeah, that's your second place car in ITA right now, that white and orange Miata you see in the center of your frame.
In ITB, we do have a somewhat close battle. Lon Carey just 3 seconds ahead of Mike Horn. However, Mike Horn just ran 2 seconds faster of a lap time that last lap. So maybe we might have a close battle in ITB as we have 7 minutes remaining here in the Group 5 sprint race.
Yeah, we're over halfway in this first sprint race. And from the looks of things, it's been a fairly clean race. I don't see any debris on track or hear any calls from our corner workers that there's been any issues. We do know that there is one car, one of our ITC cars, Jared Larson in the 84. He's going to need a flat toe. He must be having an issue. So one of the cars from our battle.
Our ITC battle.
Yeah,
Yes.
Unfortunately took a hit.
Well, luckily for him, there was 3 cars in that group, so guaranteed podium.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I believe he's made it at least the half distance, so that's a valid finish.
Our cars are working down into 17 there in that shot. But Mike Van Steenberg with his best lap time just put down 2:39 to lead ITA.
Yeah, okay. Looking back out at our window, I do see the 2 SMX cars now getting mixed up with that GTI. So we'll see how that traffic affects the spec class. That is really tough when you've got
I think it'll be interesting to see
3
Weston.
identical cars.
Yeah, Weston Dushak may take advantage of that big hole in the air provided by the GTI to help maybe bridge some of that gap.
Yeah, they Vaughn and Jason. Vaughn's still leading Jason by just a probably a couple tenths of a second. But with the Volkswagen in between Victor and Dushak, yeah, it could help them close the gap. So we'll continue to watch that and keep you updated on it.
Yep, and our STU battle, Kip Van Steenberg obviously out with a commanding lead. 20-second gap back to Max Schweed in the Toyota GR Cup. Has put a little bit of a gap to Skylar McKnight in his BMW. 3.7 seconds now. Just a couple laps ago, he was behind him. So it appears that Max Schweed has found another gear, as we could say, Nick, and creating some separation there from Skylar.
Yeah, John, he's been, ever since he came back past Skylar, he's been putting them better and better laps every time. So really feeling at home in that car finally, and letting the Toyota GR Cup stretch its legs.
Yep, and then in the ITR category, Mary Roney with a 5.9 second lead over Matt Fritz in second, and Brian Bennett is 0.8 behind Matt Fritz. So maybe not for the lead, but for second place, Nick, we have a good battle in ITR that could commence with just under 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and I believe we saw the Fritz team working in our Enduro last night. So hopefully that car is at 100%. They were, I believe, part of the 4-hour Enduro. So they did not have much time to turn things around from the end of that race last night to this morning. So I'm sure they'd be happy if they could stay on the podium.
Yeah, well, I will say 4 hours of track time. Hopefully you might learn all the tricks of the trade over that time period that you could use into these sprint races.
Yeah, absolutely. We were hoping they picked up some hints, things like that. Maybe they're running a little faster than last night. But, you know, as temperatures were a little warmer than they were last night, we could see that track temperature come up, tires getting a little slick. It could make for some tough conditions this afternoon.
Yeah, and there you saw Celine Royan, the leader of ITS, go through turn 1, working his way down into turn 3 here, that last car of this group. I don't see another car behind him in sight, especially his next closest competitor, Denny Hightower, 14 seconds back on Celine Royan.
Yeah, here watching the cars coming down into turn 7. We are seeing just nose to tail, no one making any mistakes. So they're just continuing on, which is great to see.
We have about 3 minutes remaining, so maybe just a couple laps left, Nick. The race control is starting to figure out where the leader is on track and then time them around. Just looking at some of the battles throughout the field, Mike Van Steenberg stretching his gap to 9-second lead. Jason Fichter just ahead of Von Mishko, we believe. On the timing, it does appear that Dushak is in second, but that actually is switched around. So we'll have a close finish in SMX. And ITB, 2.6 second gap, Lon Carey ahead of Mike Horn. Both running similar lap times, so I don't know if he can make up that gap in 2.6 seconds. But ITR, Mary Roney with a 6.5 second lead over her competitor. And T3, Robert Rosa Jr. with a 17-second lead over Mike Janisch and Sergio Sangenis. Then STU, obviously, Kip Van Steenberg out to a commanding lead overall with over 21 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It does look like we've got a fairly decent gap now between first and second in our SMS X field. Von Mishko leading by probably about a second over Jason Fichter right now, if my stopwatch math is working properly. So
I'm not sure if I trust it, Nick, but we can't trust Mishko's lap timer, can we?
that is fair. We do have a car, looks like it is stopped at the exit of turn 6, just under the drive over bridge. Is that a car in turn 5 as well? That black and orange piece, or is that the backside of the barrier?
I believe that is backside of the barrier.
Okay. Yeah, we do have a car stopped.
It's just underneath the camera, actually, so unable to see it from this point of view.
But they've got it going again.
Yep, it is a silver BMW. Looks like an ITR car. I can't read the number from this far, but you'll see him coming down into the screen here.
Could that have been our third place car, Skylar McKnight? in the silver BMW.
I don't know. That would be less than ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on a good run there. I don't know how many other STU cars we have in the fields. Oh no, we do have a couple.
We do have a few. Nick, we have 7 STUs.
Yeah, so if that was our third place car, that third place spot on the podium may be up for grabs.
Yeah.
That's what we believe is the white flag coming out any second now.
Juan Fuentes would be more than happy to receive that benefit. And we have Kip Van Steenberg here getting the white flag in his 91 Porsche 944, running his best lap time of 2:23, which is just over 3 seconds faster than the best lap time of Max Swede.
That is
second position.
That is a fast lap, and yeah, that's 2 seconds faster than his qualifying time from yesterday. So either really locked in to hit all his marks for that lap, or they found something with the car last night that they were able to find 2 seconds. That's not an insignificant amount of time.
No, it is not, Nick. And let's see if there's any other battles in the field that have tightened up. Not an ITR. Mary Roney extending a lead to a 8-second gap. John Lettieri, 1 of 1 in Class R1, so he will definitely take the victory. John Rodat, I think we've seen him in every single race group this weekend, is leading the ITEZ category by over a minute.
Wow. I may have missed it, but the 79 of SMX I didn't see come by unless he had pulled out that far from the other 2 cars.
Might see him coming into the carousel now.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that as we watch turn 5 and turn 6.
The leader is already in turn 13. The next place cars are all the way back in basically the hairpin.
Yeah, that looks to be, I think the silver and blue car that we're seeing from our window is first place in SMX. Pretty solid gap, maybe 2 seconds back to second in SMX. So that race has spread out a little bit compared to what we were expecting.
Yep, Von Mishko leading that field over Jason Fichter with just 1 lap. Less than a lap remaining now. We'll see if Fichter can close that gap up some.
Yeah, they do have some traffic around them, so that could either, be a benefit or a disadvantage. You never know with traffic. Sometimes it can work in your advantage. Sometimes it'll work against you.
Yep, and that was Garrett Richardson on the screen. Just ran his best lap time in 2nd position in ITA.
Yeah.
The leader, Kip Van Steenberg, going through turn 17 now. We're getting the call. And checker flag is out on Kip Van Steenberg, dominating performance with over a 20-second lead overall.
Yeah, pole to pole, start to finish, that was a dominating performance for Kip, improving on his qualifying time from yesterday and having a commanding lead. That is all you can ask for from a race.
Yep, and here's Max Swede crossing the line, 2nd overall, just about 24 seconds behind Kip Van Steenberg. Remember, Max Swede got caught up behind the GTI in the beginning, and the BMW of Fritz, I believe, who it does appear to have fallen pretty far back. So maybe that was the STU car, Nick, that did have some issues. If I look at the results here, yep, it was Skylar McKnight that had the issue coming out of the carousel in turn 5 and 6. It fell down to 7. So Juan Fuentes jumps up into the 3rd spot.
Yeah, and we're just seeing that's the 79 of Von Mishko is going to win SMX, followed by Jason Fichter and Weston Dushak in 3rd for the SMX class. So decent race there. Everyone's staying pretty tight, which we expect from a spec class. But
yeah, but we did just see Mike Van Steenberg cross the line a moment ago as well, taking the win in ITA over Garrett Richardson and Jorge Ortiz, a 7.8 second lead at the finish line. Garrett Richardson with a 30-second gap back to 3rd place. So pretty commanding for the top 2. And then ITR, Mary Roney takes the victory. John Lettieri takes victory in R1. In T3, we have Robert Rosa Jr. with a 24-second lead over Mike Yanish. In ITS, Celine Royan wins by 11.5 seconds over Alan Boschel and Danny Hightower. Keith Golden in 4th place, and Jonathan Patterson rounding up the top 5 in ITA.
Yeah. Just looking at the scorecard here, Juan Fuentes did cross the line to move into 3rd place with his number 105 Honda Civic. So that will round out the top 3 in STU. And, yeah, we thought Skylar was going to be hanging on to that for the whole time. But
it was unfortunate to see him coming slow out of the carousel.
Yeah, he unfortunately was not able to complete all the laps. And Juan Fuentes is going to move up to the podium there. So congratulations to them.
Yep, and Nick, what a nice race we had there. Very clean. We did see a number 1 salutes down the front straightaway at some point, so maybe there was some shenanigans happening out there on the track. But we have an exciting one coming up next, Nick. You know, we are a little biased being Spec Miata races ourselves, but don't go anywhere, folks, because we have an action-packed Group 6 Spec Miata coming up next, 20-minute race. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Racecar Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Racecar Engineering, 800-882-7231.
Welcome back to one of my favorite sessions here, Nick, and I know yours as well, both Spec Miata racers. We have Group 6 up next, Spec Miata, 20-minute sprint race. We have 37 cars in the field, Nick. Anything can happen in Spec Miata. What should we expect, do you think?
Well, I don't know. I think it's going to depend on how well behaved our drivers are today, but the Spec Miata field is known for close, tight-knit racing, so I think you can count on exactly that. I think we're going to see a very close race, some bump drafting, a lot of dive bombs, looking for places to pass, because when all the cars are the same, you know, every inch that you can find counts.
Yep, and the gap from first all the way to 10th is just over a second in terms of the qualifying lap time. So expect a tight, close race here in the top 10 and all throughout the field. But on pole, we have Malbec Ramos in the 24 machine. I believe that's Alex Acosta's old car, which we know is a rocket ship. And followed by Will Robinson in the 94 car. Michael Fountain in third. Noah Harmon, who we had as a guest on in the 2 and 4 hour Enduro last night, is our 2024 Mazda Motorsports Shootout winner. So he is a professional driver now officially, Nick, and he's in the 4th spot. Followed by Rob Bailey in 5th, Gianni Morrow in 6th, Bob Mueller in 7th, Jose Ofe in 8th. I expect him to try to make his way up through the field as quickly as possible here at the start. Roy Hobson in 9th, Steve Murray rounding out the top 10. James Fountain back down in 13th. I will say that he probably wants to catch his father, Michael Fountain, and get a win over him. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's going to push really hard to try and catch Dad. But it's great to see another family pair out here this weekend. We saw it last night in the Enduro. The first 2 sections, I think we both had family members in. And it's really cool to see the family aspect of the SCCA figuratively with our friends and family that we make here at the track, and literally with our actual family. We've got brothers in the last session. We've got father-son in this session. We had father-son duos last night. It's been so cool to have all the duos out here today.
Yes, and I would say I'm the father of a lot of the drivers in the Spec Miata series, as well as they look up to me, I would say, very humbly. But I do have to say that we do have a birthday boy in the race. Harley Shuffle, starting dead last. Missed qualifying, came in late last night.
Yeah.
Maybe too much birthday celebration?
It's possible. We'll see. He's put himself in a position. He's going to have to work his way from the back to the front of the field. But if he does run a good lap today, he will have the chance to start a little bit better in the afternoon.
Yeah, and I will say, Malbec Ramos, I believe this is his first pole position in Spec Miata. Relatively newcomer, started last year, drove my old car once or twice in the last season, but now starting on pole. And I will tell you, that bright orange car, the 24 car, is an absolute rocket ship. And this is a spec series, but every little bit matters, Nick.
It does. And how do you feel about having him lead the Spec Miata field to the green? You and I both know how important it is when you're in the pole position to control that Spec Miata field for a good, safe start. Yeah. What kind of advice do you think he got from other drivers last night?
I don't know what advice he got, but I do have a preference, and some drivers have different preferences. I think for Spec Miata, the field is so tight at the start that a nice rolling third gear start is the safest way to go. In some other groups, a slower second gear start waiting for the green is typically what happens, but I think in Spec Miata, and I've jumped a start or two, Nick, myself. I have been, in the penalty box here at Sebring International Raceway once or twice before, due to a slow start, Nick, a second slow gear. It's just easy for the accordion to start happening. And so, in my opinion, the Spec Miata start should be third gear rolling before the green flag comes out. And that keeps everyone in line nice. nice and tight without any jump starts, because everyone tries to take advantage of every inch of the racetrack here at the start. So we'll see. We'll see how he does. I believe in him.
All right. Well, there you go, folks. We are excited for this race, Spec Miata, and all of its different varieties out here today. You may see on our ticker SM, SMSE, SMSET, SMT. Those are all tire variations and regional variations of the Spec Miata class. But for the most part, these cars are all equal, maybe just running on different tires. So it is going to be a great race, this field. I think going to put on a great show for us.
And we see the pace car leading us down into turn 17. Supplied by Classic Mazda of Orlando. And that Soul Red CX-50 with a nice livery on it, I will say. Leads us through the field. Everyone right now thinking about if they want to be in second gear or third gear, Nick. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. On the starting line next to Will Robinson in the outside pole, a little bit more seasoned than Malbec, but we'll see as we get a green flag here and a nice clean start. It looks like Noah Harmon is right up the back bumper of Will Robinson, pushing him around the outside of Malbec. So a really great start from the outside row of Will Robinson and Noah Harmon getting around Malbec as Malbec finds himself into third position going into turn 1. So not where you want to be if you're Malbec Ramos.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of experience coming through there. They were able to clear him on the front straight, getting into turn 1. And that's going to put the pole sitter in a tough spot. But with the draft here in Spec Miata, you can see pairs already forming. Yeah. We'll see how they work together to try and keep those groups together.
Yeah, we can see Malbec Ramos falling down into the 4th position from that start. It looked as if the car behind him, Michael Fountain, was not on the rear bumper of Ramos, which could have resulted in why Ramos lost the spot. As Ramos sends it on the inside of the hairpin, trying to reclaim 3rd position, but Noah Harmon is an experienced driver in 2nd, pushing Will Robinson away. I think he wants to make this a 2-car fight, Nick.
Yeah, I think that's the goal for a lot of Spec Miata drivers when they get near the front. It's tough to race 30 other guys. So if you can have just you and one other car, work your way away from the field, make it a one-on-one fight. There's only one car you have to beat, and that definitely improves your odds.
Yeah, no, it will be interesting to see how many cars Harley Shuffle, birthday boy. It looks like he's already passed about 10 cars or so in just the first half of a lap. We'll see if he can catch back up. It looks like Malbec was able to regain the 3rd position after falling from the 1st place spot at the start of the race. You know, I've been there before as well. There's nothing more disheartening than starting on pole and finding yourself a couple rows back after just turn 1.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. So we'll see how the focus sets in. They have moved back into 3rd, as we can see in the shot from turn 16.
And Noah Harmon takes the lead over Will Robinson. So maybe Noah just wants to take it home. He wants to show, hey, I'm the Mazda shootout driver for a reason.
Yeah, Mr. Mazda 2024.
That's absolutely correct. Happy to have a Mazda Motorsports shootout winner here from the Central Florida region. We've had a couple of those before. Celine Royan was a CFR region Mazda shootout winner. And Noah Harmon leads us down the front straightaway ahead of Will Robinson in the 94 flat-out machine.
Yeah, we're starting to see some pairs, though. You can see 1st and 2nd working together, 3rd and 4th working together on these straights. It's exactly what they're going to have to do to bring those cars back if anyone from that 2nd group wants to compete for the lead against Will and Noah.
Yep. And just like we thought, Jose Olfe, who started in the 8th position, moved up into 6th place right behind Michael Fountain. And Gianni Mauro up into 4th place, tucked in right behind Malbec Ramos. If I'm those two, Malbec and Gianni, I want to make sure we're not really getting racy here for 3rd place. We need to bring in the front pack of Noah and Will back to us, because if Noah and Will really get hooked up as they are, it's going to be a lot harder for them to reel them back in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very, very tough if they get too racy with each other. So hopefully they're able to stay on each other's bumpers, push each other forward in the right spots. You know, if you get a bump in the wrong time, in the middle of a corner, that's problematic.
When I will say, Nick, if we look at the screen now, it looked like Will Robinson maybe have missed the 2-3 shift coming out of the hairpin as he fell back towards Malbec Ramos. So now Noah's kind of a sitting duck out in first, where Malbec is now tucked up underneath the back of Will Robinson. So Will may have gotten bailed out there from the missed shift, and Malbec really taking advantage of that car coming back to him. We'll see if he decides to work with him to catch back up to Noah.
Yeah, that's going to be an important distinction there. Now that Noah's on his own, he's got to be on every mark. He can't miss a spot because the draft behind him is just going to be so strong. If they mess up in the corner, they're going to be able to gain back. A couple of tenths every straightaway they're working together.
But I will say Noah Harmon probably looking in the rearview mirror, hoping they get a little too racy behind him. Noah does have the pace. If he does get away from that draft effect, he could just have a sizable lead here for him.
Yeah, it's very possible for that to happen. So we'll have to see. We'll look at the timing info when we come by.
It looks like Noah there is protecting the inside and making his way back up to the outside of the track. So maybe it looks like Malbec and Will Robinson are working together, and they certainly are as they pull in Noah Harmon down the back straightaway. And Joey Ofe trying to get into the mix there. I believe he's up into the 5th or 6th spot. As we come down the start-finish line, it could be anyone's game here for really the top 7 cars.
Yeah, we are seeing kind of a first group set of those first 7.
Yep, and then we have Noah Harmon with a 238.6 there, all on his own. But Michael Fountain with a 238.2. Malbec Ramos 238.1. So Noah being out there with no draft help certainly affects the lap time some. So I would expect Noah is going to have a bright orange car in his mirror here very shortly.
Yeah, I think that you're absolutely right. You can see right here as they head into turn number 7, that front 3 is nose to tail again, and a little bump we see.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Will Robinson is trying to push Noah away, not making a move down into 7 just yet, but you can see some jockeying for position back in the 4th and 5th spot. As you know, when you're in that spot, you know, you kind of think, maybe this guy's holding me up, Nick. Maybe I need to be in front leading, and I can go catch those guys myself.
Yeah, it's easy to get into that mindset, but I think some of the best drivers know, hey, if I can, get this guy in front of me to relax, stop making those mistakes where they're holding me up, and then work together, that's where you really find that time. But it takes a special driver to kind of instill confidence in someone you're racing against for a couple of laps, so that way they know they want to work with you instead of pushing their car, making mistakes, over braking. But the greats of our sport, the Jim Dragos, the Preston Pardises, the Haldeman's,
the Danny Staines.
The Danny Steins, yeah. They know how to do that.
The John Davisons as well.
I think you're more of the intimidator type. People get scared when they see you in the mirror, John.
Okay. But it looks like the top 3 are still staying together, not popping out just yet. But I would expect somebody to make a move going into 17 here, Nick. I'm a betting man, and I'm going to bet on a change in position here at the top.
Yeah, you think Will is going to make the move here on Noah? Huh?
I think Malbec will push Will Robinson around for the lead here.
Okay.
Going into 17. Just a thought, but it does look like Noah still does have the lead.
Yeah.
Nope. Noah did get, yep.
Yeah, there it is.
It's almost like I know a thing or two, Nick. Noah falls into the 3rd spot there. Just right behind Malbec Ramos and Will Robinson. Will Robinson now leading the field to the start-finish line in that 94 car.
Yeah, we'll see them pass by the camera here.
Michael Fountain has an SMSC car, so old 1.6 is holding strong in the 4th position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is really working hard to keep that spot. And, yeah, it's cool to see a lead change. Noah Harmon, though, now in kind of the driver's seat where he gets to pick and choose exactly who gets pushed by the leader.
Exactly. And Noah's a smart racer. He knows there's 11 minutes left. is right there in the mix. You don't need to lead every lap, Nick. You just need to lead the last one. And oftentimes, you really don't want to be leading going into the last lap.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, we just saw on that last lap how powerful the draft is. You know, two cars able to work together, and they drove cleanly by Noah on the backstretch. So Noah might be happy being in this position. Maybe he'd rather be in second and have someone push him by, but you know, there is a little bit of a sense of control when you are the car pushing, because
and it does look like Malbec Ramos may had a slow shift coming out of the hairpin, which is, as Noah looks to make the move on the inside going into 10. So I would probably say that Malbec had a slow shift from from second into third gear there, the only time we go into second gear. And that shift can be difficult, and even if you just barely mistime that, you have a long straightaway after, which can add about half a second to your lap time.
Yeah, it's a very crucial corner. If you miss that shift, you can see exactly how this happened. Noah sneaks by back into second place in front of Malbec. And now Malbec going to have to do another push to the front move to keep moving forward.
He did run the best lap time of that last race, that last lap of the 2:37.3. So just a couple hundredths of a second faster than Noah Harmon on the last lap. A whole second faster than Noah Harmon on the last lap. So we'll see as the cars shuffle in the draft if Malbec Ramos can keep that best lap time, or maybe Noah Harmon or Michael Fountain can take it away.
Yeah, we're looking here on the screen at the backstretch, and
nobody's popping out just yet here.
No, but they are fanning out. It looks like
a defensive move there from Will Robinson, and it looks like Noah Harmon attempts the over-under attempt.
Yeah. So he's got the inside coming out of turn 17. We'll see who makes it to the line first.
It looks like Will Robinson maintains the lead, but with all of that racing has allowed Michael Fountain and the 101 machine to catch up to Malbec Ramos and make this a four-car fight. But remember, he's in a class of his own SMSC.
That's right, he is. So he doesn't have to do any racing with these guys. As long as he stays where he is, he's going to win his class.
But now he gets to have the fun of spoiling the party.
Yeah, he does get to pick and choose who the...
He is a little bit of a wedding crasher, and he is teammate with Noah Harmon in the Auto Technic racing tent. So maybe find Michael Fountain, who actually is a mechanic for the Noah Harmon machine. Maybe he's going to try to make some moves to make sure that Noah Harmon has a better shot at winning.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see as we watch them coming down into turn number 7. No one's stepping out of line just yet, but they are very close together, nose to tail. Noah on the back bumper of Will Robinson, just like we saw the other lap. So no positions changed so far in the first half of the lap or so.
Yeah, and it looks like right behind Joey Olfay there in the 7th spot, Steve Murray, Bob Mueller, and Roy Hobson all jockeying for position going into the hairpin. That doesn't help Joey Olfay in that yellow car that we just saw on the screen. He's hoping that the guys behind him stop racing each other and can help Joey get up to the fight to that front group, because right now he's a no man's land.
He is, yeah, he is unfortunately stuck back there. But looking a little deeper into the pack, we talked about Harley. Made his way up to 15th position already for the birthday boy. So
we also just got a notification on the Race Monitor app. Car 101, Michael Fountain just set a new SMSC course track record. I believe he might have taken that from his own son, Nick.
Wow.
So that family dinner table tonight may get a little interesting as Dad ruins the fun for kid.
Yeah.
But it does look like at the very front of the field, Will Robinson, Noah Harmon putting a little bit of a gap on Malbec Ramos and Michael Fountain, which is probably by design. Noah will gladly sit in that second spot and push away Will Robinson to make it a two-car fight.
Yeah, I think that was his original intention at the beginning of the race. Things got spoiled a little bit, but
I actually did get word that John Rodat was the original holder of the track record in SMSC.
Ah.
And John Rodat has already texted me telling him congrats. Oh, we have a driver impact into a wall, but it's spinning continue.
Yeah.
So not sure who that was or where it was, but we'll get word on that.
Yeah, sounds like everything's okay for the time being. Gotta appreciate the durability of a Mazda Miata. Take a
take a hit and keep going.
It is turn 3 where a driver has found himself into the wall, but has continued. So I guess not too big of a shunt, but the corner workers are inspecting the wall to make sure that it is still in safe operating condition. Will Robinson and Noah Harmon have definitely found a groove as they've put a whole second on Malbec Ramos, who has no help anymore.
Yeah, Michael's fallen back, and Malbec is on his own in no man's land. So I think he's hoping for someone to miss a shift coming out of turn 7 and help them come back and make up some time. So,
yep, Will Robinson and Noah Harmon down in the 236s. Noah Harmon with the fastest lap so far, 236.8. Just 1/10 off the back of Will Robinson. But with 5 minutes left, you know, maybe we'll see when Noah decides to make the move. We talked to him yesterday, and he did talk about how he liked to make the last lap pass into turn 17.
He did. He said that was one of his favorite things to do. Do you think he could be setting that up purposefully?
Oh, I do believe so, yes.
Well, I would love to see a called shot.
All right.
Yeah, hearing about some damage on a car. Going to be a little bit tricky.
So that's a car that did hit the wall in turn 3. I don't know if we have a car number yet. But we will get that for you. But seems to be continuing, but getting called in by the corner workers about some damage on that car.
Yeah, but we just saw on our screen there in turn 16, the leaders coming through. They will be working their way down that back stretch towards turn 17. Right now, Will Robinson leading, Noah Harmon and Malbec Ramos for the top 3 positions as they turn into turn 17.
They're not pulling out the white flag just yet, Nick, so I do believe we are going to have 2 laps to go.
Yeah,
And
it looks like that car has stopped in turn 5 there underneath the bridge.
oh, yes.
See some safety cars there. And as the leaders pass start finish, they're going to be coming up on this. This could be an opportunity for Malbec Ramos to close a little bit of position.
It could be.
If Will and Noah slow up a little too much, they could catch. Now, obviously, they can't pass. You know, there's no passing while there's cars in the area and yellow's out. But
All right, see. We have our leaders making our way through turn 5 here. Just off of the camera to the right is where we have a safety vehicle. But they get through there nice and clean. The safety vehicle pulling out the car off the racing surface as we speak. So great job to the Sebring safety crew and our volunteer flat toe mafia, as they like to be called.
yes, big shout outs to them. Thanks to all the workers, as always. Safety crews, the Flat Toe Mafia. These events don't happen without you guys. So looking at the screen, I do think that Malbec was able to make up a couple of tenths.
Yeah, Will Robinson was able to take over the fastest lap time of the race so far with 2:36.8. But Noah and Malbec are both running very similar lap times, just a 10th off. So we could have a 3-car battle here if Malbec Ramos is able to hang on to those first 2 cars.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting finish, as we know that the white flag will be coming out next time by. We are watching to see how this shakes up. It looks
He definitely made some ground. Yeah, so going into 15 there, Malbec Ramos is right on the rear bumper of Noah Harmon and Will Robinson. So maybe if I'm Malbec, what I want to do here in the backstretch is push Noah ahead of Will and be in that second position.
Yep, absolutely. You definitely want to do that. As we watch them coming down the backstretch, we'll see, is an orange bumper going to pop out from one side or the other and make a move?
Yep. We also, just in the second pack of cars, Gianni Mauro passing 2 cars in the last lap, moving from 6th into 4th over Rob Bailey and Michael Fountain, with Jose Olfe back there in 7th.
Yep.
But Malbec Ramos was unable to push Noah around Will
Yeah.
Robinson. So we're now working the last lap with Will Robinson leading, Noah Harmon second, but Malbec Ramos stealing the best lap time again. They're just trading best lap times, Nick. So 236.4, 4/10 of a second.
They are, but I've got to say, as excited as Malbec will be to have that fastest lap and remain on pole, I think he'd give up the fastest lap if he could rework this race and find a way to win.
Yeah, yeah. So he's definitely put himself in a much better position than he was just a couple laps ago. But Noah Harmon is being smart, working their way down into turn 7, not making the move just yet. So I don't expect Noah to pop out. Maybe a little bit of mind games here. And he rolls
Pulls right back in the line in the braking zone.
And I don't expect him to make a move until turn 17, Nick, and he might get some help from Malbec. Oh. Turn 3 has another impact, getting number for you.
All right.
No,
we are
no
keeping
word
an
just
eye
yet.
out. No word on what car that is.
Light impact, number 3. Car number 3 has impacted the wall in turn 3, and that would be Michael Loran, who was in the 14th position. And Will Robinson leading the field to 13. A little bit of a gap has been created to Malbec. So again, if I'm Noah, I'm right where he wants to be. He also talked about his move that he plans to make here on the broadcast yesterday.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to pull it off. It's going to take a good run out of 16. He's going to have to be in the right spot. As we look at that corner right now, he is still right on the bumper of Will Robinson.
All right, I'm thinking here's what's going to happen, Nick. He's going to fake the outside, or fake the inside, go back to the outside, and then back to the inside again.
Oh,
It's going to be the nice
okay.
over-under move. Noah wants to be on the inside of 17.
Okay, we will see how that works out.
So
He's
here's
moving towards the inside.
Yep, here's Noah pinching on the inside, getting up on the inside of him.
Oh,
Can
he
get
stays
there?
inside.
Oh, no, he does, yeah. And Malbec Ramos may take advantage of this. And Noah coming through. It is a absolute drag race to the finish here. However,
Here they come.
it looks like Will Robinson has the slight edge and does take the victory
There
over
it is.
Noah Harmon by just 0.04 of a second. Malbec Ramos finishing in third, half of a second back, so great job from him. Gianni Maru in fourth position. Rob Bailey in fifth. Michael Fountain crossing the line in the sixth position, taking the SMSE title. Roy Hobson in seventh. Steve Murray in eighth. Harley Shuffle, the birthday boy, started back in 38th position. Dead last, has worked his way up to the 9th place spot. So he'll be starting a little bit further up in the feature race later this afternoon. Bob Mueller rounds out the top 10. James Fountain, the son of Michael Fountain, in the 11th spot. Brian Eoria in 12th. Brad Childs, 13th. Ken Williams, Cole Lucas, Brad Kitchen in 16th. David Brown, Key Doss, Michael Loran was the car that ended up in the wall in turn 3. Oh, we did get a pass under yellow. We'll see who that is. 164 of Clinton Hoffman getting in the 25th spot, getting a naughtygram.
Yeah.
So we expect to see him in the penalty box here after. May lose a position, passing under the yellow over a competitor. But a very nice finish there by Will Robinson, able to hold on to the outside. Maybe Noah Harmon needs to reconsider that move into 17. He said that it was his favorite on the broadcast yesterday, but unable to steal the win away from Will Robinson. But just as we expected, a close finish in the top group and all throughout the field. Pretty good racing. I do see Jose Olfe pulled in 2 laps early, so I'm not sure what happened with Jose Olfe, but he was in that 7th position for most of the race.
Yeah, that was a great race, great finish. You called it, John. I think you said you wanted Noah to fake an inside move, then go back to the outside and try
the over-under.
More an over and under. I think him just being inside for the whole corner, he had to scrub off a little too much speed to make the corner, and he was not able to win that drag race out of turn 17. Had he been able to do a crossover, you make that turn a little bit bigger, you carry a mile an hour or two more, it could have been a completely different finish to that race.
Yep, and we still have more exciting action to come. Group 7 is up next for the final 20-minute race of the morning, and that's our GT group. And as we talked about yesterday, Spec Corvette is in the middle of that group as well, but we have 38 cars in our GT group.
Wow.
So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with the next race here at Sebring International Raceway.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Race Car Engineering, 800-882-7231.
Welcome back, everyone, to the next session here today. Group 7, the GT group. We have 38 cars entered in this group, and I think it's really exciting to see a bit of a resurgence in the GT category, Nick. I mean, quite a big field, a lot of GT1, GTX, and I think something that will be interesting, Spec Corvette is a growing class. I believe they have about 10 or so cars in the field, which I'm excited for, and we even have some live footage, live in-car footage by the 117 car of Cecil Stevens, as we can see on the screen right now. I mean, this is going to be exciting.
This is great, yeah. Super excited. We talked about this group last night, the Spec Corvette, and how excited we were to see this growth in the GT field, and Spec Corvette is a big part of that. So we're happy to have a special in-car camera view for you guys. Hopefully you watching at home enjoy it, and it works out good for us.
I will say it is a dangerous game you're playing by live streaming directly to the broadcast. We can see if he passes under yellow here, Nick.
That's right. Yeah, anything that goes awry on this stream, we're gonna get to see first.
We will, but we won't tell on him.
That's right.
We won't. We're not gonna snitch if I see any passing under yellow on there. But starting in the first position here, GT1 James Irvin in a 2001 Chevrolet Corvette GT1, GTX, the 2016 Mercedes-Benz. I believe that's GT3.
That is, yep. That is an older GT car.
And Frank Ciopanetti, sorry if I got that name wrong, out of North Palm Beach in a Chevrolet. In a Liger LMP3 car, Michael Shea, an SPO, starting in the 5th position in a 97 Chevrolet Camaro, followed by Neo Fernandez in a Chevrolet SS. Then we have some GT2 cars in the grid, Patrick Paul and Nicholas Karangelin, and a group of GTX cars in a row, Alfonso Diaz II, Devin Anderson, and Doug Mead. And then we start to get into some of the Spec Corvette. We have about 10 or so cars. Leading the field is Gina Kopitov out of Rosita, California, with a time of 2:20. The next closest car ran a 2:20 as well. And then we have about 7 in a row. Cecil Stevens, the camera car that we had, starts in the 24th spot. But we are about to go green here, Nick.
We are, yep. And I believe there is a little bit of a gap between this first group and the second group, which contains our Spec Corvettes. So we'll have to keep an eye out and see how this field goes.
And here we go. We have a green flag here at Sebring International Raceway in our GT category. 38 cars on track. Headed to turn 1, all clean so far.
Yep, looking good. Looks like everyone has made it through there. But if we look back at the start-finish line, here is our Spec Corvette start.
Oh, wow. How about this?
And the in-car camera.
Oh, we do have a split start here.
And there they go. Green flag is waving for Spec Corvette. Fantastic. Look at them ride into turn number 1.
I love to see the split start in a GT race. You don't see that happen all the time. Oh. There was some braking points in the middle of the corner there, Nick. I'm not sure what that was about. But are we seeing some bump drafting hand signals going on there, Nick?
It does look like they are doing some communications.
Can you bump draft in a Spec Corvette?
You know, I sure hope so.
I mean, I would want to try.
I know when these C5 Corvettes came out, I was, a child of video game playing age, and in every video game they used to display them going 200 miles an hour. So maybe with a bump draft,
yeah,
we could get some of these LS1 powered Corvettes up to 200 miles an hour.
I mean, they have quite a close group of cars there. In the comments, someone said, with impact and contact, 171. That is AP Miranda in the Spec Corvette category. Oh. We're getting that call in now. That was not the Spec Corvette category.
You just saw it off to the right of your screen. 2 cars. Looks like they're involved there. So we may be seeing a full course caution, but we're staying green for now. Just local yellows for the time being.
Oh, and we have a safety car being called out, so we're about to go double yellow here for the GT group as the leader just completes the very first lap, James Irvin. The double yellows are being brought out as we speak. And there it is on your screen. Our safety car are supplied by Classic Mazda of Orlando. We'll pick up the field coming out of the hairpin. But we had some action there, Nick.
Yeah, what an exciting start. Spec Corvette field was very, very exciting. I'm seeing some passing under yellow happening, but maybe that's allowed.
Oh, it is getting a little sketchy there going into turn 7.
I'm not sure all the cars know
that a double yellow
yellow's out yet.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of passing. Look at this.
Yeah, that is not what I'd expect to see during a double yellow. That's we would expect to see more of a single file line there than 2 or 3
had
wide.
already been out for like 30 seconds by then, Nick.
It had been out for quite a while. Maybe it was just the accordion effect of the leaders catching the pace car.
I don't know, but that was quite the gaggle of cars there all bunched up.
Yeah, they did take the safety car from the hairpin. So maybe it caught some of those drivers off guard, and they thought they were going to be coming around to start finish before they caught the pace car rather than turn 7.
I'm not sure, but with the double yellow, I mean, you might as well not go 100% full tilt. We can't get the car on the orange, or the car number on the orange car. It's 167. Steve Lightholt is in the GT2 category out of Chesterfield, Missouri. We're getting some more information for you.
Yeah. Hopefully everyone is okay.
That's in turn 13 is where we had that action. So we're going to try to get over to the cameras for you in between 10 and 13. So just ahead of where the cameras are mounted.
Just to the right before.
To the right.
Yeah, so unfortunately we don't have any view of
but we will see it with the Spec Corvette in-car video. I don't know if he's already passed the incident by now. Yes.
Yep,
yes,
he's in Bishop's Bend. So we'll try and catch it next time by. But yeah, the safety crews are working there to get that all cleaned up, get the drivers out of their cars and get those cars back to the paddock. They've got a race this afternoon still, at the very end of the day. So if the cars aren't too beat up, we could see them make a return.
Yeah. Right before the Super Bowl tonight, they get to go again. So in their own Super Bowl of their own.
Yeah, they do have a big game, so to speak, today.
So we've only completed one lap before the caution came out. The caution came out just as the leader was completing that first lap. Ran a 2:11 on the first lap, so quite a quick pace, even though not really going full speed yet. Some heat gets in the tires. Frank Ciopanetti moving up from 3rd into 2nd over William Griffin. And Michael Shea moving up into 3rd overall. So William Griffin dropping from 2nd down into the 4th position. And we have contact between 171 and 170. Spec Corvette in turn 1. We did miss that on the live feed, the in-car that we're looking at, but we did see some brake lights there mid-corner, so that would make sense why we saw some brake lights at the apex, Nick.
Yeah, maybe that was what some of that was.
Some contact
causing some checkups in the middle of the corner. We don't usually see that, so yeah, definitely could have been the reason there.
Yeah, I mean, we have 12 Spec Corvettes starting this race. Hopefully we didn't lose any in some of that contact.
Yeah, hopefully that was definitely a bright spot at the start there. That was exciting to watch. So I'm really hopeful that we have all those cars still available for us. But we are only 7 minutes in, over half the race still remaining. So hopefully we can get back to green and get some good laps in here.
Yeah, quite the big field of spec Corvettes. Leading it right now is Ken Mantovani, followed by Marino Reyes and Cecil Stevens, our camera car. So our camera car in third place in class. We're getting a call in from, nope, we have a call about 2-7 black. Trying to get a, oh, we have some passing under yellow.
Yeah.
Number 2-7 passed 2-4. I don't see that on the grid sheet, Nick, so it must have started towards the back of the field.
Yeah, it could be the case, but as we see, the pace car continues to lead the field into turn 7. We are listening closely to the radio calls to see if this will be our last caution lap, or if we will have one more after this to get things cleaned up.
Yep, and we do have some passing under yellow reports coming in, as we did see quite a bit there, about 30 seconds after. But maybe if we switch to the in-car camera, we can see the update of the incident in turn 13. So we got a little bit while to go, but I mean, right now we can get a nice view of the track.
Yeah, very cool to have an in-car camera watching turn 7 into turn 8 and turn 9 here.
And the incident is just a couple corners up ahead, so we'll get to see what that status is like, because it's a bit far away from where our window is. Yeah, car's 86 there, warming up the tires pretty good, Nick.
He is. He's trying to keep those tires warm, and we believe that I would have to guess if you were warming up tires that much, you're anticipating going green this lap.
You would think. You would think, but you don't want to try too much, because you could be like Jim Drago for a few years ago, did spin out on the out lap.
He did, yes.
Yeah.
We've seen that happen before. You don't want to get caught in that position.
Nope.
But
we have more passing under yellows coming in, just more than one car passing under yellow. But it does look like everything seemed to be cleared up here. So I would imagine we're going to go green here shortly, Nick.
yeah, that is exactly where the incident just was. So I'm with you, John. I think that very good possibility we will be going green.
Yep, so the safety car is going into turn 15 now. We are going green this time with just under 10 minutes remaining. So just a few laps left. Hopefully we can stay green for the whole rest of the session here, Nick, because I'm excited to see how this is going to shake out.
Yeah, I do want to see some green flag laps, see how these fields work out. I know we have some Trans Am cars in here. We've got some, looks like GT4 cars maybe, some old GT3 cars. Such a cool variety of cars. I really want to see them get up to speed, get up to temp, and watch these lap times come down.
Yeah. So far we've only had one lap under green if you're just joining us, before we had some contact. But hopefully everybody learned their lesson here that first lap, and we'll get to have a nice clean start here as the pace car takes us into turn 17. Lights are about to go out. Yep, pace car going into turn 17. We're about to go green again, and my favorite thing about the GT group is just how loud the start is when they all hit the gas at the same time when that green flag drops.
It is very fun to hear. Little bit different note than the Spec Miata field we just listened to.
Yes.
So it's a nice change for us.
Maybe a deeper octave and a much higher volume. And we are going green right now. James Irvin takes the green in that Chevrolet Corvette.
There they go. Man, it's wild to see those front cars.
Oh, here we go. We have the in-car from the Spec Corvette group.
What a great shot here.
Have already fanned out a few cars wide. Is that a Mustang in the mix there,
That
Nick?
is, I believe that's an A sedan Mustang that they are working their way around. So another incident of a spec class having some out of class traffic.
Yeah, as we see Cecil Stevens here in the in-car, somewhat of the pioneer of the spec Corvette group, has got a big following around him, and they have 12 cars here this weekend, and they've had up to 20 cars, I believe, at some races. So I'm excited to see where this class is going to grow. Having another spec class, especially with that much horsepower, sure is interesting.
That is really cool to see. But it looks like we have made it through at least half a lap so far without too many issues. So I guess we'll say a new Group 7 record for Green Flag Con for this weekend. And it's exciting for that to happen.
And what's also exciting is they have such fast lap times. We're going to get a few more laps out of these ladies and gentlemen today.
Yeah, it is nice that they do start to get there. I believe our qualifying times, we had a pretty low 2 minutes, 2:07 for our fastest lap. And if you've been at Sebring before, hustling a car to a 2:07 around here is no small feat. That is a very fast lap.
Yep, and a big lockup there from the Mustang number 7. That car yesterday did have the tire explode off, if you remember correctly.
That's right, it did.
So hopefully not another lockup to, have another tire issue for that driver. As they work their way into the back straightaway. James Irvin here off to a commanding lead over Frank Ciopatini. Different classes, but everyone likes an overall win.
They do, and in this class, because of the level of talent required to take these cars around, you see multiple classes end up running similar times and competing with each other, even if not really built to the same standards.
Yep, and I believe that GTX category is an unlimited category, so where we have the L&P car as well.
There we go. The spec Corvettes seem to be crossing the line now. Pretty close, I'd say. All of them within about a second of each other.
Yeah, we have Ken Mantovani continuing to hold a lead, has a 1 second lead over Marino Reyes before falling back to Cecil Stevens, which was our in-car camera, 4 seconds behind Ken Mantovani. So there was there's some gap forming there.
There is, yeah, but all of them in a train. It's cool seeing them all come through the start-finish line together.
Here we are 4 laps completed, working our 5th lap. Just our 3rd one under green. And here's that camera car here. Nice, right up on the apex rumble strips. Well done.
Very nice, very nice. It is, boy, is it cool to see those cars accelerate out of that corner.
Yeah.
Already 115 miles an hour. Looking about almost 130 when you get to the braking zone. Wow, that is a quick spec car, John.
Yep. And a late apex there, nice. Getting back to the power. See if we get to 100 miles an hour here going into turn 13. Just touched it. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. Nice line going through turn 13 here as an out-of-class car, because that's definitely not a Corvette in front of him. See if he can make his way around that car. We have less than 4 minutes remaining as he goes for a pass on the inside.
Yeah.
It definitely looked like he may have missed the brake point a little bit there. Started to wash out.
It's very possible. We're going to try and see if we can catch it on the outside, the external cameras here.
There we go, all the spec Corvettes together.
Yeah.
In a nice group. Mixed in with some other out-of-class racers. As we look to the field, GTX category is being led by William Griffin in that Mercedes-Benz GT3 with a lap time of 2:09, has a 10-second lead over Danny Moon in the Liger LMP3 car. SPO led by Frank Ciopatini with a 13-second lead over Neo Fernandez and Michael Shea. Neo Fernandez and Michael Shea were close to the start-finish line there on that lap, Nick, just 0.6 of a gap.
Yep,
A
they
sedan,
sure were.
there is only one entry, Maury Doyle in that Mustang, 2005 Ford Mustang. GT2, we have Patrick Paul with a 6-second lead over Nicholas Garangelin, and an 18-second lead back to third, Mark Lurden. GTA, Robert Gonzalez in the 72 machine, taking commanding lead of 23 seconds over Lee Arnold. T1 leader Pratt Cole. In Spec Corvette, we still have Ken Mantovani in first place with a 1-second lead over Marino Reyes. Gina Kopitov has now taken third place away from Cecil Stevens. And we go back to GT3 with Bill McGavick leading Robert Stratos, a gap of 13 seconds. James Irvin, the lone GT1 car, but leading the field overall with a 2:09 best lap time. We do have a tight race here, Nick, in ITO. Michael Albano, 1 second over Andy Wilkin.
Wow.
So we have a close
That
race
is a close
here,
battle.
as we have less than 2 minutes remaining now. The leader is now taking the white flag. So James Irvin taking the white flag, followed by Frank Ciopatini and William Griffin.
Yeah, here they go.
We do have a close race there in SPO. Neil Fernandez in that 2015 Chevrolet SS, just a 1.2 second lead over Michael Shea in SPO.
Wow.
For the second position.
All right, and we've got a car pulled off
9-4.
track.
That is Michael Williamson in SPO, falling down the order now. Seems to be okay though, but pull it off the track. So our Spec Corvette group is now taking the white flag as the 78 car comes into the pit lane and will not finish this race. That's Lee Arnold in GTA category. The leader now going into turn 13. So just about halfway through this last lap, 20 seconds remaining. It's amazing how fast that car gets around the track. I thought I just saw him drive by the start finish line a second ago.
These cars are incredibly fast, and yeah, it always catches me off guard. But, yep, there they are through 16. And they'll be making their way down the backstretch towards turn 17. These high horsepower, big bore race cars bouncing under the turn 17 bridge.
Yeah, there they go down into turn 17. The leader in 17. You see on the camera, a close finish for top overall.
Wow.
Frank Ciopatini brought that gap in just 0.2 of a second back on James Irvin. William Griffin finishing 2 seconds behind Frank Ciopatini. So a nice close finish at the top for the overall spots. All in their individual class winners.
Yeah.
But for overall, 3 of the top GT cars within just a couple seconds, 2 seconds of each other.
Yeah, it was very cool to see those cars finishing fairly close. I'm not sure how much the caution early on helped.
Connected.
Yeah, hey Spencer, welcome back. Yeah, we're good. Just make sure we're muted to the stream, obviously. Otherwise.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. Nick Soriano here with John Davison for our afternoon 30-minute feature races. And John, this one we have here for our Formula Ford and Formula V racers is a special one. This one is going to count as a extra points race for the majors. So it's a little bit of a bonus points race. And it's very exciting. We've got a 14-car field, 11 cars in Formula Ford FF, and 3 cars in FV. What do you think of what we like to call jokingly the things class of the Wings and Things duo?
Both of these classes are my favorite. Some of my favorite cars to watch at the runoffs as well. They have real tight racing at the national level, Formula Ford and Formula V. And we have some of those drivers qualifying for the runoffs with this race, with this bonus race here, counting towards qualifying for the runoffs. So I think we're going to see some gaps start to form, but also a couple pockets of some close racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very fun one to watch. This is definitely a race that proves you don't need a ton of horsepower to have fun out at the racetrack. Compared to the class we just saw, the Group 7 GT class, we're talking about a fraction of the horsepower.
But also a fraction of the weight as well.
It is true, because the lap times are not far off. Our pole sitter here, a 2-minute and 20-second lap in a Formula Ford, which is very quick comparatively. It takes a significant amount more horsepower when you're in a full-body car. But the beauty of the Formula cars here, and I'm excited to see this race.
Yeah, I think it's, we have more Formula Fords in the group than Formula Vs. I think we have 3 Formula Vs to start the race. But John Robinson, starting with 219, out of St. Cloud, Florida. So a nice local here. Michael Dowden out of Newtown, Pennsylvania will take the 2nd position. Daniel Thorogood out of Miami, Florida is our 3rd place finisher. John Scamenti out of Daytona Beach, starting in 4th place. His daughter, Anna Scamenti, will probably be watching from home. Just gave birth to a future racer in the family as well, so congrats to her. Charles Foster in the 5th spot. Neil Radloff in 6th. Alan Oppel in 7th. Brian Graham in 8th. Neil Radloff in 9th. In the top 10, John Benson. And rounding out our Formula Ford group, Dom Cedillo with a 2:35-minute lap time. And then we have our 3 competitors in our Formula V category, Harry Bradley, Mike Schiffer, and George Towns. So we'll see how close those races will be in their individual categories, Nick. I think we might have a good one towards the top of this Formula Ford group.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. I know that these cars, when we talked about the drafting earlier today, and the car punches through the air. These cars don't have as much of a punch, but the draft's still very effective here on these long straightaways. So we'll have to see if competitors can use that to stay close. They're going to minimize mistakes, as always, but look how small they are compared to that the CX-50.
Yeah.
That is a cool shot to see just how much you can trim off of a car when you want to make it a race car.
Yeah, exactly. They're very low to the ground. They're nimble, and you might be surprised with how fast those things get around the racetrack.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very cool sight to see. And as we watched the classic Mazda of Orlando pace car come down towards turn 17, the cars start to line up double file, and they will make the turn under Sunset Bridge, making their way towards the start-finish line here.
Yeah.
We see them all bunched up there. Small group, 14, but it's nice that they split them out from the larger category for this race. I think it's going to make things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, and just a reminder, this is a 30-minute race, so the first 30-minute race of the weekend. All the remaining races will be 30 minutes as well, as we are awaiting for a green flag here. And we do get a green flag. The number 19 pole sitter off to a strong start. And we are all clean going into turn 1 so far, it appears, as they fall into line.
Yeah, John Robinson, your pulsar, leading the field, and yeah, great start. It was actually pretty cool to see the 3 Formula V cars. They were not able to keep up with the acceleration of the Formula Ford. So despite having a very similar shape, the Formula Fords with a little bit more power make it noticeable on that start.
Yeah, and it appears to be a battle there. Mike Schiffer and George Towns in the 2nd and 3rd spot in the Formula V category, where the leader, Harry Bradley, seems to have gapped those two rather quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Watching out our window, though, I do think we had a lead change already. It's possible the number 8 of Michael Dowden has gotten around the number 19 of John Robinson. I believe John Robinson was in that red car, correct, John?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so I think we do have a lead change already on the first lap. So once we get a better view, we'll let you know which car is which. But things already heating up in the Formula Ford race for this bonus majors race today.
Yeah, and just an announcement for everyone in the paddock and on the stream. Group 2 will be before lunch, and Group 3 will be the first race after lunch. So we will get to have 2 race groups before lunch. So Group 2 will be before lunch. That's the other Formula Car category. And we will start after lunch with Group 3.
Great. Thank you, John, for that update. Very important for all those racers out there. And we always love having a little extra racing before lunch when we can.
Yeah, you know, we can enjoy another race before lunch and then watch more afternoon races and head home for the Super Bowl.
That's right. Yeah, here we go. But as the cars head down into turn 17, we can see them stepping out of line, trying to break the draft. The front 3. Oh, no, that was a pass, I believe.
I believe that was John Robinson.
I believe John Robinson went back to the inside to make the pass there. So
John Robinson leading the top 3. This split by just 2.5 tenths over Michael Dowden and Daniel Thorogood. So we have a 3-car fight here for the lead.
We sure do.
It's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, this is the way they qualified. So we haven't seen any official changes as far as crossing the start-finish line, but we definitely saw some shuffling that lap.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we've got some cars that are handling better in certain areas, or if, you know, maybe there was just one mistake. But first and second, right out our window as they come down to turn number 7,
Yeah,
nose to tail.
John Robinson leading the way over Michael Dowden. Daniel Thorogood holding on, but would like to close that gap up, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's going to want to stay close. There is a faint draft that these cars give off, and they'll take any help they can get pushing through this thick Florida air today. So, yeah, he does not want to fall too far behind. He wants to maintain a close third rather than a distant third.
That is right. And there is a second group forming right behind them of Charles Foster, Brian Graham, and Alan Oppel in the 4th through 6th spot, as I think they would like to close that gap as well. So maybe not getting too racy and able to close that gap as there is one starting to form. So the top 3 are definitely in good form running. They ran a 2:26 lap time. Low 2:26s, where the second group of cars was in the mid-27s and the 28s.
Yeah, they are. They're going to be able to pull away a little bit, which is going to be good for our third place runner, Daniel Thorogood. But 4th, 5th, and 6th, if they fall too far off the pace, they are going to end up in their own race, unfortunately.
Yeah, as they're coming out through turn 16. That was John Scaminti and Dom Sidio on the screen there in the 7th and 8th position. Leaders coming into turn 1, that's John Robinson in the lead, followed by Michael Dowden and Daniel Thorogood, have built up a little bit of a gap to the 4th spot. So a nice race for all 3 spots on the podium. And John Robinson opens up that gap to 3/10, and Daniel Thorogood has fallen back 1.3 seconds off of the lead.
Yeah, no changes that time around. Daniel Thorogood, Charles Foster, Brian Graham, and Alan Oppel still holding on to 4th, 5th, and 6th as well. So The front staying pretty standard, but the front 7 have definitely broken away. The next car behind them is 23, almost 24 seconds behind.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's 2 distinct groups at the front, as you can see on camera right now. That's first, second, and third. Then third, fourth, and fifth just exiting turn number 6, coming onto that straightaway on the Advent Health walkover bridge.
Yep. And unfortunately, we did have Neil Radloff appear to be retired, and John Benson with no lap time in the Formula 4 category. In Formula V, Harry Bradley, 10 seconds a lap faster. Wow. Than his second and third place counterparts, who are coming across the start-finish line now. So has already opened up a 22-second gap over Mike Schiffer and George Towns, who in their own right are having a nice race for second place. Just an 8/10 gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking here at the screen, we saw first, second, and third pretty stable gaps. They are no one really in striking range to make a move.
Oh, a little bit of slide. Yeah, possibly missed the brake zone a little bit there. As that rear end started to come around in that car.
Yeah, that's a fairly safe area to have an issue. So
yeah, there's a lot of runoff room in 15. So if you are going to send it, that would be a good place to do it. Just don't pass any cars when you cut 15 alpha.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want to do that there, but yeah, no real danger there making a mistake other than losing a position. So
yep. So again, we have John Robinson coming to the line here. So you can see the screen, the leaders coming through. John Robinson leading Michael Dowden by just over half of a second, and Daniel Thorogood losing about 2 seconds of time on that lap alone. So not the lap that Thorogood would have wanted, but still quite a bit far back in fourth place with Charles Foster. So
looking at our timing, though, it looks like Alan Oppel had a little bit of an issue in the 00 car. He moved down that list and is just now crossing the start-finish line. So we believe he had a spin in turn 17 and was able to continue on. But that shakes things up a little bit. We've got Charles Foster, Brian Graham, and now John.
Good call out there, Nick. Alan Oppel went from a 225 lap time to a 250, so clearly a mistake was made.
Yeah, big time loss there. But it sounds like he is back up and running, which is always a good thing. See if he can find any time, maybe get back into that top 6 where he was running previously. All right, we are almost 10 minutes into this first 30-minute race. Yeah, and front 3 still fairly close together. Daniel Thorogood starting to fall off the pace ever so slightly, but John Robinson and Michael Dowden leading, keeping things very close, only a half second apart as you see them there on your screen. We do turn 15.
Yeah, Thorogood must have made a mistake on that prior lap. Just losing 2 seconds on that lap alone, Nick.
Yeah, he did fall back just a little bit. So as we watch them coming through that backstretch down to turn 17 under the bridge for another lap, working on lap number 4 right now. We see some side-by-side action here.
Do we have a pass for the lead here, Nick? Not quite yet. Ooh. It does look like Michael Dowden's trying to make a move around the inside. I don't think he's able to get it done, though.
Yeah, we are looking here as they come up. No, unable to make the pass, but hanging close, within a couple of tenths.
Yep.
That is a good race we're going to have to keep an eye on as they come down into turn number 1.
Yeah, we'll definitely need the cameras to follow that race around as it is getting a bit spicy here, a third the way through our first feature race of the day. So heading into turn 3 now, John Robinson with a slight lead over Michael Dowden. This is turning into a bit of a barn burner for our Formula 4 leaders.
It is, yeah, for a small field. This is some tight racing. You see our Formula V cars there going to turn number 7. You can tell the difference between them when you look at them because of the way they are.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. You can see the shape. The Formula 4s are a little bit wider than the Formula Vs, and the Formula Vs run a slightly narrower tire. So they have more of an upright look, whereas the Formula 4 is a little bit wider and spread out. Kind of the difference between if your dog's laying down, has their legs tucked in close, or if it's a hot day, they came inside and they sprawled out on the tile.
Okay. Some up dog versus down dog.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not familiar with yoga, but you might be onto something there.
Yeah, you should give it a shot, Nick. Hot yoga does prepare for some hot conditions here at the racetrack. I mean, we have it's probably about 80 degrees outside today in sunny Florida with, beautiful weather, slight breeze, no rain in the forecast, Nick. So some hot yoga would we do have passing some lap traffic.
Yeah, that's
now.
our leaders coming by the Formula Vs, giving you a good shot at that size difference.
Oh, wow. Good observation, Nick. John Robinson appears to have gotten through that lap traffic just a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, may have seen a little bit of a wiggle from Robinson, though, coming through 16. We'll have to see if that opens the door just enough for Dowden to
It did look like Dowden had a good run coming out of 16. So we'll see if Dowden tries to make another move here going into 17. Not yet. Maybe the gap is not close enough just yet, as those lap cars have created some distance between our first and second and third place drivers in the Formula Ford category. But Michael Dowden is maintaining that gap. Did fall back 0.7 of a second because that lap traffic. But it does appear that Michael Dowden has the pace to stay with John Robinson. So I don't think he's going anywhere just yet, Nick.
Yeah. Another thing I'm noticing is Daniel Thorogood made up some time on that last lap.
Ran the fastest lap of the race.
He has moved himself forward there, so maybe that traffic helped him out a little bit, and he was able to capitalize on it. He was able to pull a little closer to that front duo.
Yeah, and you got to think too, we are not even halfway through the race yet, and already some lap traffic. So I imagine around the end of this race, we're going to run into some lap traffic again, which could shake some things up for our leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the three of them right there coming into turn number 7, and pretty stable gaps between each of them. I'd say about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds between each car, and that is going to be something to think about when traffic comes up as they work their way through. Where is each of those cars going to catch the traffic? Are you going to get caught in a braking zone, middle of a corner, or on a straightaway where it's nice and easy? Can make all the difference when you're doing multi-class racing like this, or just longer races where you run into lap traffic of your own class.
And if you are John Robinson, can you try to time that perfectly to pinch, to use a lap car to pinch off Michael Dowden right behind you?
Yeah, you're always thinking of that. If you're able to make that work, that's the ideal scenario, to get by without losing time and force your opponent to lose a couple of seconds or tenths. That's the ideal scenario, working through traffic. But as they come through turn 16 here, gaps look to be staying about the same. I don't see any gaps growing, any gaps closing. So we will have to just keep an eye on it.
Yeah,
see how things go.
And we are halfway through our first feature race of the weekend. And just a reminder, we have another feature race before lunch. So Group 2 will go out before our hour-long lunch break, followed by Group 3. So we will have another feature race after this one concludes before we break for lunch. So don't go anywhere. And there's a little bit of a gap forming, it appears, Nick. Something happened. Michael Dowden now 4.3 seconds behind John Robinson.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. John Robinson found an extra gear, running the fastest lap of the race, a 2:19.7.
Yeah.
Now that he is on his own, he put the pedal down and said, well, we're not messing around anymore. Almost a 4-second faster lap than Michael Dowden.
And there was, I believe, a lap car in the mix there, so that could have played a bit of a factor. As I believe they passed Harry Bradley in that lap. Harry Bradley is the leader of the Formula V group, who has a 46-second gap.
Yes, he is quite a bit ahead in that group. I don't think he has too much to worry about other than himself. He's just
Yeah.
got to keep running laps and stay out of trouble.
Sometimes you are your own worst enemy, Nick.
Yeah, you absolutely can be sometimes here on the racetrack.
So Mike Schiffer and George Towns with a 6.8 second gap between the second and third place Formula V drivers. As we look down into the Formula 4 category, top three have created quite a gap to the fourth place position of Charles Foster. But we have a close race between Charles Foster, Brian Graham, and John Scamenti for the fourth, fifth, and sixth position. Only about 8/10 to a second separating those three.
Yeah, they may be off the podium, but it's not going to stop them from getting the elbows out a little bit and having some fun back in fourth, fifth, and sixth there. So we'll have to keep an eye on that now that they are probably the closest cars we have together.
Well, you also got to think, too, what if something happens to someone in the top three spots? Now they're racing for a podium.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a little too far back to maybe worry about making a pass, but I'm sure they all have Lucky Rabbit's feet in there, and they are asking for some help.
Do you have a Lucky Rabbit's foot as well in your car?
No, that's why I never win.
Well, maybe you should get one.
Yeah, it'd be a sound investment. I think could be worth it. But then I'd have to go through tech, and I don't know if my car's legal.
Oh, well. Don't admit that on air, Nick.
No, I didn't admit it. Yeah, tech would have to find that out for themselves.
Well, thank you to that's a good segue to thanking our volunteers for helping put on this event and all the workers here. We had over 100 volunteers, I am told, to make this event a success. So, thank you for all the volunteers.
Yes, huge thank you to all of them and all the work that they do out there in the hot sun. Every one of you guys helps make this event great, and it's why we have such a great turnout to a regional event like this.
What tight racing there. Is that John Robinson? Did Michael Dowden catch John Robinson there?
If it was them, it must have happened somewhere in turn number one, but you might be right. That looks like a red and an orange car that we had seen earlier.
Yeah, looks like we have a battle going into turn 7. Timing still shows a 4.9 second gap, Nick. That actually might be, no, that is Charles Foster and Brian Graham. There is a half a second gap at the line. So that is for the fourth position as they head down that straightaway into turn 10. So a bumper, well, I guess they don't have bumpers, Nick. But,
yeah, nose to tail.
Yeah, nose to tail race for the fourth position. Going into turn 10, that is Charles Foster leading Brian Graham for the fourth spot. They're 28 seconds back from the lead. However, these points matter.
Yes, they do. Especially because this is a bonus majors race that they are getting points for here. So not just a SARRC race. This goes towards SCCA runoffs eligibility. And for those of them looking to go to the runoffs this year, now's the time to start picking up points. The more you can get early in the season, makes it a lot easier when it gets down to the crunch of qualifying time when they make those cutoffs. So any points you can get early, always good.
Yep, and John Robinson maintaining a 4.8 second lead. Michael Dowden with just a couple tenths faster on that lap. However, has a lot of ground to make up in just 10 minutes. Catching up 5 seconds in 10 minutes might be a little tough unless we see John Robinson either A, make a mistake or run into lap traffic at a particularly not very good spot on track.
Yeah.
Oh, we have turn 17 Alpha with impact in a really bad spot, we're being told. We're trying to find it. It might be car 27 red, Charles Foster, yep. And the outside wall of turn 17, Charles Foster, we were watching, racing very close with Brian Graham, and the double yellows are being presented, as we can see on the screen. So yeah, Charles Foster was racing very close to Brian Graham. So who knows if they touched wheels or not?
Yeah, I'd have to imagine in a Formula class, it probably was a solo incident.
But they were close together.
They were. So it could have forced them into a mistake and just ran a little bit wide. But I don't think they hit each other. I think
How do you know?
I think we'd have 2 cars stopped rather than just one.
Not necessarily.
These Formula cars don't really have the fenders that we're used to bumping with, John. They're usually tire to tire, so I would imagine it was an individual. But you can see that Mazda pace car.
Hopefully the driver
just at the exit of turn 1.
Charles Foster is okay. We're still waiting on word from our track officials. All right, so it looks like the car is. We're looking at the screen right here now. It's hidden by that wall. Oh no, it looks like it's right past the camera view.
Yeah, probably the exit of 17.
So maybe carried a little too much speed. Maybe collected in the outside wall there of turn 17. It's very easy to do as well.
Mm-hmm.
You hit that bump and maybe lose a little bit of control. Might have snap oversteered and launch you out into the abyss out there.
Yeah, that outside wall is not a spot you want to hit. That is it's kind of a black hole, gravitational pull. Once you get any contact with it, it just it grabs you in. But there are your top 3 right now.
So hopefully the driver is okay. But we might have a little shootout here, Nick, for Formula Ford.
We might. This is a great opportunity
for Michael Dowden and Daniel Thorogood to try and take advantage of this situation.
Yeah, they are right back in it after being, 5-10 seconds behind the lead. Now it's all up for our leader,
John Robinson,
to hold them off.
If you're John Robinson, you're hoping this thing finishes under yellow.
Oh, absolutely. At this point, you've run your race. Sometimes getting into these cautions after being so focused on driving
can take away your mental focus.
It does. It'll kind of break you loose from your routine, and at this point, the fatigue starts to set in. That adrenaline fades away a little bit, and you think to yourself, "Man, I'm ready to be out of the car." So if this does go back green, hopefully John Robinson can fight that off, because I know Michael Dowden and Daniel Thorogood would love to jump on that opportunity.
Yeah, they have nothing to lose at this point, as they were basically gifted 5-second gap back. So hopefully the safety crew is able to get the driver back inside the paddock with no harm, and we can get the car off the track and get this race back underway. We will definitely keep you updated. The live look of the Mazda CX-50 supplied by Mazda Motorsports and Classic Mazda of Orlando.
Yeah, it looks like Brian Graham also pulled back into the mix. So, a 4th place car. We talked about that second group running. They were looking for a mistake from the front to try and get a chance. Well, now with this caution, they are right back in it.
Yep. I will say Brian Graham's best lap time is 3 seconds slower than the top 3. So we'd have to find some lap time speed in order to stay with them. But who knows? If this is only maybe a 1 or 2 lap shootout, anything can happen, and he could be in a prime position to steal a podium.
Absolutely, yeah. He's got to be focused in, ready to capitalize on any mistakes from those front 3 if he wants a shot at this.
Yep, and we have just over 5 minutes remaining. So it will come down to the wire here if we do get to go back green flag racing. We have an update coming in for you. The driver is good. All right, so we have word that the driver is safe and out of the car. So happy to hear that. That is Charles Foster in the number 27 Formula Ford, who was running in that 4th position with Brian Graham. It does look like, however, the mess will take a bit of time to get cleaned up. And we got the call from race control that they are checkering this under yellow. So John Robinson will take the win in Formula Ford over Michael Dowden and Daniel Thorogood. And then in Formula V, Harry Bradley will take the win over Mike Schiffer and George Towns. But Nick, that got kind of exciting for Formula Ford.
That was a great race. Yeah, it was fun to see these cars have the track to themselves compared to when we saw them off air yesterday, and they were mixed in with the next group that we have coming up, the Wings of Wings and Things.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was a great race. I was really excited to see a little bit of battling back and forth. They were stepping out of line, making moves into 17. It was a classic Sebring race.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a reminder, this race is concluding, but we do have one more race before lunch, and that is the faster Formula Car group. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back from Sebring International Raceway.
Racecar Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Racecar Engineering, 800-882-7231.
All right, and welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. Here, the CFR Cabin Fever Cure. We have Group 2 coming up next, our faster of the Formula cars. I'm Nick Soriano here with John Davison. And John, are you excited for this very fast group of cars?
Yes, I'm excited to see the gap that the first prototype pulls on the rest of the field. That's what I'm looking for to see with a lap time of 2:05. I imagine that Daryl Schaff will gap the field but quite a bit in his Elon DP2. So out of Reading, Pennsylvania, with a 4-second gap to P2 per lap too.
I mean, a 205 is a fast car, and it'll be exciting to see. But yeah, we've got some other cars here. William Wald is going to be second in his Ligier F3. Alexander Velasquez in third. Chris Charnow in the 24. Fifth place, Dennis Kelly in the 21. Mark Defer in the 08 in sixth place. Carl Wingo in the number 16. Stanley Halleck, 8th place in the number 23 Formula Continental. Mark Ditchkus in the number 130 P2 category car. Followed right behind another P2, Neil Lund in the 36, and in 11th, the last car in our field, the Formula Continental of David Wilklow. We are expecting these cars to turn some very quick lap times. They're going to have a lot of space on track. Should be easy pickings for some of the lapped cars. So we are excited. I want to see some times faster than qualifying.
Ooh, I think we will, Nick. I'm manifesting some fast lap times here. I'm thinking faster than a 205 is about to happen.
You think so?
I think so.
I'd love to see it. This is our fastest group, an outright pace for our fastest cars. So, yeah, if we're going to see a fast lap of the weekend, this is going to be the group to do it.
It could be, Nick. We do have some competition here in the FC category and P2 category with the most cars in each class. So we might have some wheel-to-wheel action. Mark Ditchkus and Neil Lund both running very similar times in the P2 category with 2:22s in qualifying. However, the quicker P2 of the group, Dennis Kelly, with a 2:14. So imagine that there could be a good battle for second in P2, where Formula Continental as well, a good battle for second with Stan Howlock and David Wilklow.
Yeah, a couple of good battles to look at there. Formula Continental and P2, really the only classes that have a deep enough field to see
round
some
out a whole
racing.
podium.
Yeah. Everyone else a little bit thin on attendance this weekend, unfortunately, but nonetheless, we are excited to see the racing that comes out of both of those classes.
Yeah, and we did see the Group 1 and Group 2 were split up earlier, or were raced together in the race yesterday, and now have been split up into two different races. So we don't really have to worry about the large gaps in lap times from a 2:05 down to, the Formula V times, right?
Yeah.
You can catch a Formula V pretty quick if you're running a 2:05 lap time.
Yeah. It's when you're shaving almost a minute off of their times, it's pretty impressive how quick you come up on the back of those cars. But without them on track today, they can let it rip. I don't know what any track records are, but maybe we'll get another one of those notifications.
Ooh, that would be a fun notification, Nick.
Yeah.
It is heating up, though, so it may not help the performance of the cars.
Yeah, maybe a little too warm. We might have a little bit too much temperature in the track for that to be possible, but we can always dream.
I mean, it is a lot better than some snow that's going on up north.
It is, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and we got to talk about it today. I mean, just absolutely postcard weather out here. Few clouds in the sky, sunny out, beautiful.
mid 80s. If you're up north and it's a little chilly, you know, maybe it's time to plan a winter trip. Come on down to the CFR, the Central Florida region, and check out the cabin fever cure next year. Could be the answer for you for some of your winter blues.
Yeah. And the cars are just now leaving the grid. There's a bit of a delay there getting the pace car to the grid. So now you can see on the screen the car starting to roll out, that prototype there in the pole position. So I wonder what the gap is going to be from first to second here, Nick.
Well, at 5 seconds a lap, 2 minutes apiece, we could see almost 15 laps this race.
That's a lot of math.
Yeah, that's over a minute gap by the end of this thing.
I need to
from
put that in
first to
Excel.
second.
Yeah.
It's very possible. So, yeah, with how fast these cars are, that's over a half a lap lead that we could see. So, here we are. We are watching them, and they are coming out of the grid right now, working their way down the front stretch into turn number 1. Being led by that classic Mazda of Orlando and Mazda Motorsports pace car. Looking good out there, as always. They are going to make their way into the green park, kind of the second half of the track there. Look at them go. Now these are, like we talked about, the faster of our open-wheeled race cars. Some sports racer type cars as well. You can see a couple of them with more of a full body, but still extremely lightweight, high power to weight ratio cars, and they're going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so we do have some driver bios that came in for some of the cars here. Stan Halleck out of Orlando, Florida. Goal is to win the CFR SCCA Regional Championship and qualify for the SIC, which is later this year at Daytona International Raceway, which should definitely bring a lot of competition from some of the northern states in the southeast. Should make for an exciting race, I would say.
Yeah, Stan is starting in 3rd place in Formula Continental, 8th overall. So we'll see if he can move up and maybe make another notch on the podium, but hopefully he stays there and gets some of those very important SIC points. Any other driver bios, John?
I'm looking now, Nick. But one thing to talk about is Stan Halleck. Some people call him Hal because it's on that's his business name on the race car. And he just doesn't want to correct people that it's not his name.
His name
so
is
people
not Hal,
do call him Hal. He's an eye doctor, so he can maybe help with some of your night vision issues, Nick.
Yeah, John, we've always heard this comparison of dentists that run in some prototype classes. Do you think eye doctors are better on track than dentists?
I don't know. I would need to know which dentists are out there. I didn't receive that bio.
Oh, you don't know about the dentists that go racing. Well, they're a special group of dentists, and there are people who have some strong opinions about them. But we'll see if the eye doctors can do a little better today. In a Formula Continental car, that is a lot of car to handle. So hopefully Dan is up for the challenge and can earn some points.
Yeah, so we did have Robert Bonanno was supposed to race, which is a prominent name in the Formula Car group, but not seeing her on the entry list. And in the prototype, we were supposed to have 2 prototype cars, Isaac Velasquez and Daryl Schaff, but it looks like we just have Daryl Schaff this weekend.
Yeah, that does look like it. You can see those cars making their way through turn 16 onto the back stretch. And we're hearing the lights off command for the safety car. So we are going to try to go racing here. We've got ourselves a little bit of time as they make their way down the back stretch. Yeah, and we'll see those lights come off.
Our outside pole setter, William or Bill Wald. a local here in Florida, been racing for 21 years. His goal 2025 is to win some races.
Well, I wish him the best of luck. He's got a great shot at it today because I think he's the only one in his class. So,
Well, that does
it's
help.
an easy win, and those are points that will carry on into this qualifications. But here we go.
Oh,
The green flag is going to drop any second now, and we're going to go racing with the Formula cars. We're going to go barreling into turn number 1. That downforce just sticking them to the track as they make their way into turn number 3 here.
yeah, Nick, we had a really good start by Mark Deffer in the Formula Continental, taking the lead, or well, I guess fell back into second place there. But took the lead momentarily over the prototype and the FS of William Wald. So maybe he caught the first row sleeping a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it, as he still leads those front 3 cars. I don't know the performance differences between those classes, how they are set up, but I bet he's going to drive his hardest to try and stay out in front there as they make their way out of turn 7, past turn 9.
Oh, big lockup there.
Lockup. Yeah. Turn 9, heading towards turn 10.
Staying relatively close together so far. 11 cars have started this race. The car in the back a little bit off the apex there on the light turn on the straightaway.
Yeah, but that's all right as we see him moving through turns 10, getting into turn 11 and 12. That part of the track stays pretty well shaded, and sometimes you can feel a difference in the grip there. Even on a dry day like today, it's probably not enough to throw anyone off, but high horsepower cars could struggle through there later in the day, especially when the rest of the track is really hot.
That will be something to look out for, Nick.
Yep.
I would love to see Mark Deffer in the Formula Continental really mix it up with the prototype in the F3 car of Bill Wald.
I agree. It's a very performant car, and I think it could give them a run for their money. And hey,
I don't know.
it gives us some entertainment to watch as we see them coming down into turn number 17 right now. Order has remained the same. That Formula Atlantic car, I think, is that the car we're looking at? In
Now the
lead?
Formula Continental is currently second overall. Oh, it is an FA.
Yeah, so the FS is leading,
Yeah.
followed by Alexander. That's Bill Wald leading, followed by Alexander Velasquez in second, and Daryl Schaff back into third in that prototype class. So there they go, working their way under that bridge through turn 17. Now into turn number 1 here. Probably the fastest corner on the track. And I think Bill Wald is starting to make a little bit of a gap there.
Yeah, going into the hairpin, probably a 2-3 second gap. He's across the line at 2 seconds. Oh, we have a big send down into turn 3 by the prototype in the back of the field.
Yeah.
That's Neil Lund in the P2 car. We did see Neil Lund lunge, you could say, into the hairpin earlier with a full lockup, but is able to get the pass done that time with no tire smoke.
Yeah, I think he is trying to keep his competitor Mark Ditchkus in the other P2 car within his sights. You can see him moving to the inside. Not quite close enough to make a move, but he is going to try and keep that car nearby nonetheless.
So our first lap time, Bill Wald with a 2:11, 2 seconds ahead of Alexander Velasquez with a 2:13. Daryl Schaff ran a 2:05 in qualifying, Nick. Not off to a strong start as we would have expected.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the car comes to him over this 30-minute race, or maybe they're having some issues. Something might have cropped up yesterday, and they're unable to just keep the same performance that they had at that time. All right, cars are running down through turn 13. I'm sure we've got some heading down the backstretch into turn 17 as well. I'm hearing some cross start-finish line now, and it looks like we have no changes, but the gap's remaining fairly close. Bill Wald still leading the pack with Alexander Velasquez in second, Daryl Schaff in third.
Alexander Velasquez did make up half a second of time there, Nick, so the gap only 1.3 seconds back. So Bill Wald with a 209.1. However, Velasquez and Schaff with mid-208s. So we could see a change in overall position here shortly.
Well, for Velasquez, that is his fastest lap of the weekend. So,
oh wow,
that would be a big jump. But it does look like Daryl Schaff has moved into second place and is now right on the back door of William Wald. Bill Wald trying to hold him off. The prototype car coming very quickly. And we'll see how many corners he can hold him off for.
Yeah, we'll see. Actually, a tight race there for the overall lead. They're all in their own race class category, but the coveted overall winner, I think, is something they're all shooting for.
I think so as well. The way they have been racing each other certainly doesn't make me think that they're willing to let each other go and run off into the sunset. So we'll see how they continue on the rest of this.
How will they handle the lap traffic, Nick?
Yeah, they are definitely going to run into some with the speed differences here. Already a large gap between the front three and the next closest car. So that will just continue throughout this long 30-minute race. We're only 6 minutes in.
Yeah.
24 minutes of racing to go now.
47-second gap to the last place car. So they probably, it's only been 2 laps, Nick. So about every 3 laps or so, we're going to get some lap traffic to mix things up.
Yeah, that is definitely going to keep things interesting for these front 3 cars. You can see cars making their way through turn 16 here. They hug the road so well. You can see just how much grip they have as they move quickly. Turns 14, 15, and 16.
We do have a new overall leader here, Nick. Daryl Schaff putting on the best lap time by over a second, and now retakes the overall lead.
He does, yeah. The number 94, Daryl Schaff, moves right back in. We were curious to see if Bill Wald would be able to hold him off at all, but I think that the overall pace of that car was just a little too much. Alexander Velasquez, though, staying very close to the back of Bill Wald, so any mistakes that Bill makes, he's going to be right there to capitalize on as they head down into turn number 7. Watching from our window here, looks like everything going smoothly there.
We have a race control call. They're watching the wing of car 2-4 as it may be appearing to be falling off.
2-4 is Chris Sharnow in Formula Continental, and I believe he is leading that class right now.
That would be less than ideal, Nick.
Yeah, we would not want to see that as we watch this happen here. He is 4th overall, but with a wobbly wing like that, if something were to happen, he would get a meatball flag.
I can't imagine it would help the downforce performance if the wing is loose.
No, I don't imagine that it is much benefit to have a loose, wobbly wing. It just doesn't seem like something that would help.
Because you would go from a wings to a things.
You would. Once you become a things, your lap times decrease significantly. As we see our 3 leaders going to turn 16 right now, moving down, heading towards the turn 17 bridge. They will work their way in. I mean, just look at the pace on the turn in there. Very, very quick.
What happened to our 3rd place car there, Nick?
Yeah.
Alexander Velasquez is out of the shot.
He is. I wonder if it was that wing problem that they had called in.
I don't think that was him.
That was a different car.
Yeah. So we still haven't seen Velasquez come through, so I'm not sure. Not sure what have happened to him. Is this him coming through 17 now? No, that looks like the Formula Continental of Chris Sharnow.
Where has he gone? There haven't been any calls on the radio, but you can see there's our 2nd place car working their way through. But the 112.
Oh, there. Oh, here we go. We are getting him down the front straightaway now, so. Something appears to have fallen off a car.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And I believe it was the number 112, the 3rd place car that we were watching. So
car up against the side of a wall. That is Alexander Velasquez. So something has happened to him, unfortunately.
In turn 7 now calling in.
And it's 16. Car 6, or in turn 16 is where Alexander Velasquez is sitting. They're trying to check on him, make sure he's all right. So we'll keep you informed. All right, and we also have debris. Oh, we have double yellow. We have debris in turn 7 that the car hit. And that could be Alexander Velasquez that actually did hit that debris and cause him to pull over in 16.
It's very possible, yeah. That would have been it. They did say that the 112 spun off driver's left, which would be out into the grass in turn 16, before making his way back across the track. Luckily, with small groups like this, you can work your way across the track pretty safely to get close to a corner worker.
Yeah.
Whenever you do have an incident, that is ideal. To try and get as close to a corner station as possible for easier communication and for any help if something is to happen.
Yep. So we are going to pick up our leader here, Daryl Schaff, in the P1 car. Ran a 2:05 lap time there, Nick. So about the same pace as he ran in qualifying with a 2:05.1.
Yeah. Technically a half-second faster.
Oh,
so
wow.
we did get to see our fastest lap of the weekend.
Look
Just
it
like
up.
we had
Look at that, Nick.
hoped pre-race.
Yeah, so we do have a full course caution here. We will get some more information for you. You can see the classic Mazda of Orlando, Mazda CX-50, waiting to pick up the leaders that have slowed down to a reasonable pace.
Yep, and here they are making their way slowly through turn 1. Nope. They're going to grab that pace car.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Oh. So we did get some information on the debris that is sitting at the apex of one of the corners. That is the head support that goes around the driver to protect, from any crashes.
Yeah.
That fell off what we believe is the number 03 of William Wald, which it probably can't be as comfortable because it keeps his head in there pretty tight.
Yeah, I think it kind of slots in over the driver's shoulders, gives some stability. So, it was sitting about midway in the track in the shot that we see right there, just past that pavement change, and a car did hit it and move it off screen. So. There it is.
They need to order a new one. I'm not sure where you get one for a Formula 3 car.
Yeah, I have no idea how any of those parts work, but hopefully he's able to continue the race. I don't know what the requirements are for having those body panels installed.
I don't know, but he could lose that victory.
Yeah, we would hate to see him get penalized, anything like that, but
and also just the comfortability. I think it adds some comfortability it allows the head to stay in place.
Yeah, it definitely could hold it in place there. And a Formula car, I'd imagine, being kind of locked into that chassis is really important. Just the G-forces you pull in the corner, and the braking. These are very performant cars, and not being locked in like that is not what you want.
No. So we are cleaning up the track over in turn 7. I'm guessing that piece is made of carbon fiber, so now it may be in a bunch of little pieces, Nick.
Yeah, very, very good possibility that that's what happened. Looking at the pace car and the cars following, though, it looks like we only have 5 cars running, unless we are waiting for a couple of cars to get caught back up.
And we'll see, we have completed 5 laps. I do see 9 out of the 11 have completed 5 laps.
There we go. There's the 112. I see the 112 outside of our window heading towards turn 7. So I imagine they will catch back up to the field and be able to get things going again. Yeah, so that'd be back to 6 cars. But I think we've had some attrition here. I think a couple of cars have
Not been able to stand up to the bumps and the heat that Sebring's offering today.
Yeah, we also had call in that one or two of the cars stalled out there on the slow caution laps, but was able to get restarted again. So some passes under yellow were eventually returned back to normal. But we are going green this time. So as you can see, the pace car leading the field in turn 16. We're about to go green again for the 14 minutes remaining in this race. After this race, we will take typically an hour-long lunch break, as our volunteers around the track will get some food in their bellies and prepare for a good afternoon of more races. We have group 3 through 7 30-minute races still yet to come. So once this race concludes, we'll take an hour break and come back with more action. So do not forget about us.
Yeah, make sure you guys stay tuned in here, even during the break. But yeah, we are going back green after a short caution to get some debris cleaned up. And you can see all the cars in line heading into turn 17 now. The Mazda CX-50 pace car will pull off. We will go back to racing.
And we are back green, Nick. And Bill Wald tries to make a move on Daryl Schaff. You can see there on the screen, pulled out to the right side, the outside of the course going into turn 1. We'll see if he can complete the job and try to take back that overall lead.
Yeah, as they head down into turn number 3 here.
It doesn't look like he was able to get that job done.
Yeah, I don't think he was able to make that move stick on the 94, but I think we have a lap car that just kind of got shuffled into the mix here. So we'll have to see how that shakes things up with the rest of the field. Could cause some issues as they exit turn number 6 onto this straight. Bill Wald looks to have made it around, but see if everyone else can cleanly.
It does appear like Alexander Velasquez was able to get going again, but is unfortunately one lap down. But looking to complete the race, the only Formula Atlantic entry. So Formula Atlantic is moving up. The Formula Atlantic is moving up through the field now.
Yep.
It was starting in the back. So we'll definitely see some action there, as you can see on the screen, going into turn 10. Making some moves. I mean, he does have a whole lap to catch up if he wants to get back on the lead lap. So I do not believe that will happen, but he will get scored a finish. So glad to see him back out there and not parked on the side of the road.
Yeah, agreed. Now your top 3 looks a little bit differently. The number 94, Daryl Schaff, the prototype, still leading. The 03 of Bill Wald in FS class. And the number 24 of Chris Sharnow that we talked about possibly having a loose rear wing in 3rd place, leading Formula Continental. So we'll see if that continues as we still have 12 minutes to go in this race. Big gaps forming at the front as Daryl and Bill have just checked out from the rest of the field. The car behind Bill in the orange car here, this white car that you'll see next, is not currently in play, we don't believe. We believe that is a lapped car that is behind, as the 24 is the white Formula car that is in 3rd right now. But he is under attack from what looks to be the 08 of Mark Defer. We're trying to keep an eye on that one, as that would be a change in the lead for Formula Continental.
That is some exciting stuff there, Nick. Chris Sharnow and Mark Defer in the 4th and 5th overall spot, but leaders in the Formula Continental class.
Oh, it does look like we had the updates happen. So the white P2 car is correct, and we did have a lead change. The 08 of Mark Defer has passed the 24 of Chris Sharnow. So a change in Formula Continental, middle of this lap. We'll see if that. Oh, and a spin in turn 7. Oh, saw it from the window. It's going to be just off camera, but it looks like that was the 24 of Chris Sharnow.
It could be that that loose swing.
It could have been, yeah, maybe lost some downforce there. And that's why Mark was able to get by so easily after.
Unfortunately, as well, it looks to appear to have stalled and is sitting. Oh, starting to get going again. So we will see. And I do see a wing missing.
I do, yeah. I see some debris.
Yep. There's also a car on the outside on your screen. Oh. 112 is stopped. That's
Yep.
Alexander Velasquez, the FA car that was down a lap. We have contact call between 112 and 24. Oh, wow, we are getting information here. Alexander Velasquez getting called in for a dive bomb into turn 7, making contact with a 24 of Chris Charnow. So,
It's a shame to see that because Chris and Mark were battling it out for that Formula Continental.
And Velasquez
lead.
was 1 lap down as well.
He was in his own class, and
really did not have much business getting into that.
No,
into that fight.
unfortunately. But that is going to bring out the double yellows. You'll see those popping out at our corner stations here. 9-4 Daryl Schaff, still your leader. And with 9 minutes to go, depending on the amount of cleanup, we may unfortunately have another race end under caution. Hopefully they're able to get things cleaned up before then. But keep our eyes out and our ears open for whatever the situation does allow. We see our safety teams heading out. And our pace car waiting at the exit of turn number 1, the entrance to turn number 1.
You know, you do feel for Chris Charnow as he was racing for position, getting taken out by a car that was a lap down. That has to be frustrating, especially that car had no business really being in that fight. So that move could have possibly been done at a safer location. So
yeah, now I don't have a great knowledge of the Formula class, but looking at just lap times from this race and qualifying, I've got to imagine that that car was a couple of levels of performance above a Formula Continental.
yeah, running about 5 to 6 seconds a lap faster than the Formula Continental. Probably could have been more patient, being a lap down especially, and just drive or wait till a safer area besides dive bombing into the hairpin and making that move.
Right, yeah. But we are glad the drivers were okay. They were able to get the cars moved out of the way, and we've got the safety crews picking them up to bring them back to the paddock area. Take a look at them. This is their last race of the day, so there is no hurry to get them repaired for an afternoon race. And they do end up going back to the garages. I think that's probably it for them. With 7 minutes to go, don't see them getting back out on track.
But a very unfortunate event for Chris Charnow. But Mark Defer will take that victory, I would say. So Mark Defer will gain that position over Chris Charnow. Mark Defer was running in second in Formula Continental for the entirety of that race, and now was essentially gifted a win there.
Yeah. Now, he had already made the pass, so I don't want to say gifted. He had made the pass in the 3-4-5 complex, but yeah, as Chris was slowing down or showing signs of being slower, Mark went by him pretty quick. Yeah, unfortunately, the 112 got into him.
That is unfortunate. And we have just over 6 minutes remaining for this race. We haven't got word just yet if we're going to go back to green. I imagine we might be able to. Unsure of the cleanup that is needed in turn 7. But just a reminder, we will go to a hour-long lunch break after this session concludes, and we'll jump back into the action with Group 3. That is your GTL and STL group. There's some other cars in there, STU. So it will be an exciting race to come back for, and we'll give you a time, an estimated time of when we will bring back the action as we find out.
Car 112 cleared from turn 8. They are with the Flat Toe Mafia, being brought back into the pit area here. There's a nice cut right there that they should be able to pull into where the pits were for the green course. And then they can use some of the back roads to get back to the paddock.
Yes, and it does appear that is what's happening.
All right. And we are keeping an eye out here. We believe we will get one more lap.
If we do go green, that would be... It could make it interesting. We've seen some dive bombs here throughout this race, Nick. Will we see another one?
I don't think we will, because I think I'm hearing in our headset that they are going to bring the field down pit lane and checker them.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, this race will end under caution as well, similar to the first Formula field that we saw.
Yeah, so our finishing positions here, Daryl Schaff will take the overall victory in the prototype. Bill Wald will take second place overall. Dennis Kelly in P2 will win P2 over his 2 competitors. Mark Defer will take the Formula Continental win. Carl Wingo will take the Formula Enterprise 2 category win. Stan Hollick, second place in Formula Continental. Mark Ditchkis in P2, the second place in P2. David Wilklow in the third finishing position for Formula Continental. And unfortunately, Chris Charnow fell down into 9th after that incident, along with Alexander Velasquez. And earlier, we had an early retirement of Neil Lund, finishing out the 11th position. So, Nick, we will be going to a lunch break here. We have a lot of exciting races to come. We will have cars on course at 1:30 p.m. local time. So make sure to set your alarm clocks and come back at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. And we will bring you more action here at Sebring International Raceway.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Race Car Engineering, 800-882-7231.
hour or so lunch break. And now we have 5 more races to go for this afternoon, starting with Group 3, which is our production category, as well as our Super Touring Lights, SPUs, B-Specs, etc. So we have a great race here for you at the 2025 Central Florida Region SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. My name is John Davison with DriversEye Live, and in the studio with me, Nick Soriano. How are we doing?
John, doing great. Happy to be here. Excited for the second half of races. We've got a great afternoon lineup coming. This production class was a pretty exciting race last time, and I think we're going to have another similar one. The STL race was the one that we looked at, and John Rodat and Nick Leverone, the two leading the way out of pit lane here, are the ones we're going to be watching next.
Yep, Nick Leverone starting on pole. The top 4, well, really, 8 out of the top 10 cars set their best lap time in the sprint race this morning versus their qualifying session. So Paul Mavoli, who originally was on the pole, has now dropped into the 5th starting spot. But Nick Leverone starting in 1st, John Rodat starting in 3rd, Chris Clark is in 3rd, Bob Mueller has moved up into the 4th starting position, Paul Mavoli sliding down into the 5th starting spot. Morten Hobson in the Ford Escort will take us in from 6th position. Vaughn Mishko in T4 in 7th. Sean Sagassi in 8th. John Bell in 9th. Matthew Gallup rounds out our top 10. We have everyone from Super Touring Lights to E Production, F Production, T4, and B Spec. Nick, which class are you most looking forward to?
I think STL is still going to be my vote. But B Spec is a close second. Last race we saw they finished only about a second and a half apart during their 20-minute heat race. So the feature race, 30 minutes. If they could stay that close for 30 minutes, I'd be pretty excited.
Yeah, their qualifying times are less than a 10th apart from each other that they did run in that last race. So very similar speeds for those two drivers, Paul Ogborn and James Kohler in B-Spec. We also have another Paul Ogborn, must be Paul Ogborn Sr. possibly, in B-Spec as well, a little bit further down the field.
Yeah, Paul Ogborn is our driver from the UK that we talked about a little bit last time. So we'll see how they do. They obviously fairly competitive if they're able to keep up with the other B-Spec drivers who are from more local locations, and we're excited to see that race. But right now, as you can see, all the field lining up, going through turn number 9 right now. What a variety of cars we have. I mean, Miatas, we've got W's, Ford Escorts, I've seen Hondas in there.
Yeah.
This is a really cool group to watch with all the variety.
It sure is, and it definitely adds another element to the mix with the mixed class racing. In a big field of 38 cars, minus maybe 1 or 2 that had some technical fatalities, we can say. I do know that Steve Shelton Jr. in T4, he would have been qualified 3rd in class, lost an engine yesterday, so we can expect him not to be in the race. But yeah, over 30 cars, we should have a good, fun, action-packed race here. This is a 30-minute race, and every race this afternoon will be 30 minutes. And our first couple 30-minute races have had cautions in both. Are we going to see another caution here in this race, Nick?
I hope not. We had great races going on in both of those formula groups. You know, cars close to each other, and really making it interesting for us to watch here in the booth. And unfortunately, both of those ended with a pace car under caution. So I'd love to see a couple of these go to the end of the day, or at the end of the race, excuse me. And let the guys race it out. You know, we got guys and gals out there who they want to race, they want to put in that work, and yeah, I hope it makes it all the way to the end of the timer this time.
Absolutely. We have multiple GT Light competitors E production, F production, and STL, as well as T4. So all have multiple cars entered in each class of more than 4 cars. So I'm sure everybody's gunning to get on a step on the podium, Nick.
Yeah, it's good to see a class this large with this many classes have good participation still throughout the field. Not a lot of single car entries for these classes, which is great to see.
Absolutely. And as we are heading towards the green here to kick off our afternoon coverage, Nick Leverone and John Rodat will take us to the green. The driver to come around turn 17 in formation. And we do get a green flag waving for our start here. Nick Leverone leading the way. And it did seem like some cars started to fan out there, Nick, midway through the pack. But
yeah, saw a couple of 3 wides. And let's see how they funnel through.
Oh, it actually, it looked like Chris Clark in the Go 5 Cup car got around John Rodat. But John Rodat looks to be sending it in the inside here, going into turn 3. Will he make it stick? It appears so.
I think he did. I think he did make it. We're going to keep our eye out. I'm going to be looking out the window, the exit of turn 5 here, and see. Yeah, he sure did make it stick as they head down that back stretch towards turn number 7.
Yeah, and obviously Nick Leverone and John Rodat are competing in the same class, so it was very imperative for Rodat to get around Chris Clark as quickly as possible so that Leverone does not make some ground on Rodat.
Yeah, and I believe Rodat was the one who got the better of Nick Leverone last race.
That is right.
And Nick running a better lap time, just not able to get the job done. So, I think he got a little chip on his shoulder for this race.
Oh, I'm sure Nick Leverone is quite the competitor. And they're both friends as well. They both come from the northeast region of the country. Flat Out Motorsports, who Nick Leverone owns, they actually have a shop here located at the track. So they have a lot of their customers come down here every single winter for all the races the Central Florida region hosts down here. So it's cool to have them join us every single year.
It is really nice to see, and we've been by the shop. It is very nice. It's a great setup. So if you're a customer looking for a shop, give them a call. I'm sure they have some opportunities available.
I'm sure, and as we look through 15 there, Leverone still leading the way over Rodat and Chris Clark. In that second group of cars, it appears that we have the T4 car of Von Mischko leading the way.
Yeah, they are working their way through. We see a lot of nose-to-tail action coming down towards turn 17. And looks like a little bit of a gap forming at the front there. The top 3 all a little bit spread out, but then a big gap from 3rd to 4th. You can see them bouncing underneath that WeatherTech bridge at turn 17 here at Sebring. And here they go, crossing the start-finish line. Coming down towards turn 1.
Something must have happened to Bob Mueller, as Bob Mueller was in 4th position at the start, has fallen down into 12th. So not going the direction that he had hoped for.
No, not at all. You wonder if there's something wrong with the car. Maybe they missed something between the first race and the second, or if it's just some bad luck. Multi-class racing, you never know. You could get pinched in the wrong spot. Maybe you have to make a ejection off into the safety pin at turn 7 there, and you can lose a lot of time just having to do that.
Absolutely. Oh, we have a call coming in from the starter, car 6-2.
That's John Bell.
Passing before the green flag was waving in the air, Nick. I have done that a time or two before. It is, sometimes you get a little antsy waiting for the green flag to drop.
Yeah, absolutely. He was running 4th in the EP class, 8th overall, so definitely disappointing if he's going to have to serve a penalty of any kind. That will take take away from his results.
Yes, that would be very unfortunate to be in the victory lane circle at the podium, only to have to be told that you have a penalty.
Yeah, it looks like our B-Spec contenders are still close to each other. Not too far apart, but... Oh, no, I don't have a time for
Paul Ogborn
yet. I only have a time for James Kohler, so he may be our only B-Spec in the field. That'd be disappointing.
That would be. They had a great close race in the first race this morning. So James Kohler just might be out there on his own, Nick.
Great for SARRC points. You know, if he's looking to qualify for the SIC, that's going to make it nice and easy. But as far as the competitive racing that we know B-Spec for, we would miss out on that for sure.
Absolutely. And Nick Leverone and John Rodat, the gap between them at the front of the field is just 1.2 seconds as they head down the start-finish line. It does appear that Leverone will increase that gap after this lap. A 2.7 second gap has now been increased over just 2 laps from Nick Leverone.
Yeah, he ran a 1.5 seconds faster than John Rodat there, so really spreading the gap now as those two are there. Chris Clark in EP, leading EP in 3rd overall right now with a 6.5 second lead over the 148, Sean Sagassi, and that RX-7.
And John Bell in the 62 machine, RX-7 in EP, did have that call against him for passing before the green flag dropped, and he is closely followed by Brian Bennett in the number 88 machine. If Brian Bennett knows that this potential penalty coming in the way of his competitor John Bell, maybe he takes a little easier right now.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't force the issue. We could maybe stretch the tires a little bit longer. 30-minute race, you do have enough time to have some tires heat up, and you can ease off, let them cool back down, and come back to you. So drivers are going to have to use a little bit of strategy there and see how they want to push the race forward. Do you give it all right out the gate, or do you hold off a little bit, try and have a strong second half of the race?
I always just go right off the gate. Right out of the gate.
That you do, John.
Yes.
And it's worked out for you more than once. But
and then all throughout the field, Moore and Hobson in the Ford Escort with a 20-second lead over the next car in class for SPU. So our leaders in some of our individual classes have created quite a few gaps for their competitors.
They sure have, and it looks like we have 29 cars who have completed a lap. So lost a couple from the early morning, unfortunately, but looks like we have a large group still out there competing.
Yeah, as we head through turn 16, 15 and 16 in this camera shot, we make our way down to 17. We'll see Nick Leverone come through, followed by John Rodat and Chris Clark.
And there they go, crossing start-finish line. That was Nick Leverone, followed by John Rodat.
And Nick Leverone stretching that gap to over 4 seconds. He's pulling almost 2 seconds faster a lap, Nick.
Yeah, just turning his fastest lap of the race at 2:28.9. So clearly got that car dialed in. Compared to his qualifying time, about a second slower than his fastest qualifying time, but
it is warmer in the afternoon, so you would expect some of the lap times to be slower.
We do expect the track times to slow things down.
You also have a headwind going into turn 17 and to the hairpin. So those two of the longest straightaways have a headwind as well.
They do, yeah. We're tracking a car out there, number 99, orange and white car. He is off pace, slow off the line. They believe he's going to make it back to pit lane, but it could cause us some issues. So right now he's making his way through turn 14 towards turn 15, and I might be able to catch him on camera. And it sounds like an exhaust is dragging there.
That is less than ideal, Nick.
Correct, yes. You want to keep all the parts connected if possible. And it looks like he's made his way all the way up to the backstretch now, according to our radio calls. So Maybe we'll catch him going into turn 17, see some of that.
I did see car number 0, Kelsey Pinkowski, had some, appears to have pancaked that car on a wall.
No.
Oh, what is that on the back straightaway? Oh,
I believe that's our slow mover there on the driver's right-hand side of the backstretch, John.
so it does appear to be able to make it back to pit road here, which is right around the corner of turn 17. So that takes out one car early in this race, as we're 1/3 through this feature race for Group 3.
Yeah, that there is Craig Schaefer in the SPU Datsun 510. So, wonder how tough it is to find Datsun parts these days, or if that's something they have readily available still.
I don't know. That's not something I've looked for before, Nick, so.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's able to get that thing back up and running. And if he can turn some more laps this race, there's still 20 minutes left, John. So we don't want to see him out if he doesn't have to be. But by now you can tell these cars are up to temperature. The track is warm. The drivers have got to be sweating. So as we look at turn 15, all the cars coming through, they are just hanging on the edge, turning lap after lap, trying to make it to the end. Some of them really just hoping for a mistake ahead. Others of them finding pace. Maybe they'll be turning some fastest laps of their own.
Yep, and we did have that number 99 car just drive through right in front of our window here on pit road. So that car does appear to be going back into the paddock and calling it a weekend.
Well, I guess if that's going to be the way your weekend ends, there are worse ways. So they might have gotten away with one with that 99 car.
Yep, and the car's pulled into the paddock. Looking through the field here, Paul Mavoli with a 26-second lead over Matthew Gollop and F Production. So quite the dominating performance. Morn Hobson just turned his fastest lap with a 2:30 in that Ford Escort, 52 seconds ahead of his next closest competitor. Graham Partain and T4 with a 21-second lead. Nick Leverone has stretched his lead, just running his best lap time on lap 4, so just over 6 seconds over John Rodat. Mike Janisch is 51 seconds behind Nick Leverone, is sitting in 3rd position. In E-Prod, Chris Clark in the Global MX-5 Cup car, 6 seconds ahead of Sean Segesi. And John Bell in 3rd place in EP, 18 seconds behind Chris Clark.
Yeah, they are a couple of battles still fairly close, especially this STL battle. If my eyes don't mistake me on the broadcast here, I believe John Rodat has closed the gap and passed Nick Leverone.
So clearly something has happened somewhere on track, Nick. Or do you think Nick Leverone was a little bored and wanted some fun?
You know, it wouldn't surprise me either way. But seeing Nick Leverone run a 2:36, I have to imagine there was a mistake somewhere around the track.
I would imagine.
A fair bit off his best lap pace. So we'll continue to watch that. You see those 2 leaders going through turn number 3, followed by Chris Clark in the Global MX-5 car.
Yeah, we're just almost halfway through this feature race here at the Central Florida Region SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. This is a SARRC points race. So all the points scored in this race will go towards the championship, which will be decided at the SARRC Invitational Challenge at Daytona later this year.
That's right. That's going to be a big event this year, and exciting that it's at Daytona. I believe it was at Roebling Road last year.
For the past couple years, it has been at Roebling Road, yes.
Oh, that's right. We had it canceled last year.
Mm.
Yeah, I remember that. But yeah, it'll be exciting to be at Daytona again. And I think we'll have a great turnout for that. So if you're interested, you're out there listening, come on down, run a SARRC race anywhere across the Southeast, and get your points, get qualified for that SARRC Invitational Challenge, and come see us down here when we run it this fall.
Yep, and it does look like Bob Mueller has come into the paddock. But not a good race for him. I do believe he was double dipping into Spec Miata as well as SEL. So maybe wants to save the car for the Spec Miata feature race later this afternoon.
Yeah, very possible, as they are our leaders. No, I thought that was them. I don't know. Lost them on track now, but trying to see if the gaps have changed at all. If Nick Leverone has resumed the lead. We're able to catch a glimpse of them lately, so we'll keep our eyes out. As our sole B-Spec car crosses start finishing.
There are two.
Oh, there is two. And they are right in front of our leaders. Nick Leverone has made it past John Raudat. So another change of lead. As these cars continue to race.
Yeah, Paul Mavoli in his Nissan Sentra in F production is catching Chris Clark to be third overall. You can see on the camera here.
Yeah, you saw our two leaders working through traffic.
There's Chris Clark turning into turn 3 there, followed by Paul Mavoli in that Sentra. Paul Mavoli just turning a best lap time of 229.2.
Yeah, and they have made it past our B-Spec leader. So your STL leaders now making it into turn number 7, followed by your two B-Spec cars, lap down. But
Yeah,
both of the classes there.
I'm not seeing a time for Paul Ogborn in B-Spec, but it does appear that he's about 2 seconds behind his counterpart there in James Kohler.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good guess, John.
But the field has definitely fanned out as we've reached the half point in this race. So far, no cautions, Nick, which is a good sign.
It's a great sign. Yeah, the racing's been good. We're seeing some close battles across the classes here, and it's exactly what we wanted out of a multi-class race here at the regional weekend. You know, it's exciting. It's good to see the cars running, staying clean. You know, that's always a big part of racing. We want to make sure that all the cars go back on the trailer looking the same or better than they rolled off the trailer here this weekend.
That is true.
All right. We are just, I'm peeking out the window here looking. I think our leaders are going to be coming by soon.
Yes,
See
as
how
they
those
go
gaps.
into the camera here into turn 17. Nick Leverone closely followed by John Raudat. Raudat would definitely like to keep this gap a lot smaller than what had originally been brought up earlier in the race.
Yeah, he certainly would. I think Nick has found a little bit of a groove again. He's going to start to be able to build that gap. But looking just a little further back, it looks like Chris Clark
is under some pressure.
He is under some pressure. Sean Sagasy is caught up at 148 RX-7. So another battle brewing.
Yeah. Paul Mavoli moved into third overall in his F production car, but Sean Sagasy ran a 229.9 last lap, where Chris Clark ran a 234. So some speed was found on Sagassi's part, but maybe some mistakes from Chris Clark.
Yeah, looking out here, I think they're going side by side right now.
Yeah, it actually looks. It looks like Sean Sagassi got around him.
It does. It does. So we'll see if Chris Clark is going to fight back. Looking here,
Looking
I do
into the
see
camera.
our B-Spec cars too. They are all alone right now.
They're coming into your camera now.
Yep. And
Okay, so we've got three pairs of races going on that are definitely worth keeping an eye on as we get closer and closer to this 20-minute mark. 10 minutes to go. Soon.
Yeah, so F production by Paul Mavoli, still 45 seconds ahead of his next closest car. B-Spec, it's hard to tell on live timing with the transponder issue on Paul Ogborn's machine, but within a couple seconds of each other, making it interesting, just like you mentioned. STL, there's a half a second gap between Nick Leverone and John Rodat. And I am excited to see what happens in E-Production. Chris Clark and Sean Segesi, just 2/10 apart from each other at the line, and Sean Segesi did appear to get past Chris Clark the last time we saw on the camera.
Yeah, he did. That RX-7 looked like it had a full head of steam coming out of turn number 6 towards turn number 7 there. So maybe some power differences between the two starting to play a factor. And if the track is getting a little slicker, maybe Chris doesn't have the handling that he had earlier in the morning.
That very well could be. Maybe some tires are starting to wear out a little bit.
That's been a long weekend, hasn't it?
And remember, Chris Clark did run the Enduro as well.
That's right.
So if did not change tires, they could be pretty worn down by now.
Well, it looks like John Rodat closed the gap a little bit that last time by, about 2/10 closer than he was.
John Rodat with the best lap time of his session so far with a 229.6. Nick Leverone in first with a 228.8 as his best so far, but not running that same pace this last lap.
Yeah, and it looks like Sean has pulled out almost 3 seconds on Chris Clark in that EP battle. But the only other one we're trying to get an update on is that B-Spec battle. How close were they that last time by? We're going to keep an eye out. Try to give you an update. I believe they'll be coming out of turn 5 pretty soon here as they make the run down towards the hairpin at turn number 7. We'll try and catch them. They will be popping up on your screen any second now as they run through. It looks like that number 95 is gap.
Yeah, that gap has definitely doubled over the last few laps, Nick.
Yeah. So there you go, just in your screen now in the braking zone. That green and orange Mazda is your leader in B-Spec, followed by that Mini Cooper, your second place B-Spec car. They work their way around the green park. We are keeping an eye right outside our window. Cars continue to pass along, but no current class leaders or anything for us to update you on.
Just over 7 minutes remaining, so maybe 3 or 4 laps left. We'll see if John Rodat can bridge that gap to get Nick Leverone.
Yeah, they will be crossing the start-finish line here very shortly. Looks like that gap opened up to 6/10 of a second now. 8/10 of a second.
Now, and we do have someone coming into the paddock here, an early retirement. Number 188 of Clay Keel in F production was running 4th at the time. And it does appear, Nick, that Sean Segesi found some rhythm and some speed, as now he's cleared Chris Clark by over 6 seconds.
Yeah, he sure has. And
well, Chris Clark has gotten significantly slower throughout the session. Best time 2:31. The last few laps have been 2:34s. So he's lost 3 seconds of pace each lap.
he has, yeah. You're not sure where he lost that pace from. It could just be fatigue, or it could just be, you know, he's gotten all the testing he needs out of the car for the weekend, and he's on a little bit of a joyride to bring it on home. All right, there is our
B-Spec leader crossing start-finish line right now.
Oh, and we do have a timing update on Paul Ogboard now. 3.5 seconds is the new gap there from first to second in B-Spec.
All right. See them going into turn number 1 right now. Great shot of them there.
We have another car that has retired early. That is the 140 of Gerald Wilcox in H Production. So Frank Schwartz would be the only H Production car still in the running. Already had a 1 minute and 20-second lead though, Nick.
Yeah, he's going to be locked into that one, I think, at this point. I don't know if he's got any other competition to worry about. And, you know, sometimes you just take those wins when you can get them, John.
Absolutely. Sometimes it is a battle of attrition.
It is, yes.
So we have 5 minutes remaining. And it has been clean racing through and through. No, other than the pass before the green flag started, Nick, we haven't heard any foul play out there on track.
No, we haven't. It's been a great race, textbook what you want from a nice club racing weekend. I can't stress that enough. All right, we're hearing the calls for
to working the white flag, so we are going to come up on our last lap. So we have less than 2 laps to go at this point. Our leader is Nick Leverone in the STL group, followed closely by John Rodat, 1 second behind. Can he bridge the gap, Nick? Who do you have your money on?
I think Nick's going to be able to keep that gap where it's at. I don't think John quite has it in him this afternoon, unfortunately. But I know John. He's going to give it his best effort, and you're going to see them jump onto camera real quick here as they come through turn number 8 and 9.
Yeah, John Rodat, as a reminder, did win the morning race, beating Nick Leverone. So maybe they just agreed to win one each.
You think they did a little trade deal, John?
They might. You know, well, I do know that John Rodat is driving one of Nick Leverone's cars.
Ah.
So there may be some agreement there, Nick.
Yeah, as we see the 132 from E Production making its way down pit road as well.
That's Trevin Taylor, a Sebring, Florida native, was originally running in 21st overall and is now an early retirement.
Yeah, watching the B-Specs come by, it looks about a 3-second gap still there, so no changes on that front. And the E Production gap has also gotten larger. So STL, our last close battle that we are watching.
All right, and the leaders are coming down the backstretch into turn 17. John Rodat is making a move on Nick Leverone. Must have got a good run coming out of 16, and now we have a new leader. John Rodat coming to the white flag as the new leader. Side by side with Nick Leverone. Can he hold it? They are side by side coming across the start-finish line here, Nick. We're going to have an exciting last lap.
Out. They are neck and neck. What a great shot from that start-finish line there.
Yeah, we're going to follow this around the racetrack here as we have a wheel-to-wheel fight. Going in turn 3 right now, expect Rodat to make a move down the inside, and he sure does peak before falling back in line. Oh, sorry, that's Leverone. That was attempting to make a move down the inside as they go through the carousel right now. Rodat leading down into the hairpin. Will Leverone make a move into the hairpin? We're about to find out. Or is he going to take his time and wait?
Yeah.
Rodat protecting the inside line, forcing Leverone to the outside. If I'm Leverone, I'm maybe waiting until coming out of 16, Nick.
I don't know if he's waiting. I think they are side by side.
They sure are.
As they go towards turn number 9. Nick Leverone not waiting at all to make his move Look at them go side by side. I think Nick's going to have the inside line of this turn number 10 here.
He sure will, and he'll carry that inside line all the way through 13.
Yeah, there's a move done. So now, does John Rodat have what it takes to come back at him?
John Rodat, in my opinion, is where you would want to be. It could have been an intentional mistake there by Rodat in the hairpin. Knowing that he might want to be I don't know, though. That gap certainly increased significantly in just a couple of corners. So maybe some pressure was felt from John Rodat.
Yeah, I think he knew. And turn 10, so tough to go around the outside and keep that momentum.
No, that's John Rodat in the lead, actually.
Right.
And Nick Leverone has fallen way off the pace. So Leverone made the move for the win, but maybe something's wrong with that car.
Yeah, it sounds like something just didn't quite work out for them. As we see our B-Spec leader taking the white flag outside our window. Your STL leader, though, currently John Rodat, making his way down the backstretch towards turn 17 for the final time this weekend.
And the leaders are coming through turn 17. John Rodat going to be a back-to-back winner for the weekend, as Nick Leverone is still yet to be seen.
Yeah, and there is the checker. John officially takes it. Nick Leverone may have had an issue as he has not come by yet. Yeah, the next car
he
by.
pulled into the pit road here. So unfortunate for Nick Leverone to appear to have suffered an issue in the second half of that last lap. But Paul Mavoli and Morton Hobson move up into second and third overall, 12 seconds behind John Rodat.
Yeah, they will both win their classes. Paul winning in FP and Morton winning in SPU. Behind them, we do have fifth place overall, Sean Sagassi, going to be your EP class winner. And Graham Partain finishing in 8th is going to be your T4 class winner. So, there you have it. John, what do you think of that race?
Hey, it's another race where it's come down right to the wire at the end. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see a last few corners move with Leverone suffering what appears to be some car injury.
Yeah, unfortunate that it ended that way, but happy to see one go all the way to the checker this time. We didn't have to leave it up to that checkered flag or to a yellow flag. We've still got both the B-Spec cars out on track though, so we'll be keeping track of them as they work their way around.
And so far on the lead lap, it appears we have just 18 cars that are finishing under the lead lap, Nick.
Yeah.
So
there goes the 117 of Luann Capson. That's our second place finisher in GTL.
yeah, unfortunately, we did have some retirements throughout that race. Started with 38 cars in qualifying, now down to about 25, 26 cars finishing.
Yeah, we sure did. But in the shot right now, you see our B-Spec cars making their way through turn 17. There's the green and orange, your leader, number 95, James Kohler, with Paul Ogborn following closely behind in that white and red Mini Cooper. And it's going to be James Kohler who is going to take the win for B-Spec in this Group 3 feature race.
That is right. So also down the field, GTL winner Steve Howley with a 1 minute and 18-second victory. So dominating performance by Steve Hawley and GT Light. John Sagassi beating Chris Clark by 5 seconds. John Bell rounding out the top 3. Graham Partain taking the win from John Ferguson with a 48-second victory. SPU, Morton Hobson, with a one lap difference over his second place competitor Carlos Ramirez.
Yeah, very dominant in SPU today. So you know they have the car dialed in and themselves dialed in.
Yep. So H production does go to Frank Schwartz, where his only competitor did suffer an early retirement, and that does it for Group 3. So we're going to take a quick break here between sessions, but don't go anywhere. We have the Spec Racer Ford group up next, and I would expect some excitement there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back from Sebring International Raceway.
Racecar Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Racecar Engineering, 800-882-7231.
Welcome back to the next session on the afternoon docket here. Group 4 features Spec Racer Ford. We have one driver in the SRF category, the Gen 2 version. And the remaining entries in the field are all Spec Racer Ford 3 here. So we have a 30-minute SARRC race. Gian Buffamante has dominated the entire weekend so far in Spec Racer Ford 3, leading almost every lap of the 2-hour enduro race and also the first sprint race of this group. So Buffamante will look to continue his domination from the pole in this race. Following him, Dave Spitzer will be in second. Greg Falcone, Richie Stanley, Michael Green wraps up the top 5. Connor Grant will be in 6th place. Lee Hill was qualified 7th, but has suffered an early retirement from the weekend, so we will not see Lee Hill in this race. Then we have Tim and TJ Preble in 8th and 9th. Mike Bakanowski will round out the top 10. Now, we did see some drama in the first race for the Spec Racer Fords. I remember Preble, and I believe it was Connor Grant, did get tangled at some point around the race last session. Do you think we're going to have some of that this time, Nick? And do you think whoever was maybe felt wronged might have something to prove in this race.
I don't think we're going to have anything outrageous, but yeah, I do think you'll see some drivers with a chip on their shoulder after that last one. Maybe they didn't finish as well as they wanted to, or felt they got wronged a little bit. So a little bit of extra effort going into this race here, and it's going to make things really exciting. We saw how quickly cars can, you know, be fighting for a position and then disappear from the whole picture. So
Right.
Anything can happen, especially in these spec classes. It'll be exciting to see what they have cooked up for us today, John.
Yeah, and spec racing is always exciting. These cars stay so close to each other throughout the entirety of the race. It is tough to break away on your own, but Gian Buffamante has proven that theory wrong for the most part all weekend.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. Whether it's the sprint races or the enduro, we've seen him really just on top of his game. So I think that's got to be the favorite going into this if I was to put odds on things.
I would say so.
Yeah, but yeah, Dave Splitzer right behind. He ran some great lap times.
Yeah.
We saw him, you know, able to close the gap every now and then and make a mark. Can he do it consistently, though, is the big question.
We will see. I think that Gian Buffamante has a target on his back going into this race. He is the man to beat from Naperville, Illinois. But we have 32 drivers on the grid sheet. I believe a couple of them, unfortunately, are not racing in this feature race. But we should have a fair amount, probably about 30 cars here, Nick.
Yeah, it should be a great field. And when you have a spec class like this, the more the merrier. It just makes things more exciting. So I'm excited. I mean, what a beautiful day. The clouds just look straight out of a storybook as they kind of float out there. And I think a lot of these drivers are chomping at the bit to get this race started. They're ready to go.
Yeah, I always do prefer the second race of the weekend. You know, you get the nerves out the first race. And in the second race, you know, you kind of settled in.
I agree. I think the second race is a little bit more of a composed start. The first one, you're kind of overexcited and you're not quite as focused. But after you get that first start out of the way, the second one seems to go more smoothly. You see the track a little bit slower, right? You know, you're used to the speed of the race, and things seem normal compared to the chaoticness of the first start of the weekend.
I see. So yeah, we have our cars lining up on the back stretch now behind the pace car, looking to go green. I would expect to see a front group break away quite quickly. Hopefully more than 2 cars. Hopefully we get about 4, 5, 6 cars, because the Prebbles were able to find some speed late in the race as well and hunt down some of the leaders. They're starting in the 8th and 9th position. So we see if they can work together to get back up into the mix there for the fight to win.
Yeah, I thought they worked really well together before whatever incident occurred. But
And we are about to go green as the pace car pulls off into pit road. And we have a green flag already 4 wide back in rows 4 and 5. As we head down into turn 1, a clean start. Going to turn 1 right now. It does look like Buffamante will retain the lead going down into turn 3.
I think you're right.
Followed closely by Dave Spitzer.
Yeah, some side-by-side action for the lead.
Nope. We do have a car off track, man. I'm not sure which driver that is yet. Yep. The blue car there re-entered after losing several positions. And we head down into the hairpin now. Buffamante with the lead. Spitzer going up around the outside, it appears.
Yeah, it looks like he defended the inside there. He wasn't willing to give up anything to hold. He wanted to hold that position. So
Yes,
as we see them exit here at turn 8 and 9, we will have to see how things shook out there.
Yeah, so here we come down. Buffamante leading the field down into turn 10, followed closely by Spitzer, Falcone, Richie Stanley, Michael Green, Connor Grant.
Yeah, they are nose to tail still, John. No one's been able to really break away too much. But there is kind of a small front pack, maybe the front 7 or 8. You're starting to see a little bit of a gap, but any mistake from one of them could allow any of those cars,
Absolutely,
ninth or back, to rejoin that group.
And it is tough once you do lose that first group. It is hard to catch back up and rejoin the fight. So, especially in these spec classes like Spec Racer Ford or Spec Miata, you want to do everything you can to stay in that lead group.
Yeah, the way I think of it sometimes is the front group, those are the guys who have not made any mistakes yet, right? They've run a great race. That first group, they made one mistake throughout the race and ended up together, and it just worked its way back. And that's just how good you have to be in these spec races.
Yeah, I mean, it's very competitive. There were 25 cars that took the start in a pretty deep field. We got some side-by-side action going in turn 17 for those first 2 groups of cars. But Bufamonte seems to have a clear advantage going down the front straightaway, as you see coming on the screen now.
Yeah, he has certainly made his way just a little bit clear. Dave Spitzer and Richie Stanley, second and third place, still pretty close to each other. Maybe they can work together and try and reel Bufamonte back in, but picking up almost a full second on that first lap.
Yep, Bufamonte now with 1 second lead over Dave Spitzer. I do see TJ Preble falling back into the 10th spot, starting next to Tim Preble, who's now in 6th. So, yep, and right on screen there, we can see that car with a spin and continue. Can't get the number for you just yet.
Looks like they got moving again, which is very good.
Yeah, and back to our leaders going into turn 10. Bufamonte again with a commanding lead. Spitzer and Richie Stanley working together to try to close that gap to Bufamonte.
Yeah, it looked like that was a single-digit number, John. So I'm wondering if that was, looking at our score sheet, either the 6 of Richie Stanley or the 5 of Jeff Bruck. But I believe Richie Stanley's still at the front there. It looked like there was still 2 cars in that second group. So I'll have to try and listen to our radios and see if we can figure out who that was.
Yeah, we haven't had anything called into race control just yet on that spin and continue.
Yeah, as the cars make their way through the back end of the track there. 14, 15. The move being made there. That was the car that spun and continued. That is a yellow car, but maybe 2 digits now that I see it. I'm trying to, yeah, that orange car. He was not able to make the move stick all the way through 16, but.
Yeah, we will get the name for you when they cross by our booth. So Bufamonte coming down the start-finish line with another sizable lead, stretching that gap to 3 more tenths. Dave Spitzer leading, Richie Stanley in 2nd and 3rd. Connor Grant now up into 4th, followed by Falcone, Tim Preble in 6th. Michael Green in 7th, Stuart Milan in 8th, Mike Bekanowski in 9th. I believe in the first race was up in the mix there for the podium spot, so we'll see if he can work his way back up to where he was in the first race. But TJ Preble dropping another position down into 11th.
Yeah, I can confirm the car that spun was the number 41 of Adam Wright. Took him from 13th down to 19th with that mistake. So we'll see if he can fight his way back to where he was earlier in the race.
We are almost a third of the way through this SARRC feature race here at the Cabin Fever Cure, hosted by Central Florida Region SCCA, produced by DriversEye Live. I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in and watching. Oh wow, big lockups there going into 10. of that second group of leaders. Appears that everybody did get through there safely as we look to the tails of the cars going through turn 13 now. The big second group that has fallen off the pace of the first 3 or 4 cars.
Yeah, we can see those groups forming. This is a great shot of it here at turn 15. The leader followed by second and third. Fourth kind of in no man's land, but fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth, and ninth, 10th, and 11th, all really close together. So there's definitely going to be some shuffling, I think, in these further back places, positions, but very tight racing, even if it's not for a step on the podium.
Yeah, and Gian Buffamante is trying to get some racing experience here at SCCA. Starting his rookie campaign in Trans Am TA2 series in just 2 weeks. So has already gotten some Spec Racer Ford 3 wins under his belt, which is a very competitive class here in the SCCA. That should shape up nicely for him to move into Trans Am.
Yeah, I think that is going to give him a great little bit of experience. And as he moves towards those TA2 races, definitely a different type of car, you know, bigger, heavier, faster. But nonetheless, if you can survive in these cars without making mistakes, it's going to transfer over very well to these bigger cars.
Yeah, and then to show that he's beating some tough competition, Dave Spitzer in the second position was the 2023 SARRC champ in Spec Racer Ford. So already accomplished racer. Had an 18-year career as a full-time engineer in executive and professional auto racing. When he was a GM, he won the Indianapolis 500 and took Cadillac to Le Mans back in 2000. So impressive resume there, and spent another 10 years as a tech expert commentator at Le Mans.
Wow.
So quite a resume there from our second place driver, Dave Spitzer. It shows you the competition that Gian Buffamante is up against. Some decorated champions already.
Yeah, absolutely. Very impressive resume. This goes to give even more credit to Gian for the work he's done this weekend. Yeah, looking out our window here, not a lot of action directly in front of us. Seems like everyone's over in the green car. Let's turn 13, 14, 15.
Yeah, that second group of cars is definitely having a good race right there. But unfortunately, they're going to need some help from some double yellows if they want to be able to catch the first 3 or 4 cars.
Yeah, they are. They're all nose to tail, but with no real help as far as moving forward, it seems, at the moment.
Yeah, Tim Preble is the leader of that pack in the second group. 6.5 seconds behind Gian Buffamante and 2.8 seconds behind Connor Grant in fourth, but leading that second group. As they head down into turn 1, Buffamante running his best lap time and the best lap time of the race so far with a 2:24.7. That's about 3/10 faster, 4/10 faster than anybody else has run in this race so far, Nick. So definitely finding some form there and showing why he has led essentially every lap of racing this weekend.
He really is, yeah. But looking back, he talked about Tim Preble leading that second group. A familiar name working their way through that group. The number 16 of TJ Preble.
Oh.
So some family ties maybe working themselves out. I wonder if TJ can get to Tim's back bumper. Can they move away from that group? What do you think?
I mean, it could be. TJ Preble did fall down into the 11th spot and now worked his way back up into 8th. So definitely showing some pace there with a 2:25.8. About running just behind Matt Gray and a 25.4. They were nose to tail going across the start-finish line, running about a half a second faster than the cars in front of them. So I could see TJ Preble working hard to get up to Tim and having some family bonding.
Yeah, that would definitely shake things up if we had a little more cohesiveness between these groups of cars. But as of right now, everyone minding their P's and Q's. We haven't had any radio calls yet, knock on wood. And we hope this race continues on. The battle for second, probably the closest we have right now, about 2/10 separating those guys. And we'll see how it works themselves out.
Yeah, and 5th through 10th is about a second and a half of gap.
Yeah.
Almost
yeah,
about 2 seconds. So quite a good race there for the second group of cars fighting for the 5th spot. Connor Grant and Richard Stanley seem to be in Connor Grant seems to be in no man's land in 4th place as he's about to cross the start-finish line here. And it looks like that second group may be reeling in Connor Grant. Running about 7/10 faster was Tim Preble in the 5th spot. So they're reeling Connor Grant in only 1.5 seconds back. Working as a group there. TJ Preble now up into 7th place. So gaining another spot and only 2 positions away from Tim.
Yeah, just one car separates them now. And as we look out there, it's getting closer and closer. Yeah, you can see them as they come into shot right here.
Yeah, we have a race there for second going on. That's a pass for second place. Richie Stanley with a pass on Dave Spitzer around the outside. We'll see if he can make it stick going into turn 10 here. It does appear that Stanley was able to get the pass. No, they are still side by side going into turn 10 where Dave Spitzer has the inside line. But you know one thing, all this racing will allow the cars behind them to catch up.
Yeah, this could be exactly what that second group needs, that third group needs to make their way back closer to that. And Gion's looking in his rearview mirrors, happy as a clam right now to see his second and third place competitors going.
Oh, we have a waving yellow
side by side.
Yeah, we were waving yellow in turn 10. That was at the back of the second group there. Mike Balkanowski and Michael Green, Stuart Moulin. I'm not sure exactly who got involved in that, as it was just off the camera, but that's the group that went through the corner there, Nick. That was the back of the second group. So hopefully nothing too serious happened there. I don't think that we are still waving yellow.
Yeah, I think whatever it was, they were able to continue on. We're not getting any radio calls about it just yet, but we'll keep our eyes and ears open. Whatever happened, we'll update you as soon as we hear anything.
All right, coming to turn 17 now. Our leader, Buffamante, in a class of his own. And Spitzer was able to maintain his position, holding off Rich Stanley. And it looks like TJ Preble is able to get to the back bumper of Tim Preble now. So TJ Preble in the 16 machine on the back bumper of Tim, just 1/10 of a second back. He fell back into 11th position, Nick. Now up into 6th place. Has Tim right in front of him. I'm not sure if brother or, I'm guessing the son, TJ, Tim Jr., if I had to guess.
Could be.
Now they're in 5th and 6th place, and they're reeling in Connor Grant in 4th.
They are, and TJ just ran a 24.5, only 2/10 slower
Than Gian.
So if they can continue with that pace, working together in the draft, they could make up some serious ground. There's still 14.5 minutes left in this race. You see them on camera right there, the light blue and the dark blue Gulf liveries. I think they've already caught up to Connor.
Yeah, they sure have. It would be tough for them to make up 10 seconds of lap time, especially with some other cars around them, to catch up to Buffamante. They would, I'm sure, love to see a full course caution here to bring the group back together.
Yeah, that would be the biggest help for them, but I think they'll take any form of help, and just them racing together. You see second and third come through the frame there, and then the next cars you're going to see, that's third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. And that front car is still Connor Grant.
Yeah, so Nick, it does look like
Or 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, excuse me. So that's Connor Grant leading it, but Tim and TJ right behind, and Gregory Falcone holding on to the back of that group.
it does look like the original back of that group, Stuart Milan, Michael Green, and Mike Bakanowski, are now about 20 seconds back. So I'm guessing that they were the cars that were involved in that turn 10 waving yellow incident. I do know they were going in there side by side, so maybe they tangled up. We just missed it off camera, but that definitely does not help their chances of staying in that second pack.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Buffamante now with another best lap time, 224.3.
Wow.
And
They're still way out on his own.
yeah, and has gained 5.8 seconds of a gap back to Dave Spitzer and Richie Stanley, who are fighting tooth and nail for second place. And that gap really got bigger once they started racing each other now.
It did, yeah. But Connor Grant now under fire from Tim and TJ.
Oh, the car went off in turn 1,
Oh, we've got some dust.
and I believe that is one of the Prebles. So I believe that was TJ Preble that did go off there, Nick.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how that shakes up the second group here.
So TJ Preble, I believe, is the car that went off in turn 1. Continued,
Yeah, first, second, third.
but now after all that progress of work, has to catch back up again.
No, 16 is the
Huh?
dark blue and orange is going to be it. So we're looking at either Connor Grant or Tim, who has fallen to the back of that group. Gregory Falcone must have snuck by with TJ there. We just don't know if it was Connor or Tim. They both have those light blue and orange Gulf-colored liveries.
And we are almost 2/3 the way through this feature race of Spec Racer Fords. I don't see the lone Gen 2 Spec Racer Ford out there, Nick. So does not appear to have started this race. So we only have Spec Racer Ford 3rd gens.
You know, they have been phasing out the Gen 2 slowly but surely, and I all thought we all kind of knew this day was going to come,
Yeah.
but
I will say they've made tremendous progress, those cars. From Gen 2 to Gen 3, they really made those cars exceptionally fast.
they did. It was probably one of the best generational uplifts that a racer could have asked for.
Absolutely.
You know, better tires, better engine, better transmission, pretty much everything that you know the car uses up got upgraded, and yeah, it was definitely a worthwhile change when they went to the Gen 3s.
Yeah, and we still have a tight race for second. Dave Spitzer and Rich Stanley, 7 seconds now. So you're right, Nick. It was Tim Preble that went off track in turn 1. So TJ fell back to 11th, now up into 4th. Still has a bit of a ways to go to get to the podium. 6 seconds behind Rich Stanley and Dave Spitzer. At the rate that those two are running, it would be tough to make up that gap with just 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it certainly would be. I think he needs a big mistake from one of them to fall back into this lap. But he got around Connor Grant very quickly. So it's he's got great pace, and you can definitely tell lap time-wise they got a little tangled up. All 25s and 26s where they were running 24s and 25s the lap before.
Yeah, anything can happen. Buffamante, I mean, just putting on a clinic with everybody else in the group with a 7-second lead. That's not something you see a lot in spec racing, is a gap that large from first to second.
It is very rare to see a big gap like that. Much more often you see those neck-and-neck races that everyone is accustomed to when you think of a spec race. But, yeah, today we know who brought their A game, and Gian definitely did.
Leading almost every race, every lap of every race he's been in this weekend.
Yeah.
So
it hasn't been often we have not seen his name on the top of the speed charts.
So kudos to him. It does look like Rich Stanley and Dave Spitzer have maybe given up on that first place dream this afternoon, as Richie Stanley was peeking on the inside going into turn 10. Still staying right behind Dave Spitzer, but maybe getting a little racy.
Yeah, I think they're about ready to put the gloves on and quit being nice. It's getting down to those last couple of minutes, last couple of laps, and the second and third place, very important.
Yeah.
You know, it's deciding the steps to the podium. So I think these guys are going to have. I'm betting you have a couple of switches before the end of the race, not just one.
Okay. Yeah. I'm here for it, and I think the people back at home are here for that drama as well. As they come around turn 17. Spitzer still maintaining that second place. They have fallen back 8 seconds to the leader. And they still maintain the same gap back to TJ Preble in 4th. So Preble able to get ahead of Connor Grant now, Nick. Grant, though, just putting his best lap time of the race, now in 5th place right behind TJ Preble, just 2/10 behind. So maybe they could work together and get away from Falcone and Tim Preble.
Yeah,
We'll see.
I think that would be a great move for them if they were able to work together to kind of give themselves the only two that would have a chance at the podium if someone makes a mistake.
Exactly. But who knows? Maybe TJ Preble wants to slow up that group to get Tim up to the front as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the family strategies are there, so I guess anything is fair game at this point. We'll have to watch to see. Second and third passing by your screen right now. It is no changes there. We will have to see if anyone decides to make a move and how that works out for them.
Yeah, we're coming up on almost 6 minutes remaining in this session. And it's been a good race so far, especially in the top group. The rest of the field has fanned out some. But the top 8 or so cars have been in some tight races. Well, I guess 2nd through 8th.
Yeah, Gian has been in a class of his own, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which side of the aisle you're rooting from. But yeah, after that, it's been pretty good racing. Everyone is within, a mistakes happening of each other, so no room for error still. These positions could easily be shaken up.
Oh, control. Someone just called into control for turn 10. So if we go to turn 10 on the camera, we can maybe see some contact that has happened. We're told there was a waving. Yep, we have a standing yellow now, it appears. We have car 41 and 132. That's Adam Wright and David Shaw that were collected. They did continue though, Nick.
Yeah, that's always good to hear, especially with a race like this. We're at the point where a caution could just bring out the checkered flag, so we'd hate for that to happen.
But I will say, Nick, Adam Wright has spun out once already this race and has now been collected another incident. And he did send in a bio to us before the weekend saying that not wrecking would be nice. I don't know if his 2025 goals are off to the start that he was hoping for.
I think wrecking has a different definition for some people, so maybe if the car was able to continue on, he's a happy camper. That accomplishes that goal. But very ironic that's what he sent into us to say that he was aiming for this year.
Yep. And it does appear from the corner report that the 41 attempted to make the pass, failed the attempt, hit David Shaw in the 132 car at the apex.
Yeah.
So Adam Wright getting called in for some contact. Not meeting his 2025 goals at all.
No,
not
at all.
And they are calling around the leader to potentially give a white flag within the next lap or so. So just 3 minutes remaining. Gian Buffalmante with almost a 9-second lead.
Yeah, he should be crossing the start-finish line any second now. 2 to go is what we are seeing from the start stand.
Yep.
And he has definitely checked out from Dave Spitzer and Richie Stanley. 8.5 seconds.
Well, I will say that Dave Spitzer and Rich Stanley just ran their best lap times, even though their best lap times, Nick, are still 0.6 of a second slower than Buffalmante's best lap.
Yeah, it sure is. So getting caught up is probably out of the question unless there's a big mistake. But TJ Preble hanging on to 4th place and putting a small gap between him and Connor Grant. Him has moved up in front of Gregory Falcone into 6th, and leaving Gregory in 7th, about 97, and then about 17 seconds back to Stuart Mullen and Mike Bakanowski in 8th and 9th. Michael Green, part of that group as well, rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, so Tim Preble within striking distance of Connor and TJ, about a second behind Connor Grant in 5th. Will TJ maybe slow up Connor Grant to allow Tim to catch up? What do you think, Nick?
I don't think so. I think in 4th place, it's a little too risky of a position to try and slow down a little bit. So we're getting calls that the leader working their way towards start-finish again. They will soon be getting the white flag as they are now in 16.
Yeah, so been a mostly clean race here. I guess we did get some contact here in the last in the last couple laps or so, but it is nice to see a race going from green to checker.
Always is, yep. And we will look here at this angle. We'll see the red and white Spec Racer Ford of Gian coming through under the bridge, over the bumps.
Working his way around lap traffic.
Yeah. There they go. And they cross start-finish line. Red, black, and white.
We have a turn 1 impact, driver's left. Getting some information.
Yeah, they.
I
see the smoke
on the
off to the
outside.
left. You can see the car.
Is
Looks
that on
like
the
it might be stuck in the. Yeah, it might be stuck in the wall over on the.
1-0 red is the car. That is James Sheldon. We're getting word that the driver is okay, but if that's in a dangerous spot there, Nick, they might just pull out a double yellow.
Yeah, they might have to, and we'd hate to see that happen because we know it would go to a checker right after that.
Yep, right at the exit in the wall.
But the leaders have made it through. You see them going into turn 7 right now. We've got 2 of our cars further in the pack between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
It looks like the leader is going into turn 10 now. So just about halfway through the final lap is Gian Buffalmante. A stellar performance all weekend long. Getting ready for the next step in the racing career, moving up in Trans Am. Definitely showing has the race pace.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. We're going to try and keep an eye on the red and gray cars of the 2nd and 3rd place runners. You can see them still nose to tail going through turn 13 right now. And hopefully we will be able to see if they get any moves off. We talked about Richie Stanley and Dave Spitzer, how close they were all 30 minutes of this race. And hopefully we get to see a little bit
They're
of action.
catching lap traffic right now, too, which is actually going to help Spitzer because he's going to get some sniff of a draft from the lap cars. That's not going to bode well for Richie Stanley, who's trying to take every advantage that he can.
Yeah, absolutely. As they work their way under.
Leader about to come through turn 17 here. There he is on the screen. Gian Buffalmante put on a clinic all weekend long, leading almost every single lap of every race. Dominant performance. And it looks like Spitzer and Rich Stanley are coming to the line side by side, but Dave Spitzer just edges out Richie Stanley by 1/10 of a second.
Wow. What a finish there, John. Neck and neck.
And we have the next group of cars coming across. TJ Preble, Connor Grant and Tim Preble, and Gregory Falcone. Oh, we have more side-by-side finish here at the finish line between the 44 and the 88. That's Stuart Milan and Michael Green. Michael Green just able to edge out Stuart Milan. 0.02 of a second gap between the 9th and 10th place cars.
Wow, that is another close one for that top 10.
Yeah, so a great job also by TJ Preble, falling back to 11th, working their way all the way back up to 4th, Nick. Pretty good performance.
Yeah, TJ's got to be
17,
really happy with that.
I just heard 17 is waving.
That's a tough drive to fall back that far and compose yourself. Come back
3-5
in.
blacks. But sorry, Nick, we had a spin and continue in the exit at turn 17. But all good.
Yeah, that's Adam Grenier in 12th place there, who had the spin and continue on the last lap. But it looks like he was able to get to the start-finish line after that and make it happen.
Absolutely. So we had we're having 23 cars, it appears, finish on the lead lap here. So a great performance by pretty much everybody. We do have a car in the wall, but we were told that the driver is okay, and we did not finish under a double yellow. So we are going to go to a commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Up next, we have our IT group, STU and T3 cars, coming up next for their feature race in just a short period of time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back from Sebring International Raceway.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Race Car Engineering, 800-882-7231.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sebring International Raceway, here for the 2025 CFR SCCA Cabin Fever Cure. Next up on the grid is Group 5, our IT group. ITA, ITR, ITS, ITEZ, STU, R1, R2, SMX, ITB, ITC, and T3.
The whole alphabet, Nick.
It's pretty much all of them. The way they have it listed out here, it's a big group. We've got 57 cars who have qualified. I don't know if all of them are still here. We had a couple of cars suffer some unfortunate failures, but they may have been able to get them fixed. The one thing I do remember from this race, though, John, from this morning, Kip Van Steenberg.
Absolute domination.
Ran away with it in his STU Porsche 944. You think Max Schweid or Skylar McKnight have anything that they can do to catch him?
I haven't seen anything so far. It doesn't look like Skylar McKnight is up there right now, Nick.
You're right. I don't see a BMW.
I believe
pulling out of the
Skylar
grid.
did have an issue towards the end of the first race, so maybe that unfortunately took him out of contention for this feature race.
Yeah, very possible. So
To answer your question, no, I don't see anybody touching Kip Van Steenberg, just in a class of his own, or at least the overall perspective.
yeah, looking further down the block here, the Von Mishko, Jason Fichter, Weston Dushak, in their SMX cars, all starting nose to tail, qualifying within 0.2 of each other. Who do you like in that race, John?
You know, I don't know. It could go either way. Von Mishko, I believe, got the win in the first race over Jason Fichter at the end. But I'm going to go with Jason Fichter takes the win.
All right, so we think we're going to see a little shakeup. That's always good. Looking further down the list, Matthew Fritz, Brian Bennett are first and second in our ITR category. Celine Royan and Alan Boschel, Denny Hightower, those are your top three in ITS. Mike Janis sandwiched in between them with a T3 car. Robert Rosa Jr., your top qualifying T3 for this feature race, though, starting 11th overall. Looking further down the grid at our ITA, Mike Van Steenberg, Kip's brother.
He did get the win in the first race.
He did, and he will have a couple of cars in between him and the second place ITA car, Garrett Richardson. They are down in 24th and 27th. Yeah, it looks like all of the cars have left the grid now. They are slowly forming up behind our pace car from Classic Mazda of Orlando and Mazda Motorsport. Going through turn 7 right now.
Yeah, just something I noticed, Nick. Garrett Richardson, the 130, number 130 car in ITA, finished second in race 1, starting in the back of race 2 here.
Maybe a missed grid or something like that happened.
It's always, you know, maybe an afternoon nap got in the way of getting the grid in time.
These are some later races, so it's possible. Some of these cars, some of these drivers were snoozing, getting some extra energy in and missed the grid.
Yes, today is a beautiful day for some racing. A couple clouds in the sky, Nick, 80-degree weather.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're in AC, we're nice and cool, but it might be a little warm out there for drivers in this race.
Yeah, I think this is just about the edge for me where I would be debating if I wanted a cool shirt or not. It's getting to the pretty warm side of things, so I'm sure all these drivers using everything they have at their disposal to stay comfortable. And, you know, for 30 minutes, that's a long time, John. It's enough time for you to get into a rhythm, lose that rhythm, and get back into it. And I think this race, for all of these tight classes that we have, is going to come down to who can stay in that rhythm the longest. The temperatures are going to be tough. The track is going to be tough. It's a pretty rough conditions. Not the hottest we've ever seen here, but
it is warm for a February.
It is very warm for a February. I don't think, you know, some of us weren't prepared for it. I only brought pants this weekend. So,
wow. I'm glad you're wearing them, Nick.
Yes.
But back to the event here. Some things I think will be fun to watch. The SMX cars there with Jason Fichter, Von Mischko, and Weston Dushak, they ran pretty tight together for the entirety of the first race. So we'll be interested to see if they can maintain that same consistency over the next 30 minutes. Celine Royan had somewhat of a dominating performance in ITS, so I would expect somewhat of the same. In an ITA, Mike Van Steenberg, his closest competition, Garrett Richardson, is starting in the back of the pack. So it would be interesting to see how many positions Garrett Richardson is able to make up through the field, because we had almost pretty much 50 cars, over 50 cars, go through the start-finish line here on the outlap.
Yeah, huge field for this Group 5 race. Going to be very exciting to see how it all shakes out. And yeah, they're making their way down the backstretch right now. They'll be forming up double file and waiting for the lights to go out on the pace car. That's when they know that pace car is going to turn into pit lane, and the race is about to get started. Here we are. We see the pace car coming through underneath the bridge now. Kip Van Steenberg leading that field in that black Porsche 944. And here they come up towards start finish. And we have a green flag. Good start. Kip taking a big lead, but the 105 with a great start of Juan Fuentes moving very fast up the pack. I believe he's second as we make it into turn 1.
Yeah, and it did look like Jason Fichter, who was starting in the second row, either missed a shift or maybe didn't time that start correctly. That inside line fell back quite a bit right behind Jason Fichter.
Yeah, it sure did. It looks like Max Schweed in the Toyota GR Cup car has been able to keep second. But yeah, huge lunge for Juan Fuentes in third position right now. And that's going to give him a shot at the podium in STU. Yeah, he's locked into it right now.
Yeah, we can see Garrett Richardson has already made some progress through those ITC cars. I've already made up 6 or 7 spots or so in just about a straightaway.
Yeah, he is making up some room. Right behind the 105 cars, the 44 Timothy Mincy, that BMW. And look at this traffic jam we have. We went 3 wide into turn 7. What a big field working their way through. You can see the bobble as they come over the transition there on the pavement change. Moving right along. There's a 3 wide action there as they come towards turn 10. We'll see who's able to hold their ground.
Oh, we have one car up on the inside rumble strip there. I couldn't see exactly who that was, Nick. But someone tried to make it 3 wide there going into turn 10, which it does get tight on the exit, so I don't always recommend a 3 wide approach in there.
Yeah, that's definitely a tricky one. And when you get those tires popped up on the inside rumble, it really unsettles the car. Not the ideal line. So it can be a little bit scary if you're that inside car, if you get jostled a little bit more outside than you were expecting.
And we'll see here. Oh, that BMW had a nice slide going through turn 15. Was able to maintain control, but definitely not the quickest way around it, as it also goes way wide in 16. So hopefully they find their bearings here soon.
Yeah, hopefully nothing wrong with that car as we see Max Schweed coming under the bridge. Kip Van Steenberg crossing the line, leading, followed by that GR Cup car. And the 105 of Juan Fuentes remains third place for the time being.
Oh. 0-1 into 147 contact. That's Jorge Ortiz.
And Julian Hunter in his T3 car.
So we did have some contact early on.
And I believe that was the white BMW we saw a little bit off pace there on the backside of the track.
Could be. Maybe he had some help getting sideways.
Maybe. That could have been it.
I will say there's only 2 SMX cars that are still in the fight up there. Jason Fichter and Weston Dushak. Jason Fichter with half a second lead over his competitor Weston. So we'll see if he can make that gap even bigger than it already is.
Yeah, that was one we were excited to see. So hopefully They continue to give us a great show. The thing about this class, John, when you have your SMX cars, some of these cars have a lot of power. I mean, you're talking straight sixes in some of the BMWs and, you know, big four-cylinders in the 944s. You end up with an SMX car, that's a spec-regulated Mazda. Doesn't have a ton of power, so the start is really tough. You
Right.
get blown by some of these big horsepower cars.
It did look like that happened with Jason Victor.
Yeah, but the momentum that they can carry once they're up to speed, the SMX cars fit in very well with these lap times and this group of cars. But the start is really tricky for them, so it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back from that one.
Something to note, Celine Royan, who pretty much dominated the sprint race earlier this morning, is now in second place behind Keith Golden, about a second back after one lap. So we'll see if Celine Royan can make that gap up and continue his dominance of the weekend.
Yeah, interesting to see. Keith was fairly consistent, but didn't necessarily have the pace the first race. So maybe he's found something in this second one. We talked about the second race being a little bit more comfortable for some of the drivers. Maybe that's the way it's working out for him today.
Absolutely, and Kip Van Steenberg coming across the start-finish line now, their overall leader and STU leader, already creating quite the gap to everybody else in the field. Max Schweed, 8.7 seconds back. However, that GR Cup is probably not fitted for STU. It might be where it falls into place in the regional category here. However, maybe not to its fullest potential.
Yeah, exactly. That car, another spec build, but it's nice that the SCCA has found a place for it to come and race. That way, owners who want to get some extra track time with those cars and get comfortable in the seat have a place to put it. And I don't think they've misclassified it too far off. Running second out of this fairly large field of STUs is not too shabby.
Yes, but Kip Van Steenberg's car is, a car you can expect to be at the limit of the rule set and running about 4 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah, it sure is. Looking back at our SMX group, they have finally gotten into their rhythm and started moving forward. But Jason Fichter leads Weston Dushak by about a tenth and a half right now. So very close there. And Mary Roney and Matthew Fritz in ITR only about 2 seconds apart there. So the ITR battle also heating up. We just talked about Keith and Celine Royan. That is the battle for ITS. So we see a lot of pairs still competing for that top spot in these different classes throughout the field.
Yeah, Keith Golden gave up a half a second of lap time in the second lap to Celine Royan. So Royan reeling in Golden, and also creating a gap, getting Hightower back in third. We do have one car retiring now. That is the 193 ITA car of John Goggin. And speaking of ITA, Garrett Richardson started dead last in the race and is now already third in class. Has passed about 10 cars, Nick.
Wow. It's a great run. Yeah, absolutely.
Kip Van Steenberg already making laps on the field, as you can see, passing that ITC car of Scott Larson.
Now let's take a look. The SMX car should be coming up any second now. Right after the 105 of Juan Fuentes. That's your third place car in STU.
Yes, and they're quite close here. About to come in the camera. Jason Fichter now in second place.
As there they go, passing nose to tail, the two black Miatas. Weston Dushak taking the lead in SMX.
I imagine they're going to keep swapping positions throughout the entirety of the race.
Yeah, with temperatures like it is outside, it's going to be important for them to keep the radiator in some cool air out in front. You don't want to get stuck behind your the other driver for too long. So sometimes trading off is the best way to do it, not having to worry about it. So we may see some lead changes for that class throughout this 30-minute race, which is almost 9 minutes in already. We are slowly ticking time off the clock. running laps down.
Yeah, so Kip Van Steenberg now with a 10-second lead and already lapping cars on just his third lap. But your top 4 overall cars are all STU. Max Swede in second place, Juan Fuentes in third, and Jorge Ortiz in fourth. Trying to make up some gap to Juan Fuentes, but is 8 seconds back. Running similar lap times, so we'll have to be able to find more pace if he wants to round out that podium.
Yeah, he is just a little bit off there, but it's a exciting race to see at least 4 members of at the front now.
Yep, and so the top 4 all STU, followed by 2 SMX cars before we get into the ITR category. Mary Roney leading ITR with a 6-second gap back to Matt Fritz. Keith Golden still maintaining the half a second or so gap back to Celine Royan. So maybe he just took the sprint race off, Keith Golden.
Maybe, very possible. He decided that he was ready to focus in on the feature race on Sunday afternoon instead, but it is going well out there. They're turning laps. We have not had any calls on the radio, knock on wood, or any incidents, so things are moving along swimmingly on this Sunday afternoon. Big shout out to all of you watching on YouTube or listening here at the track. If you are watching on YouTube, put a shout in there for who you're cheering for.
Yeah, we have Jillian Fitcher in the comment section cheering on brother Jason. And our largest category in this race is ITS. Nick, Keith Golden, Royan, Huber, Hightower, Keel, Morrow, Stange, Hecker, Paternity, Hicks, Unger, and Vasquez all turning lap times. There's 12 cars turning lap times in their class. The second biggest is ITA with 11 cars still turning lap times.
Wow. Good to see that ITS is still growing strong. That is a category that it does not have a national class. You know, it has its own rule set for the regionals, but does not have a national class. So exciting to see it, that there's still some interest in people racing it. And, you know, the RX-7, which was once kind of the staple of SCCA racing, being in that class, I think has a lot to do with the success of that category.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it used to be the Spec Miata before Spec Miata, really, the ITS class.
Yeah, it really was. A lot of it here. I believe Speed Source was one of the like original shops. They were from Florida, and they built everything from the RX-7s to the RX-8s that we saw in the Rolex 24 once upon a time.
Yeah, and I do believe Keith Golden was involved in some of those programs, who is the ITS leader over Celine Royan. Actually, Celine Royan able to take back the first place as he crosses the line, 0.3 ahead of Keith Golden on that lap, and running a fastest lap time so far in this race of 2:38.1, which is the second faster than Keith Golden.
Wow, very cool to see Celine backing up that first race performance. I wasn't sure when we started to see him fall backwards a little bit, but.
And I will say, Nick, in third place in ITS, we did have a visitor in the booth earlier today, not on the broadcast itself, but during the lunch break. John Huber, third in ITS, came by and let us know that he drives his race car to the track. He lives 5 minutes away. So hopefully nothing happens here on the track, or else he might have to call an Uber to go home.
Yeah, you don't want to have to call an Uber, but yeah, driving your racetrack to and from the track, you don't hear of as much anymore as you used to. It used to be a much more common thing to have a street legal race car. So very cool that John stopped by to tell us about that, and wish him all the best as he continues his charge in third place.
Yeah. But, you know, you do kind of wonder, does that put an extra heat cycle on the tires, Nick, driving to and from the track? Or do you change tires, you know, to and from the track?
It's a great question. Yeah, I think you'd have to have a set of street tires. to get there and back, because you wouldn't want to put a heat cycle on the Hoosiers.
I don't know.
So, yeah, probably have a set of street tires. You put them in the trunk, and then when you get here, take the race tires out in the back, stack the street tires up. You can use that as your lawn chair for the weekend. Slap the race tires on, and when you're ready to go, race tires go back in the trunk, street tires on the car.
I love it.
You'll be home in 5 minutes.
I love it. So we are halfway through this feature race of the IT group. Kip Van Steenberg maintaining a 16-second gap back to the second place of Max Schweed. And probably making his second round of lap traffic.
Yeah, he's got to at this point. He is flying through the field left and right. There's no one out on the track that can really hold him up. As long as he can see that car coming up in advance, he's able to plan his spots, and his lap times don't seem to be too affected by
I think he does have some time to spare with a 20-second or so gap back to second.
Yeah, absolutely. He's able to be patient on the passes, keep things clean, and keep himself out of danger, which is always good.
Yep, and the SMX cars of Weston Dushak and Jason Victor running their best lap times in lap 5, 2:33s, just separated by 0.2 of a second. We're going to get them through the start-finish line shortly. Weston Dushak was leading Jason Victor the last time around. We'll see as he crosses the start-finish line. It looks like Jason Victor there in turn 17 was still behind.
It does. We saw them nose to tail right there. And I think we'll see the same thing here as the two black Spec MX-5, not Global MX-5, Spec
Correct.
MX-5s come across the start-finish line. It does get a little confusing with all the different Miata spec classes as you go up the line, but
that is the great thing about Mazda. They offer a great ladder program for a lot of drivers, getting some experience in the grassroots level of regional SCCA racing and national SCCA racing. Oh, we have a spin with contact coming in corner 6, it turns 16. I believe the car is now off track. One 188, that is Clay Keel. Could not get the other car number that was involved in that incident. It looks like number 8 of Joe Morrow is also the other car. 188 of Clay Keel and Joe Morrow, number 8, both in the ITS category, have some metal-to-metal contact and both went off track in 16. It looks like they've dropped the flag, so they must have continued, Nick.
yeah, they must have, which is very good. We want to keep this thing green because there are some very close races. You know, our ITS field, 0.2 apart there. Our SMX field, 0.6 apart. We've got a couple less than a second gaps that we would love to keep racing. So let's hope that it stays that way. You see the blue flag popping out. That's the lapped cars. Start-finish line is able to tell them that they've got a faster car coming up behind them. And going into turn 1 is a great spot to let a car pass you. If you can do it right, you can both get through that corner without losing really any time. So whenever you see a corner worker, let you know, check your mirrors. It's a great time to let a car by.
Oh, we're getting a call of 117. Dropping liquids. Appears to look like fuel is what is being called in by the corner workers.
Yeah, the 117 of Bjorn Stange, or Stang, however you pronounce it, is the car that's being called there. Running in 4th place in ITS right now.
A lot of issues with the ITS cars. A couple of them just got together in 16. Now, Bjorn Stang possibly dropping some fuel. If I'm in the, the 8th spot, Nicole Hecker potentially
podium shot with some of those cars if they're dropping out of the field.
Yeah, we've got 11.5 minutes to go, so we are getting to a part of the race where fatigue is starting to set in, but there's still a lot of racing left to do. So, yeah, any mistake you can get, you can take advantage of. Yeah, got people sitting in 4th, 5th, 6th place in their class. They're certainly not out of it, not with this much time left to go.
That is correct. Weston Dushak still leading Jason Fichter by just 0.7 of a second, so still staying relatively close. Jason Fichter running his best lap time, lap 7.
Yeah, that is still a close race there, but the top 4 overall still dominated by our STU class. Currently, Kip Van Steenberg leading the way, followed by Max Schweid, Juan Fuente.
The 188 of Clay Keel got a shortcut pass in turn 15 as well.
Oh. Very interesting.
That might be 2 calls against the 188. One for contact in turn 16, another for a pass of a shortcut in 15.
Ooh.
I do not want to be in that stewards meeting at the end of the race.
No, you would not want to be. Looking at our ITS class, they are going to be heading towards turn 16 fairly soon. Keith Golden still leading the way by just about a second over Celine Boyan. And an RX-7 versus a Miata battle going to be very exciting there.
Yeah, you had the SNX cars of Fichter and Dushak working their way through lap traffic, creating a little bit of a gap between the 2 cars. So Fichter's now going to have to work a little extra harder to make up that 0.8 of a gap.
Yeah, traffic always at play in these multi-class races. But the race soldiers on as we watch cars moving through turn number 9 here, and keeping an eye out because Kip Van Steenberg got to be out there somewhere. Turning 228s consistently, it seems, faster than anyone out in the field.
They were the best lap time of 2:24. Put that in perspective, Max Schweid, the second running car, only has the best lap time of 2:28.
Yeah, that is definitely possible, but I am double checking my scoring here. The Kip has not come by in quite a while.
Oh, it does look
Is it possible that he has had an issue and that Max Schweid is going to take the lead the next time by?
That would be unfortunate if you are a fan of Kip Van Steenberg.
Yeah, that could be a little bit of a spoiler at play here, but we're looking for Max Schweid in that GR Cup car. He's probably somewhere around.
I see a car going
or 17.
I see a car going slow down the start-finish line. 147 BMW. I believe we've seen that car go slow down the front straightaway in the Enduro a couple times.
I believe that one did have issues yesterday as well.
It appears they have not fixed that issue, Nick.
Yeah. Max Schweid should be crossing start finish here soon, and there he goes in the 98 GR Cup, and I don't see him taking the lead on scoring. Nope. So I'm trying to figure out if there was a timing issue. Oh, now it shows Kip running a lap. So Kip does seem to be out there still. Sorry for the false alarms for you Max Schweid fans. He remains in second for the time being, followed by Juan Fuentes. But we're currently tracking a slow-moving BMW.
Smoking right now on driver's right. Hopefully not smoking anymore, but we can definitely see across the window there.
Yeah, it looks like it's near turn 9. Might be able to get a glimpse
That's
of
pulled off on driver's right.
some of the lingering smoke. Yeah,
Oh,
there it
you go.
is.
Yep. So that car is definitely still smoking. Hopefully we can get a services team to that car quickly.
Yeah, with 6 minutes to go, we are.
That is Brian Bennett, 1992 Honda Prelude.
What class is that in, John? Is that one of our ITS cars?
It's an ITR car. Man.
ITR. Okay. Thought we were losing one out of our big class there. Yep, I see safety vehicles on the move as they head past turn 6 down to turn 7. They're going to be able to get to him in turn number 9 there, but looking around the rest of the track, I think we still have a car stopped down on the front stretch too. As
that was the 147 of Julian Hunter, I believe.
Yeah, it sounds like the race control is working pretty hard here. Yeah, you can see a car. It looks like it is stopped right underneath that Mobile 1 bridge there, the M in the Mobile 1. Just past our booth. We're not able to see it from around the corner here, but it is stopped in a pretty rough spot. So race control doing well to handle the race, keep things moving, but we've got a waving yellow at start, and I believe turn 7 and turn 8 have a standing yellow right now. So
it does appear like that car is no longer smoking, Nick. I don't see anything from across the way.
Yeah, it's good to know that maybe he was able to shut it down. If it had an oil leak, something like that, they were able to contain the situation before it got any worse. But safety vehicles are there. We can see that on screen now. And they are parking in a great spot to protect that car from oncoming traffic. But race control keeping things going.
Yeah, shout out to the safety team there, acting quickly to multiple incidents on the track. And one thing to note, Garrett Richardson, who started last, worked his way up to second in class for ITA, passing about 10 cars and running his best lap time in lap 9, but still 30 seconds behind Mike Van Steenberg.
Wow. Yeah, with Mike, the Van Steenberg brothers, you knew were going to come prepared to this race. So, you know, Garrett, even having a great drive, unfortunately, when you have someone who's, you know, here and prepared, ready to go, whatever happened at the grid there, it was going to be tough for him to make up that difference.
Yep, and now we have multiple service teams across the track. One over there assisting the car in turn 8 and 9, and another on the front straightaway. So we just have safety vehicles all over the place. So shout out to those teams and our flat tow drivers for getting those cars in safe positions, because we now have 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, big thanks to those teams. It looks like the team on turn 9 is moving. I would imagine they have the car hooked up and are towing it back.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see the roof just over the berm there.
Yeah, there you go. You can see on the screen now.
Yeah, they'll be able to get that car off to driver's right into the pit lane for the green course, or the club course. Car on the front stretch, though, is the one we're looking at now. That one is still causing some issues there.
Yeah, and just 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes remaining. We should start to see a white flag here soon for the last lap.
Yeah, I think I see a starter holding a white flag. So maybe the next time by.
Up, he has it waving now, and we have a slow-moving car again.
Another one on
154.
the front stretch. That is not a white flag for the end of the race. That is a white flag for a slow-moving vehicle.
Ah,
So if you see that on screen, we have not waved the white flag yet for the last lap. That is a cautionary white flag for a slow-moving vehicle. It is different. But right now, I think the front stretch is pretty jammed up with slow-moving cars, whether they're stopped, whether they're service vehicles, whether it's another race car. Yeah, you can see the BMW getting towed off. I don't see the other slow vehicle that we just saw come by.
I want to say that car slowed down in preparation to be around those safety vehicles, but you don't want to slow down too much because you still have faster cars coming behind you.
You don't. Yeah, you want to keep somewhat safe race pace that doesn't put the safety workers at danger, but doesn't put yourself at danger as well. If,
Correct. Oh, wow.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, car went off. It looks like a fire.
Yeah,
We're getting a call for a
there.
fire. The driver getting out of the car here. I can't tell.
Is that our ITB Mustang?
It does
I think
appear to
that's
be.
our ITB Fox Body Mustang.
The driver does appear to go. The driver appeared to get out of the car. Red flag. We have a red flag situation here.
We sure do.
So the drivers will.
Yeah, I believe that's
Come to
the
a
number
safe
10
stop.
of Mike Horn. Mike Horn, yeah. So it looks like he was able to get out of the car. But as we see the red flag waving at all stations, car's going to come to a stop. For those of you who don't see red flags in club racing often, the red flag in this situation, cars, you want them to come to a quick but controlled stop. And it's really emphasized that, well, I don't know. You know what? Doesn't that look like the 35 of Mike Horn there on the backstretch? I don't know what car that is in turn 3 anymore.
We're going to get some information for you.
Yeah, but the red flag, yep, will mean all cars come to a stop. They want to stop close enough to see a corner station because that's how they're going to know how to get restarted without communications. But it's important that all the cars stop.
Trying to see which car that is.
Yeah, definitely tough to tell, but it looks like safety crews have gotten there, and we're not seeing a large amount of smoke from that, so looks like they've contained it quickly.
Yeah, and also, you want to make sure, too, you didn't inhale a lot of smoke as well, which could be something you really wouldn't think about. The flames are one thing, and just inhaling the smoke is another.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like things are under control. We didn't have any calls of any incidents because of the red flag. We have seen that in the past where vehicles coming to a stop could stop a little too quickly for the cars in front of them. So
not an ideal end to this race, but this race will certainly conclude. Now, there's only 1 minute left, Nick, and the red flag does stop the clock. However, I don't think we're going to go back racing here with just 1 minute.
yeah, I would guess that we, when the red flags get withdrawn, we might see a black flag all with a double yellow and maybe a checker as they cross the start-finish line. So,
Right. So if the results stand as they are right now, just looking at our leaders here, John Rodat was our ITEZ winner. Weston Dushak was just 3/100ths of a second over Jason Fichter the last time they crossed the line. Oh, we have a plan. All right. So the race will end with the current standings. So they are reverting to the last completed lap. Okay, so Jason Fichter will unfortunately fall right behind Weston Dushak, just 3/100ths of a second.
Wow.
So he'll stay in the second position. Mike Van Steenberg takes the win in ITA. But what a great job by Garrett Richardson going through the field.
yeah, to make his way up from the very back of the field to second in class is a huge accomplishment, and congrats to him.
Right. We have several calls coming in from race control about cars passing under red flag conditions.
Yeah, we'll have to see how those affect the official.
It might impact the official standings for sure. But
Yeah.
Mary Roney, we had 4-5 and 1-7-1. Getting the number 136 white.
136. That's Rusty Varnador. In the STU field, the 136.
Alrighty. So if the results still stand, Keith Golden will take the win over Celine Royan by just 1/10 of a second. So a close finish there. And we get a black flag all and checker flag. Here, ITB winner, Lon Carey. over Mike Horn. We had the Soul R2 car. Tim Mincy did not actually start the race, but is on the timing sheet. So STU, Kip Van Steenberg, Max Schweed, and Juan Fuentes will be your podium finishers there. Robert Rosa Jr. in T3 will take the win in T3. John Lettieri in R1. ITC winner will be Gerald Larson. ITR winner, Mary Roney. So we are under red flag conditions here, and it appears that the driver of the car that did catch on fire is okay. But we will take a commercial break here, and we will come back with our next group, which is Spec Miata. And that leaves us with 2 races left for the day. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back at Sebring International Raceway.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Race Car Engineering, 800-882-7231.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk.
Welcome back. Sebring International Raceway here. Group 6, the Spec Miata group. Nick, we're in for another good one here. We had a close race at the end. Last time we were out here with them earlier this morning. Noah Harmon just missing out against Will Robinson right at the line. Malbec Ramos finishing in 3rd place. But we have 40 cars here on the starting grid sheet. What can we expect today?
Well, it's going to be an exciting one, I think. After that first race, I think people have kind of settled in. They know where they stand with the people around them in the race. And I think you're going to see a little bit more cooperation early on, being a 30-minute race rather than a 20, which means I think we're going to have an even closer finish between the top 10 cars than we did in the first one. So obviously first and second can't get much closer, but I think the rest of the groups are going to be there.
All right, so almost the entire field set a faster lap time in the sprint race itself versus qualifying. So we have an interesting grid order here. Malbec Ramos will start on pole, followed by Noah Harmon and Will Robinson. Now, birthday boy Harley Scuffle did miss race number one, or sorry, qualifying. So in race number one, he was able to put down a decent lap time. So he'll be starting fourth, right ahead of Michael Fountain in the SMSC car, which is a 1.6 spec Miata. In sixth will be Roy Hobson, followed by Rob Bailey and Connor Thomas. And then rounding out the top 10, you have Johnny Maru and Bob Mueller Jr. And you have Jose Olfe down there in 11th. Not where he would probably want to be, but most of that race, Nick, he was kind of in no man's land. He wasn't in either the first or that second group of cars, so likely didn't get the lap time with some draft help in order to secure a faster lap time.
Yeah, he was kind of all by himself, and you see that how important it is to be around other drivers here to be able to use the draft, and I'm sure Joey would like to have been further up, but when you're by yourself, all you can do is just run the best you can. But sometimes with long straights like this here at Sebring, the best you can by yourself is not going to be as good as someone maybe making some mistakes with some updraft help.
Yeah, so Jose Olfe will definitely want to make some moves early on. I would expect him to try to make some moves at the start. We'll see what happens there. But Noah Harmon and Will Robinson led for the majority of the race in race one, as I would expect. Noah Harmon being the 2024 Mazda Shootout winner. So he is now the Mazda factory driver in the Spec MX-5, or sorry, the Global MX-5 Cup Series. And he definitely put on a show, him and Will Robinson.
Yeah, he drove great. Very few mistakes, and I felt he was really controlling the front pack by almost choosing who he kept at the front with him. And it'll be interesting to see if he's able to do as well this time. I think having Harvey up there is going to actually help the front four. I think, we saw a little bit of a bobble on the start from our fourth place driver last time, causing that outside row to really have a struggle into turn one. But having it a little more stacked up in the front is going to be make for a better start for both rows.
And I do know that Harley Scuffle will want to make it a scuffle. You know what I mean? And he will definitely want to get in the mix there with teammate Noah Harmon out of the Autotechnic group. Malbec Ramos in his probably first, 1.5 years into racing, maybe less than a year of racing, but already starting on pole and fighting for the win. So definitely don't expect him to give up easily, even with some more experienced racers starting right behind him.
Yeah, he's got his hands full for a young driver, but we're excited to see how this shakes out. You can see the pace car bringing the cars down. They are rolling down the backstretch towards turn 17 now. They will all form up, get into double file rows. Of course, you have technically a mixed group here with SM, SMT, SMSE, SMSET. The only differences there is SM being all the Spec Miatas, SMT being Spec Miatas on Toyo tires, SMSE reserved for 1.6 liter Miatas, and SMSET 1.6 liter Miatas on Toyos.
There we go. SM and the alphabets here. We are being led into 17 by the Classic Mazda of Orlando pace car as we're going green here shortly. Malbec Ramos and Noah Harmon will complete out the front row. We'll see which row gets the advantage going into turn one here, Nick.
Yeah, here they come. They are rolling forward.
And a green flag is out. A very tight start. Both rows seeming to get a equal starting chance as the back of the pack starts to fan out. But the first
maybe 2 or 3 rows.
Yeah, first 2 or 3 rows staying in line. So showing a much better start than the first race. Not anybody missing any shifts, it appears, or any bad timing. But we're going to go here into turn 3.
Elbows out already.
Elbows out
from Malbec. He was not going to let anyone by. You saw him move to the outside just a little bit in that shot there. And he's going to continue to lead as they go single file exiting the carousel, making their way right onto camera as we speak towards turn number 7.
Yeah, so Noah Harmon falling back into 3rd. So it appears that that row of Malbec and Will Robinson got a better start on the inside.
Yeah, Malbec staying to the inside and is not going to give up the outside there. Defending that first place position, which realistically could cause a little bit of trouble, John. When you're out in front and you keep things slow, you're running offline, maybe giving up a couple of tenths to secure that position, you're allowing those cars behind you to stay closer than usual. So it'll be interesting to see over the course of a race how defensive Malbec stays, if he's able to get comfortable with someone and work with them, or if we're going to keep the front of that field really bunched up.
Of course, I don't know what his relationship is like with Will Robinson. I don't know if they've talked before this about working together or not, but I do know that Noah Harmon and Will Robinson worked together for the majority of race 1, and I know Noah would work with Harley Scuffle as well, being so they're in the same tent. So maybe Ramos has to think that, you know, he maybe needs to be a little more elbows out and fight for every single corner.
Yeah, well, right now he's got a little bit of a gap, which is going to make it a little easier for him. But as they come through turn 15, towards turn 16, and down the straight to 17, if you're by yourself, you don't have a draft here. That's a dangerous spot to be.
Absolutely, and it looks like Joey Olfen may have slid back into the pack there, unless that was Brian Oriora. They have a similar paint scheme out of the same camp. As we go down into turn 1, we can see that bright orange car of Malbec Ramos leading the field.
See, are we going to get any bumpers popping out? No, we're not. So Noah Harmon and
Harley Scuffle in the patriotic car, you could say.
Yeah.
In 2nd and 3rd. So you can expect that Harley will be pretty loyal to Noah to work his way around Malbec Ramos.
Yeah, as they cross start finish, you can already see those two have caught back up.
Oh, car 125 rolled over. That's Connor Thomas. Rolled over and landed on the wheels. We have a potential double yellow switch. Oh, there it is in the exit of 17. I can see from the window there's a car on the exit in the wall at 17 with a rollover just to the left of this camera.
Oh, man.
So we have 2 cars wrecked. Double yellows all around. We have the safety car standing up.
Yeah, looks like they had made some passes at the front there as I'm looking, so it'll be interesting who the leader picks up if they're gonna.
Timing was calling 2-4 to be the leader. However, I believe Noah had already gotten around Malbec.
I believe so as well. The 31 looks to be a little bit evolved. That was one of the cars we saw in our Enduro last night. They are on pit road here.
All right, so we have Sebring safety heading towards the scene in turn 17.
Yeah, they are.
Stay tuned as we try to get some more information for you.
All right, so they are calling that the 98 of Noah Harmon is in front of the 2-4 to get picked up by the pace car.
Yes, and Evie has arrived to the scene, so we will update as we find out some more information about the drivers, and hopefully everyone is okay.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. We are hearing some chatter about the order, and
so bear with us here, folks, as we try to listen in to race control. We are double yellow. Just 5 minutes into this race.
yeah, they are. They're saying that the 99 Noah Harmon is going to be the front car.
right, so stay tuned with us, folks.
Saying that the 99 Noah Harmon is going to be the front car.
All right, we have the driver out of the car and with the safety personnel. So that's a good sign that the driver of car 125, that's Connor Thomas, is out of the car in with the EMS personnel. So hopefully that means it's a good sign of the driver's condition. So we can run down the order as they start to cross the start-finish line. Noah Harmon doing a great job as a pace car, slowing the whole field down. So Noah Harmon in first, Malbec Ramos in second, Harley Scuffle, the birthday boy, in third. Will Robinson did drop down into fourth. Michael Fountain rounds out our top 5 in that SMSC car. John Amaro in sixth, Roy Hobson in seventh. We're getting
Roy Hobson is in 7th. Steve Murray continues in 8th. Bob Mueller Jr. and Rob Bailey in the 71 rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, so we did get some more information there. Car 31, Brian Iora, which did pull in already into the paddock under his own power, spun, collected. They collected Connor Thomas and resulted in that crash. But it appears that Connor Thomas may be in good hands here now. So yes, we ran out the top 10 with Rob Bailey. James Fountain in 11th. That's the son of Michael Fountain, who's up in 5th place. Jason Turcotte in 12th. He's our first SMT car with a best lap time of 2:46. Ken Williams in 13th. Nick Risiputo in 14th. Brad Childs in 15th. David Brown in 16th. Then we have Stuart Lovedale, and followed up by Nicole Cooper Cephalo, who's from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. So thanks for making the trip down to race with us. We have Key Doss from Ohio. Frank Schanneberger, it rounds out the 20th spot. Bruce Marshall in 21st. Michael Loran in 22nd. Cole Lucas and Drew Dannon in 23rd and 24th. With Amy Jackson in 25th, followed by Gino Angela. In 27th in SMT, Bjarne Jonsson, followed by James Jackson in 28th. In the 29th spot, Bill Duncan, followed by Alyssa Canatano in SMSC. That's the 30th place. And Brian Iora was 31st, followed by Connor Thomas, who were those two cars in that incident.
Yeah, that is your order for the moment. We are going to have a restart here at some point. We're only 9 minutes into the race, so this race is far from over. There's a lot of racing left to have. John, what do you think of those front three? Malbec was doing a pretty good job of keeping his elbows out and keeping Harvey and Noah from passing him.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that if I'm Malbec Ramos, I am trying to split up the teammates of Noah Harmon and Harley Scuffle. I've raced with Harley as well, and Harley is going to be a ride or die teammate until the very end. So.
Yeah, they are definitely a good team to work together. So, yeah, I think Malbec is definitely going to want to they're going to want to work together and keep separating. They don't want those together. But that's going to open up things behind them if they're able to keep that duo split. Will Robinson, Michael Fountain, they have every chance to kind of sneak their way in if Malbec's able to keep those two separated from running away.
Right. So, yeah, Malbec Ramos doing a great job putting his elbows out, like you said, trying to make sure that he doesn't get used and abused by some teammates.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we have the car getting pulled into the car of the 125 car of Connor Thomas from Loveland, Colorado. His car is now pulled into the paddock. And we have not heard any bad news, so that's a good sign of the condition. We are going green this time, so we'll have 20 minutes of racing, just under.
Yeah, they are making their way onto the backstretch now. All single file restarts after a caution. They get a double file for the initial green flag, but then subsequent restarts after that. Always a single file in the SCCA, unless there's some special rules.
We have been asked by Race Control to announce that Group 7 to get to the grid for a pre-race meeting. So if you're listening to the PA at the track, Group 7, head to the grid. But yes, we are about to go green here, Nick. Sorry to cut you off there.
That's okay.
I will say that Noah Harmon will try to make a gap on Ramos, because Ramos's car is pretty powerful. We know that car pretty well. Alex Acosta was the previous owner and always ran really quick in that car. A well-sorted machine, but I would expect Harley to try to get in there right in front of him in the early beginnings of this restart.
Yeah, I think Harley's going to definitely try that. Noah's going to have to just do his best to break away and allow some space for Harley to work on Malbec to get to his back bumper.
And we are about to go green right here. And we are green flag. Noah Harmon leading the field, but Harley Scuffle pulling up alongside of Malbec Ramos already, like we talked about, trying to get ahead of Malbec because he doesn't want Malbec to push the two away from each other.
Right, absolutely. And I think Malbec was smart to push Noah to try and keep those two separated. It'll be interesting to see, would Noah slow down to allow Harley to get around the front?
Oh, it looks like Harley Scuffle and Will Robinson were able to get around Malbec. So not the restart that Malbec would have wanted. But if you're in the Autotechnic camp of Noah Harmon and Harley Scuffle, pretty much a perfect start there.
Yeah, that's exactly what that team wanted to see. They've got two teammates working nose to tail right now, and a known quantity behind him in Will Robinson, since Noah was able to race with them for most of the last race. So there you go. It's a matter of how are these drivers going pair up and work together. Who's going to do it the best? As we keep going, over half of the race still available. We're 16 minutes to go.
Right, we're headed into. So car 31 came down into pit lane that was involved, ripped off the rear bumper and tail lights of the car, decided to go back out onto the track, and now will get black flagged. So not an ideal race there for the 31 car of Brian Yora.
No, that is not the way they drew up this second race.
It also looks like we had a car come into the short course cut in on the far side, Nick. I'm not sure which car that is, but I'm sure we'll find out shortly. I believe it could be Michael Fountain, but it's hard to see.
Gotcha. We will keep an eye on that as we watch them coming through turn 15 now.
Yeah, I don't see an NA there, Nick, so that might be, there it could be. But yeah, so Noah Harmon leading the field with Harley Scuffle in second place. Harley's going to try to push Noah away from Malbec Ramos and Will Robinson. But Will Robinson and Malbec need to work together in order to get up and separate the two teammates in front.
Yeah, they're going to have to. That's the only way they're going to do anything other than fight for that third spot on the podium. But it looks like they're working well together so far. The gap hasn't opened up too bad from second to third. But that's the gap that we're talking about when we say that the pairs are going to be working together. We're talking about the gap between second place and third place. It's going to be important for them to keep that gap down because the first two cars are teammates, like we talked about. They're both under the same tent. They're friends. They race with each other often. It's going to be difficult to split them up once they get hooked up together and get in the rhythm.
Yeah, and Will Robinson able to get to the back bumper of Harley Scuffle going into turn 3 here on the screen. So Harley Scuffle has his hands full as well, trying to get to Noah Harmon's bumper in front, but now he has two very hungry cars behind him trying to split them up. I would expect a move by Will Robinson going into the hairpin here.
Yeah. I think that there is a good possibility that we see that. Gap is closing, but it may be.
No, so it looks like they.
No moves being made as they go down into turn 7, but nose to tail, barely any gap between them. And the cars following behind, staying awfully close still. They have not quite broken away as much as they did in the first race. Got to think that the caution had something to do with that, but yeah, that second group still there. If they get side by side for too many laps, it could definitely bring them back to them.
Yeah, and one thing I would expect to see from Noah as we get to the backstretch coming out of 16 and maybe out of the hairpin as well is dragging the brakes a little bit to allow Harley to get to that back bumper as early as possible. Because if he doesn't, then it just allows the draft of the two cars behind to get to him much quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something you see in Spec Miata a lot at tracks like Sebring, Daytona, Road America, where there are very long straights. The car in front will reduce their acceleration by dragging the brake a little bit, coming closer to their teammate, because the faster those two bumpers touch each other, the faster those cars start working together and accelerating.
Of course. So we'll see Will Robinson with the fastest lap of the race so far, 2:38.7. You definitely see, it is warm around here. The lap times earlier this morning were in the 2:36s now, just a couple seconds slower due to the heat. And we see some defensive moves here by Noah Harmon going down into turn 1.
Yeah, moving all the way to the inside.
Will Robinson sneak in behind Noah. That's what it appears to be. And Harley Scuffle will be on the outside of 17. Maybe would get a better run out of 17 and get to the bumper of Noah. But we'll see going down the front straightaway. Noah's still leading the pack. Harley getting the draft of Noah, still edging out ahead of Will Robinson. But Will is trying desperately to split those two up.
He is. He was almost completely alongside Harley as they came by the start-finish line here. So trying very hard. He is not jumping in line and playing nice. He wants to get in between those two as soon as possible.
And then Malbec Ramos still hanging on, but 0.8 back. I wouldn't say that's anything to worry about just yet, especially as Will Robinson will look to make some moves and split up those two drivers. Malbec will fit in nicely once they go too wide in a corner here.
Yeah. I think we're starting to see some of the patience that these drivers had diminish, and as that patience gets less and less, we're going to start seeing more of this side-by-side action.
Harley
making a move on Noah into turn number 7, and I think he's going to get it done, John.
He definitely did get it done, and Noah, and it could be that his car just got too hot too. So it is, the temperatures are warming up, and maybe he needed some cool air. Temperatures, can very easily creep up in the 230s, the water temp, in a lap of staying that close behind somebody. So that could honestly be what it is as well. Not so much wanting to lead the race, but just to get a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be just a planned strategic swap, but a swap nonetheless. So as long as things stay this way for the rest of the lap, we will have a new leader as of lap number 6 here, or lap number 7, sorry. And we will see what the rest of the race has in store, because there's still 10 more minutes.
Yeah. So I would expect Noah to tuck in right behind Harley here, going down the backstretch. Harley slowing up his exit at 16 to get Noah on the bumper as quickly as possible. And if you're Malbec, you need to get to the back bumper of Will Robinson right away.
Yeah, we'll see if Will is able to come back to Malbec and make that connection. But yeah, here they come down.
You already see Malbec's car start to poke out, maybe also getting hot as well, trying to get some air, because now he's been stuck behind 3 cars pretty closely for a number of laps now.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that water temp is starting to spike quite a bit, so you can see some people poking out, that it's not due to them necessarily wanting to look for a pass, but just to get that air.
Yeah, absolutely. It's essential for them to jump into cool air every now and then. But sometimes it does look like they're trying to make a pass, even though they are
a little further back than you'd expect for a car making that pass attempt.
Yeah, and all 4 of our top 4 cars all ran in the 237s. Harley Scuffle getting to the lead and also setting the best lap time of the race. And these 4 are definitely bunching up there into turn 3. Again, Will Robinson will need to try and get a good run out of the carousel if he wants to make a chance on Noah Harmon going into the hairpin. Noah is not tucked up into Harley like I'd like to see, so Will Robinson could make a potential move here
Yeah,
as
Harley
defends the inside. Noah going around the outside. This could be interesting. Will
There we
Robinson
go.
tucking on the inside. I could see Noah getting shuffled back to third here as Malbec starts to put his nose in there as well.
Yeah, very possible. It looks like Noah was able to defend that from my point of view here. We'll see as they come by in turn 9 on the screen. But I thought I saw an orange roof
Yep.
in third.
Yeah, I see Noah still in second place, right behind Harley. So an unsuccessful attempt from Will Robinson. But, I mean, the right move.
I think yeah, absolutely. You've got to try for it, especially while you have a 4th car with you. If you end up trying to make a move and there's a mistake, you have a buddy with you. If you're in third, you're by yourself, it might be time to just hang on and hope you get a podium.
Yeah.
But when there's 4 cars available, make that move. I think that's the right move.
And there's one thing about Harley Scuffle that I know racing with him. He doesn't necessarily block, but he will on purposely go to that defensive line right away across or from start to finish of this whole race. So I would expect him to drive in the middle of the track and make his car as wide as possible to make sure that he also doesn't get trained by the few cars behind him.
Right, yeah, and that's going to be great for Malbec. We talked about that earlier with him hanging out in the back there and having 2 teammates. Will and Malbec could really work together and maybe make that move. That's going to be the key is that teamwork, I think. So.
Yep, and they've created a gap of over 4 seconds back to Gianni Morrow and Roy Hobson and Rob Bailey. And, yep, the top 4 going into 17. It is anybody's race with 7 minutes left. Anybody in the top 4 here could take this victory. But we keep the same order here going to the start-finish line and into turn 1. Noah up into the back bumper of Harley Scuffle, trying to push away from Will Robinson and Malbec Ramos.
Yeah, while we're here, we have just a couple of seconds. We're going to run a little bit deeper down the order. We talked about Yanni Mauro in 5th, 6th, Roy Hobson, 7th, Michael Fontaine, 8th, Rob Bailey, 9th, Bob Mueller Jr., 10th, Nick Risaputo, 11th, Steve Murray, 12th, James Fountain, 13th, Ken Williams, 14th, Brad Childs, 15th, Jason Turcott, 16th, Stuart Lovegoal, 17th, Michael Lauren, 18th, Cole Lewis, 19th, Nicole Cooper Cephalo, 20th, David Brown, and 21st, Hugh Doss, 22nd, Frank Schanenberger, 23rd, Bruce Marshall, 24th, Drew Dalton, 25th, Yarny Janssen, 26th, Gino Angela, 27th, Amy Jackson, and I believe Alyssa Canatano is our final car on the lead lap. Maybe Bill Duncan, 29th.
All right, well, it does look like somebody did try to make a move on Noah. It looks like Will Robinson tried to make a move on Noah Harmon going into turn 10. They were side by side, so we're going to see as they come into turn 14, or there's 13 right there. Yep, Noah Harmon getting shuffled back possibly to 4th place as Malbec Ramos slides in right behind Will Robinson. Quite the gap you can see Harley Scuffle has, but that gap will be eliminated as soon as they get down to 17.
Yeah, they Harley's been able to have a little bit of breathing room for a few corners, but once these cars get into a big bump draft like this, there is no way that single car out front is going to be able to stay that way, unfortunately.
He certainly knows that going the backstretch here, he is a sitting duck, and within 2 straightaways, they're going to be back on his back bumper. But impressive by Noah in order to hang on the pressure that Will Robinson and Ramos were applying. He's showing us why he is the 2024 Mazda Shootout winner as he holds on to 2nd place for now. Will Robinson tucked in behind Noah as they start to track down Harley Scuffle again. So a little bit of a gap here, but I would expect that to dissolve very quickly.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think unless all three of those cars, second through fourth, really start to battle, that gap is going to come down at some point.
Exactly. So as we go into turn 3, our leaders, this is where Ramos may start to get dropped as the two cars would work together. However, Ramos, with a great exit out of turn 1, able to move into 3rd place in front of Will Robinson. So commentator cursed for me on Will Robinson as he slides into the 4th place spot. But now there's quite a gap that's forming between the top 4. And if Noah Harmon can get to the back bumper of Harley Scuffle quicker than Robinson can to Ramos, they can end up pushing away here.
Yeah, they could, but yeah, even if Malbec gets to the back of Noah there, that could make it for a interesting one. But as we see the exit of 7, back bumper, Will Robinson has made it to Malbec on the exit there. Is that going to be enough for them to push back up and head Noah and Harley?
I think so. I think so. Noah and Harley are definitely punching a big hole in the air. They aren't pushing just yet. So when we get to the back straightaway, I would imagine that Will Robinson and Malbec Ramos will have a good run out of 16 down into 17. So if I'm Harley, maybe I'm wanting to slow up a little bit to get Noah to my back bumper, and you can see that now.
Yeah.
They've closed that gap there, so that way Noah can get to the bumper quicker at a 16, or else they would both be sitting ducks.
Yeah, they've absolutely paired off with each other, and it's going to be who does the pair better. It's basically a dance competition with your partner.
Yep.
Who's going to dance the best? And right now it looks like Harley and Noah are going to dance.
Yeah, it looks like Harley and Noah
better.
made a wise choice. Harley may have slowed up a little bit, assessed the situation behind him, knows that he needs Noah close to his back bumper, or else they can both lose that 1st and 2nd spot position, right?
Yeah.
So he'd rather just race against Noah than have to race against 4 cars.
All right,
So
here we go. And I do believe we are going to get a white flag this time by, and by the looks of things, it's going to be a 2-horse race when they get here. Come under the turn 17 bridge.
Yep, and we're about to get the white flag here as Will Robinson has lost the back bumper of Malbec Ramos, which is not good for Ramos either, right? So Ramos and Robinson have fallen off the top 2. And if I'm Noah Harmon, I'm just sitting here pretty for this whole race again. And we're going to see him again try to make an attempt into turn 17. However, I do know Harley. And I know that Harley is going to run right down the inside of the track on 16, from 16 all the way to 17. So if Noah wants to make a move, it's going to have to be on the outside.
Yeah, and maybe he's learned from the last time that going and trying to attack that inside that he did against Will last race didn't quite work out. He didn't have the momentum at the exit to pull that move off. So maybe the outside is going to be better for Noah in his setup right now, the way that car is running.
Yeah, so you can see right now Harley driving down the middle of the track. Starting to get to the outside, knowing that Noah's not going to make a move just yet. Now that Ramos within a little bit of striking distance, but no help from Robinson in order to get him up to Noah. So not in a very good place is Ramos and Robinson, where really Noah Harmon is in the driver's seat of this race.
Yeah, just as we talked about earlier, he was the same way in the last one. We thought that he kind of controlled that front pack, and he's doing the same again. He's really showing off why he is the 2024 Mazda shootout winner and their new factory driver.
So here we go, the exit of 13 right here, the tower turn, as they say. The airport's off to the left side. And it looks like Malbec Ramos is holding on to the top 2 there. So Noah will have to be careful on when he times his move, because if Ramos has a good good exit out of 16 and gets a good run, he can be right there to take advantage of an opportunity that may present itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that 24 car is very strong, even by itself,
yeah,
in a straight line. Noah, if Malbec can get to Noah's back bumper quickly, Harley could be in a world of trouble here.
So we can see on the screen there, Harley electing basically up against the wall. But Noah peeks on the inside of Harley as Ramos fans
Ramos
out
goes
on
wide.
the outside. But Ramos just not there yet. But inside of Harley's scuffle, they're going to come to turn 17 side by side. Noah Harmon with the lead coming to the line. It looks like it's going to be Noah Harmon followed by Harley Scuffle. And Malbec Ramos takes the third spot. And what an exciting finish there. Will Robinson
Wow.
rounding out the top 4.
Great finish. Yeah, I think we saw Noah beat Harley to the inside there is exactly what happened. Harley knew what he wanted to do, and Noah was already in his head. He made that move. He went all the way to the inside wall, and he was able to get into the spot Harley wanted. And it really just kind of threw him off. Now Harley was not where he needed to be.
No.
Malbec was able to get a great run on the outside, carry a lot of momentum, and we saw that that he almost came around the outside of him there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Harley's kicking himself that he didn't drive all the way to the inside wall of the back straight. As Noah found a little bit of room and forced out Harley into the middle of the track. But what a finish there from our top 4. Will Robinson got the fastest lap of the race at the last lap, but finished 4th place. But he ran a 2:36.9. So going down the field in some of the other Spec Miata classes, Michael Fountain with the win in SMSE with a 45-second lead over Frank Schanenberger. And Jason Turcotte wins SMT. I know he'll be happy there ahead of Bjorn Johnson and Bruce Marshall. But all right, that was an exciting race, Nick. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, folks. We have one more feature race left for the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some GT racing action.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Race Car Engineering, 800-882-7231.
And welcome back to Sebring International Raceway for the CFR Cabin Fever Cure Group 7 feature race. Our last race of the day featuring the big boys, John. We've got the GT cars, we've got the A sedan cars, T1 and 2 ITO, and of course the class we've talked about a couple of times this weekend.
Spec Corvette. Yeah. And I don't know, looking at my producer now, do we have in-car video for this race as well? Oh, it looks like we do.
We do. They're sitting on the grid waiting to go. What a sneak peek here to see what the drivers have to do while they're waiting to roll out.
Yeah.
But yes, we are very excited for this, and we should have a great race. Big field, lap times in the low 2 minutes for much of the class. So let's see how things shake up this time. John, the Spec Corvettes, though, definitely what we want to see the most, right?
I mean, if I'm playing favorites, then yes. Just to see how close those cars can race over the duration of 30 minutes. You know, the 11 or 12 of them that we have this weekend, the growing class. I just think it's really exciting for the GT group, as we're seeing quite the resurgence of the big bore group at both the regional and national level. It's nice to see, right? So you know, everything from GT1 down to A sedan and Spec Corvette, pretty big numbers. It's probably, I think, the third biggest group of the weekend, which hasn't been the case for a few years. So it's nice to see a comeback.
Yeah, it is really good. And looking at this start sheet that we got from Race Control, I believe we're going to have another split start for our Spec Corvettes. So we'll have all the GT cars that are other classified. They will start together in the first group, and then our 11 or 12 Spec Corvettes that we have will start in a second group, about 15, 20 seconds back from them. So they are going to be moving quickly to get the cars around to the start-finish line. They want to get started as soon as possible. And yeah, we are looking at it. Some of these, let's read a couple of names of the top 10. We've got James Irvin, William Griffin in second place, Frank Ciappatini in his SPO car. That's the number 6. Danny Moon in GTX. Michael Shea in 5th. Neo Fernandez in 6th. Patrick Paul in 7th. Nicholas Gellen in 8th. In 9th, Robert Gonzalez, and 10th, Devin Anderson. All the cars there are mixed GT1, GTX, SPO, GT2, and GTA, which is a cool class. That's a NASCAR-based derivative of the GT cars.
Nice.
The GTA class.
And we'll get some information in the chat here from Joe Aquilante. And if you are a fan of the GT racing, you'll be familiar with the Aquilante family. AP Mirando brought 4 cars from California in Spec Corvette just to be here. So traveled across the country to bring 4 Spec Corvettes to join us down here in the Southeast in Florida. So pretty cool to see that it's got that it's taking on nationally, and they're willing to travel to great distances to get some good races here for Spec Corvette.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's a great sign for the class and its growth. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing more and more of it in the future. But right now, the GT field is coming up to turn 17. They'll be under the bridge very soon. And we'll be expecting a green flag from them. Here on screen, we're seeing the second group, the Spec Corvettes. They are forming up into double file lines, but we'll call the green for our GT cars for you. There they are, making their way. What a variety of GT cars we have. And you'll hear the roars any second now as the flag drops, and we are green for our GT Group 7 race. Last race of the day. Look at those cars flying by as they make their way into turn number 1, heading to turn 3. Yeah, it's pretty clean for this group, John.
Yeah, all clean. We're about to get the second green for the Spec Corvette group. So maybe back to the in-car there, we can see
Yeah,
we
we
can
are
see that group take off.
awaiting that, looking out at the start stand.
You know, it's interesting.
I'm worried that there
The,
is
the starters are not actually looking at the split start.
Yeah. There they go. The green flag is waving. What a wild start as the Corvettes all fan out. I think they might have forgot about the Spec Corvettes a little bit there. Just making it for a wild one. We're almost 4 wide through turn 1 with these C5 Corvettes. Wow, what a shot. That is fun to watch.
Yeah, Cecil Stevens started in 3rd place, found himself going backwards quite quickly. As they make their way through turn 3, it gets real bottled up there, as you can see, we've mentioned before. And tight side-by-side racing through the carousel and working their way now down into the hairpin.
Yeah, and they are not too far stretched out. We can see them out our window as they go down into turn number 7. A lot of nose-to-tail racing for these Spec Corvettes, which is exactly what the class is designed for. Is cheap, fun, fast Spec racing.
Oh, we have 7. Trying to get some information for you, but it looks to be on the exit of 7.
Yeah, I would imagine. We are currently tracking on that. We're listening to the calls, but still watching the Spec Corvette race as they move through turn number 10. Your GT cars almost all the way back around for their first lap. We are getting a thumbs up from the driver that was involved in that.
Oh, we have another car off 13.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like a continue there. So
Fantastic.
I'm being told it was the 04 car, Ken Montavani, that I believe
That was our race. That was our class winner last race, wasn't it?
that was for a Spec Corvette. I believe that is the car that ended up into a tire barrier in the hairpin, the exit of the hairpin. We did give a thumbs up that they're all right, but it looks like our leader or our winner from the first race in Spec Corvette may be in some trouble for race 2.
Yeah. Well, up front we have William Griffin in the GTX class and Frank Ciappatini. They are a 1/10 of a second apart, closely followed by James Irvin, just a second behind. So those top 3 in the GTs may be in different classes, but they are racing. But we are going to go to a full course caution here as we have just made it about 4 minutes into race for the group number 7.
Yep.
They're going to have to get that car out of the
It does appear.
position it's
It does appear. It is Can Montavani, the 04 car in Spec Corvette, that it appears to be into some trouble there. The exit of the hairpin, but we did get word that they're all right. But it's unfortunate. The winner of the sprint race is now already out of the feature race, just 7 corners into the first lap.
Yeah, that really is unfortunate. You'd never want to see a race for a previous winner end that way. Knowing the camaraderie in that group, though, I don't think it was anything malicious. It's got to be just an accident, and unfortunate that it happens like that sometimes.
So yes, the safety crews are working rather quickly to get to the scene in turn 7.
They are catching the leaders now as they come into turn 17, and this is going to group up both of the fields. They are going to now be single file for the restart like we talked about, and we will no longer have a double file start.
Yeah, and so 5 minutes into this race, unfortunately under yellow, Nick, we had a yellow the first lap, I believe, as well in the first race for the big bore group.
Yeah, that is a possibility. I do think I remember that. One thing I do want to point out, though, is with the split start that we have, the Spec Corvettes run at the fastest, the pointy end, a 2-minute and 20-second lap time. They haven't really passed any of the cars from the GT group. The back end of that group is running in the the high 220s, 230s, 240s, and even a 250 with some of the T2 cars. So when you look at a spec class that is mixed in, having a restart like this, you lose a lot of the advantage of that split start, obviously.
Right.
And now you're going to be starting behind cars that are 20, 30 seconds a lap slower.
Yep, and nice to get some more information about Spec Corvette in the chat from Joe Aquilante. All the Spec Corvettes are powered by LS6 V8s, limited to 380 horsepower and 380 foot-pounds of torque, which I think is awesome. And I do believe that they police themselves quite a bit. And there's some strict, harsh penalties if anyone does bend the rules.
Yeah, I think that's great that they have set that up. And I used to have a Cadillac that had an LS6 in it, so I'm very familiar with that engine. I think that's a great choice for a spec engine due to parts availability, its reliability. It's got all the upgrades over an LS1 that you would want for road racing, so it makes a lot of sense that that is what they use.
Yep, so they're actually taking the cars around the old hairpin as there's some cleanup the safety vehicles on the exit right around the corner of the hairpin on the exit, where Ken Montavani unfortunately collected the wall, but is all right. We didn't get word of what exactly happened. It could have been single car. It could have had some help. We're not exactly sure just yet.
Yeah, they are still working on that one, but the safety car leads them around that beautiful CX-50 sponsored by Mazda Motorsports and Classic or Mazda of Orlando. We hate to see a full course yellow, but gosh, we'd love to see that CX-50 on track. So, you know, it's a small silver lining for an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, so we are just under 8 minutes left into this race as our cleanup crews work diligently to try to get us back to green.
Yeah, they are definitely working on cleanup over there. I can see those safety vehicles from our window in turn 7. And hopefully we'll have some news about that cleanup very soon for you guys out there.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they have moved very much. So maybe another lap under yellow might be a possibility as the pace car is working its way through 15 and 16. So we may see another lap.
Yeah, there is a good possibility of that as they are already approaching that backstretch.
We are potentially getting an update from turn 7. All right, so we are going to get a report there of what exactly happened in turn 7 once they're done cleaning that up.
Fantastic. I do see a flatbed coming on out from that may be the holdup. They may have tried to flat tow it, but yeah, maybe some damage is going to cause them to have to put it onto a tilt back. Always a little bit tricky when they are trying to figure out the quickest and safest way to get the cars out of those barriers if they've made a big contact.
Yeah, and we are getting reports from the safety car out there that there's a lot of debris on the track in turn 13 where a couple cars had some side-to-side contact and have unfortunately dropped a lot of dirt and grass onto the racing line in turn 13. So that could get a little sketchy for the first few cars through that corner.
Yeah, it could. I think we saw a little shot of that before we went to the full course caution. Just a kind of a big cloud of dust there, and yeah, the spec Corvettes, I would imagine, would fare a little bit better through that section because they do use a 200 treadwear street tire compared to the slicks that the cars up front are going to be using. So hopefully, if there is any dirt and debris left by the time the spec Corvettes get through there, they'll be able to clear it off with those tires. But Godspeed to the cars that get through there first on slicks.
Yeah, and we did see Danny Moon and the GTX car was a little bit, and the LMP3 machine was up in, I believe, second place in GTX, is now pulled into the paddock.
Unfortunate, but hopefully it's not because of any issues with the car, and maybe they just said, hey, We don't want to run through another long caution race. Well, let's pack it up while the car's still in good shape. Continuing on, though, we do have many close races here. Yeah, the 2 SPO cars. We've got Neo Fernandez and Michael Shea in the SPO cars running 4th and 6th. So they will start right, one car separating them, but they are racing for position. So we may see them try and make some moves to get near each other, have a little bit of competition. I'm trying to look to see which cars those are. That looks to be the 2 stock cars. The number 24, red with yellow numbers, and the 124, and the number 10, which is an older stock car.
Yep.
But you're seeing them both on screen right now. The Chevrolet SS is the first one, and then that Camaro stock car right in front of those 2 Dark Horse Mustangs is your other SPO car that are competing with each other. So pretty close together, but a large variety in this class. These guys really don't care. They just like going fast, and they'll race whoever's around them.
Well, hopefully no contact for the rest of the session. Hopefully they are still cleaning up the mess. There may be some tire wall cleanup needed to be done as well, as they try to get that car back to the paddock and make sure that the track is safe to resume racing. But hopefully they're able to clean that up before we complete this lap so we can get some more green flag racing.
Yeah, we are approaching the halfway point pretty quickly here, and as we get to that, I think these drivers are going to get a little antsy. They're excited to race. They made it, what, a lap and a half, not even. So they're chomping at the bit to go racing, of course. And the longer they sit under this caution, the bigger that's going to be. I do see some safety cars leaving turn 7. I do believe I see that spec Corvette on the tilt back, so that is cleared up. The big question is going to be how much tire rearranging do they need to do at the exit of turn 7 there. I do see their large forklift at the exit of 7 working on those tire bundles.
Yep, and we did get just notification now that we are going green this time. And yes, it does appear that our first and second place finishers of Sprint Race 1, Ken Montavani and Marino Reyes in Spec Corvettes, both from South Florida, were the ones that were involved in that incident which brought out this double yellow. So it looks like the pace car is bringing us around down the back straight, down into 17. So we're going to go green here shortly. We have about half the race left to go, so hopefully we can get some green flag racing here.
Yeah, I hope so too, John. I want to see these cars open up. The sun is kind of down now. I think track temps could drop. We could see some really fast laps out of these cars.
Oh, we sure could. All right, and here we go. The pace car has its lights out, and we'll be pulling into pit road here soon.
Yep, they are under turn 17.
And you can start to hear the engines roar.
All right, and we are green. We have a start as the GT cars head down into turn 1 for their restart. A lot of gap there, which may be a good thing for these cars, as allows them to kind of open up and run some fast lap times.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Spec Corvette cars already passing start finish, making their way through traffic. Barreling into turn number 1 here. We're going too wide with Cecil Stevens.
Oh, a little wobble there from the 171 Corvette on the outside. Maybe didn't get those the tires at the temp.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know how they react to friction and heat the way the street tires do compared to the race tires.
Oh,
but
this is going to get sketchy there.
That is a tight one. Oh, boy. All drivers involved.
Oh, there was a car off.
Yeah. Did have a car off in turn 5.
Yeah. Yep. It looks like the car is starting to get up and go and trying to move into a safer location. Couldn't get the car number there.
Yeah, but it looks like everybody made it through that complex, 3, 4, 5 area. Okay, that's kind of a
a tight section of the track. There's not a lot of room for errors. So when a car goes off, everyone else behind him has to be perfect. Otherwise, you could have a track accident off track.
7-2 black, that's Robert Gonzalez in the GTA machine, was leading GTA. So unfortunate for the race leader out of Ormond Beach, Florida, Robert Gonzalez has pulled off into what looks like a pretty safe location on the exit of turn 5 and 6.
It's great to hear that they've made it, but the rest of the field continues on. We're watching the Spec Corvette field go to turn 13 right now. Our leaders are already coming up the front straightaway. We can hear them as we talk. And, oh, sorry, the back straightaway. We can hear them. And they are flying. Lap time's going to be in the low 2 minutes as they come under turn 17, make their way up across the start-finish line. This is the number 6, Frank Ciappatini, leading the field right now.
And Michael Shea was able to pass Neo Fernandez there in SPO on that lap. So went from second to first in SPO. So a good race for Michael Shea and Neo Fernandez.
Yeah, this is definitely going to shake things up. Frank Ciappatini also in SPO, leading the field with William Griffin, James Irvin, GTX and GT1 cars behind him. But we'll see if how that podium is going to shake out.
Oh, we have a retirement here. 171, a Spec Corvette. Miranda appears to have some engine issues as he's smoking and pulled into the pit lane.
Yeah, well, now we have our in-car view up on screen from Cecil Stevens. You can see the sun starting to go down. It is brighter than it looks on camera, so don't take this view too accurately for those of you watching at home. But as the sun does come down, we've got it shadowed by the cloud right now, which may be making it a little darker. But
it is nice seeing the rear view camera as well from the live feed.
Yeah, absolutely. There they go. That yellow car you just saw was Cecil Stevens, the in-car camera that we had. So he is doing his best there to keep up with the rest of the Spec Corvette field that is starting to spread a little bit, John.
Well, yeah, you know, they were in that, they had the split start in the beginning and then a very quick double yellow that caused them all to bunch back up together. So now they're in the mix with some other cars where they're a little bit faster than. So Cecil Stevens qualified third and didn't have the best start, so now got caught up behind some of those slower cars. So not the start that he may have wanted.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot to be in, but that is part of the multi-class racing that we know. We've talked about it all weekend, starting with the Enduro Saturday night to now. But there it is, Frank Ciappatini continuing to lead the way ahead of William Griffin and James Irvin.
Yeah, we have a great start for all top three of. Oh, we have a waving yellow here in turn 17.
Yeah.
1-0 red. Oh, we can see it there on the
1-0. That was one of the SPO cars.
I think that's Michael Shea, no?
It is, yeah. He has not made it back around for a lap. He was running second in SPO, I think. And so now he is...
he actually passed for the lead the last lap. So Michael Shea is trying to get it running again, pulling it out of the way, doing a nice little burnout there to get it back straight again. And Michael Shea is back on the way. Unfortunately, losing the lead, though.
No, he was in second, John. So now he is, I think, slightly off the podium, moving to fourth. We'll see when he comes by. Maybe hanging on to third.
We will see. But a great start for the overall race lead. 3 different classes represented in that, SPO, GTX, and GT1, but covered by 1.2 seconds. And I know all 3 of those drivers probably want to lead the race overall.
They do, absolutely. They're not too particular about winning their class at this point. They're all pretty far ahead. So Now they want to win the whole thing. They don't.
Absolutely.
I don't think they're going to care too much.
You know, and then in GTX, we have the two Mustangs racing for second and third, and fourth and fifth overall. They're separated by just 0.2 of a second this last lap, and we could see them around the track racing pretty close.
Yeah, they've been racing all weekend pretty close together, and they're good-looking cars. You see them coming through turn 16 or turn 15 right now. Those white Mustangs, and I believe they run in GT4, right? That is where they're the Dark Horse Mustangs, the new ones. I believe those are technically GT4 cars, which are eligible all around the world. That's a pretty widely accepted specification of cars. But great to see them here.
We have a new leader too overall, William Griffin, running a 2:10. So 3 seconds a lap faster, 4 seconds a lap faster than his competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. He is flying through there. And he is in that old 2016.
Oh, and a send down there on the inside by James Irvin, but it doesn't look like he made it stick, Nick.
Yeah, I think that Ciappatini was able to keep that spot.
And there's your two Mustangs there battling for second and third of the GTX category.
Yeah. I'm wondering if William was able to make that pass so easily because that GT3 car has headlights on it, John.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure the SBO cars have headlights equipped to them.
I don't know. It still might be daylight enough to where you wouldn't need headlights.
I think it is. I think it is bright enough, but you never know.
So we can see here Gina Kopatov of Spec Corvette leading by almost 5 seconds over Robert Weston and Tim Moser, but a pretty close race between second and fifth place, Weston, Moser, Candelaria, and James Davison, all within roughly 2 to 3 seconds of each other.
Yeah, definitely good to see that field being competitive, and but yeah, dominating drive right now by Kopatov, and yeah, you can see the bunch about 3-4 seconds behind him of 4 Spec Corvettes there.
A nice pass there on the inside, which looks like that was James Davidson.
Very cool to see these wide variety of cars. Oh, we've got a car with some smoke coming out the rear, exiting turn 7, going through turn 8.
70 red is the car number.
Yeah, it looks like
that is Robert Weston's
Cecil
second place, and Spec Corvette is the engine that you now see. It is smoking. So hopefully we can get to some safety crew to them as soon as possible.
Yeah, we just talked about how reliable I personally thought the LS6 engines would be in those Spec Corvettes. So sounds like we've both had a commentator's curse today. But racing continues as Spec Corvette field comes through turn 16. I see a little bit of dust. Maybe someone had dropped some tires a few cars before. But here they are making their way. I believe that is our leader, Gina Kopatov. And coming up behind them is 3 more of those Spec Corvettes. Robert Weston, Tim Moser, and James Candelaria. James Davidson following behind there by a couple of seconds.
All right, we have just 5 minutes remaining in this race as safety personnel work to get to that car.
Yep, it looks like we do have a truck there now, so that'll get handled and taken care of. I do believe race control is trying to keep this green, like we've seen in earlier races. This is about the time where if a double yellow comes out, we will most likely see the end of the race because of it. So hoping they stay green for as long as possible, as much racing into the end of the day that we can.
And you know, it has been a great weekend and really awesome to have some live streams for some regional races, which hasn't really been the norm for a long time. So it's nice to have DriversEye Live here
Yeah, very cool.
filming the regional racing and getting more eyeballs on the sport. It's definitely something that's needed to help grow the regional and national program of the SCCA.
Yeah, it has been great to be able to broadcast these regional races, and hopefully we'll see more of this start to pop up around the nation.
And it looks like we're getting reports of oil down right at the exit of grid, which is about where the screen is you're looking at now, going into turn 17. So not. Oh, we have another car off track, 13 and 14 area.
Yeah.
Off track, but in a safe location, we're told. So I think you can, if you squint closely, you can see a car straight ahead in the middle of the screen there. But there is a lot of race control calls going around. And it looks like we're going to get a checker here soon because there seems to be multiple incidents around the track. And 114, William Griffin of GTX class, is our leader. So we're going to see a slightly early checker flag.
Yeah, they're going to start calling the leader around. That's William Griffin in the 114 Mercedes-Benz GT3. Unless Frank Ciappatini can make a
10-second gap up.
A 10-second gap disappear.
I'm not sure, Nick.
I don't know.
But who knows? Maybe some of that oil could create some drama.
I heard Frank was a Trans Am driver back in the 90s, but I did not see anything in his bio about him being a magician. So a 10-second gap may be too much to make disappear. We'll see, though, as they are calling the leader around.
I believe our leader should be going into, going through 17 right now is our leader. So we're about to get the checker flag here. So he's, you can see the...
And the checkered flag is waving. William Griffin is going to win group number 7 in his Mercedes-Benz GT3 car. And in second, Frank Ciappatini and James Irvin rounding out the podium in third for your overall finish. Well, John, that was a pretty exciting GT race as we have cars come trickling through the finish line. I mean, we're obviously going to keep an eye on our Spec Corvette field. That's our next biggest class.
Yep, GTA had James Prater set, 6 seconds ahead of the next place car in his class. Frank Ciappatini, a good 30 seconds ahead of the second place car in SPO. William Griffin, 36 seconds ahead of those Mustangs, where Devin Anderson was able to edge out Alfonso Diaz, the second, by 9 seconds. So at one point they were together and they started to separate throughout the race.
Yeah, as you see on screen right here, this is your leader in Spec Corvette, Gina Kopitov, an 11.5-second lead last time by the stripe. So I'm predicting it's going to be a pretty easy finish for them, and they're going to take home a win in the feature race here for Spec Corvette. Here they come, and they cross the line. There it is. Second place going to be the number 25 of James Candelaria. And in third, Tim Mosier in the 174.
Yeah, so a little bit of caution in that race, but it ended up being a nice finish.
Yes, it did end up being a very good finish. And though there is some chaos going on around the track right now, the workers that we hear talking to us in our ears are coordinating very well to get these cars retrieved. And one more time, I want to thank them for all the hard work the volunteers and the workers do here at all the tracks around the United States to allow us to go racing.
Yeah, so thanks so much for everyone joining us this weekend for coverage of the Central Florida Region's Cabin Fever Cure, including the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship and last night's 2 and 4 hour endurance races. Thanks to Central Florida Region, all the volunteers that help make these events possible. Make sure to join us right here on the SCCA YouTube channel, February 22nd and 23rd, when Greg Ginsberg and Brian Belansky bring you flag-to-flag coverage of the Hoosier Racing Tour SCCA Super Tour live from Buttonwillow Raceway Park's brand new racetrack called the Circuit. So for Nick Soriano and our director Spencer Gaynor, I'm John Davison. Thank you for joining us.
Racecar Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Racecar Engineering, 800-882-7231.